the dirtiest of angles. Body's got more. He looks for the final. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队，我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and I'm standing here with Navis Hakatori for our relay interview. Hi Hakatori.
Hi.
Batulins just picked you and left a question.
Why you are so good, Hakatori?
Я просто багато тренуюсь і мені трішки щастить.
Yeah, and is there any secret?
Ні, просто щастить.
So Navis on fire right now, and expectations are really high. Do you feel any pressure coming in today?
Ні, я вважаю, що це наоборот на нас впливає так, що ми будемо краще показувати свою гру і без ніякого натиску.
Yeah, and you've got this little bit mysterious kind of nonchalant vibe, and fans really seem to love that. Is there anything you would like to say to our fans?
Нічого не хочу. Сігма мовчить.
Who do you like to pass the baton, and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання Examples з Minds. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat, and the relay will go on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi Example.
Hello.
So Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food, yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye. Tên thật của mình là Lã Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himax. PUBG mang nghĩa em rất là sâu sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu PUBG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giải đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ lúc đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ. Trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu PUBG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Lúc này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ nhưng là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ không bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TVP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TV rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TV này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của bọn mình.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. And example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile genetiğimden dolayı birazcık uzunum.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No,
Oh, no pressure at all.
no, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치, 그치.
Kutsi.
그치. Yeah, yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Janji salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo? Like stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me
Pablo?
Pablo.
Look at this Posa with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Posa. My name is Francisco Posamay dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Neo on top finds one. Park Pro finds the other. Cold all by himself up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PKL 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자, 아직 한 발 더 남았다. 남았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 이제 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the relay interview and today's guest is Salud. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
Why he toxic? He say me 바보.
and this is your chance to defend yourself.
뭐 그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salud, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you Salud for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
As Hackatory will get that knock on Shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобалось. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», молодець. Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
It's good.
He's gonna be dancing. He's cheating too now.
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. Ba-da-bam! Yay!
And Falcon.
And Falcons, of course. All right, so we're gonna give you 5 bullets for this shooting challenge. We have 5 bottles, and the winner of this challenge gets to pick what the loser of the team has to do when you guys win a chicken dinner today.
Excellent.
You're gonna come in first, right? That's the guess.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm getting kind of old. I'll go
All
first.
right, here.
I'll go first.
Okay.
There's like no iron sights either.
Bro, there's no recoil.
Oh!
Turkish guy, no gear, just raw.
Woo! Okay, no, that's 1 point. Smaller bottles, 2 points. I don't
Bro,
think
you're
I can
saying the
fight
wrong
these
eye.
4. Whoa! Okay.
Wait, he's different.
Dealer's choice. Which one do you want me to hit?
Middle.
The middle?
Yeah. Oh.
Dude. Yep.
Oh, okay, 2 out of 5. Good job, Gunnar.
2 points, 2 points.
Okay,
Tiggs next.
Tiggs up. Find out. Ooh.
Kid, there's a hair in it, Gunnar. You absolute ape.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no.
He licked his finger.
He licked it.
On the tip of it.
Oh.
So it goes like.
Oh, okay. Remember the. Oh, what?
Whoa.
Fremzy is up next.
I'm inverted.
Whoa!
What was that?
Crap. Ooh,
It's
okay.
different.
Okay.
Wait, hit the one with the
What?
Different. Yeah.
Oh. Kick from Kentucky.
Did you guys aim with the iron sight or what?
It's cooked.
Oh. You have 5 points.
Dude, that one.
Oh. Okay.
Dude.
Oh.
The default Gunnar.
I'll show you how we do it in Denmark.
Oh.
It's cooked. It's cooked.
He's gonna be dancing. He's cheating too now.
Oh.
Dude.
I'm telling you, Gustav is just doing this on purpose. Oh. Oh.
Alright, I dropped the zero bomb, guys.
Yeah.
Take one.
Take 1. Would you like to show us?
Do a practice run. You have to do it. It's part of
Practice?
media.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me, Falcons.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for having us, Bella.
Bye.
left, and that's going to be Falcons making the raw kills here in match number 1.
Nice play, great start. Falcon steps up and dominates. Watching the stream, Gustav looks proud, and the reason for that is he spoke up.
Where do you win this? Tig sent the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building, and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into a university course, and I was pretty happy with where I was, but I didn't take a gap year, and I felt like my whole life I'd just been kind of going with the flow. And then I got the opportunity to fly to California for this tournament called NPL Royale, because I got picked up by an American team. And that was good fun, but I still wasn't taking it too seriously. But I met this guy there, Bizzle, and he basically said to me after watching me play a little bit, he was like, I'll get you a visa and you can come to the US. And I was like, really? So I just full sent it at 18. I went to the US. I took a gap year off university and then never ended up going back. Well, I want to start by saying that I think anyone can be a pro player. That's the beauty of it. For me, being a pro player is about discipline, practicing with a purpose. When you boot up the game, you kind of have to switch your mentality from being, okay, I'm here to have fun, to how can I improve the best? And you need to be very mindful of the way that you're putting in the hours. The word change to me obviously brings a little bit of fear and a little bit of excitement, because with changes, there's always a bit of uncertainty. No one likes uncertainty, but in a way, it kind of feels like an advantage because I know that I'm willing to adapt, and if someone else isn't, then I have an edge on them. One thing that's not going to change, I think for the most part, it'll be the positional play. Teams will still play for the good positions. If anything, it's going to become more important, and PUBG's always kind of been like that. It's all about teamwork, it's all about position. So I'm expecting that the good teams will still be good. To the fans watching in 2026, we love and appreciate every single one of you guys. It's really important to me that you guys feel happy. I don't think anything matters more than the fan sentiment. Obviously, there's some big changes on the horizon, but hopefully we can all just trust the process. It's people at Craft, and it's their job to think about what they can do to make our lives better. So just gonna trust them and see where it goes. I think that you guys will still enjoy watching. The Esports was in TPP initially, and we saw a PGI 2018 that is still fun to watch. It might be a little goofy, there might be some chaotic moments, but I think it'll still be fun. It's still PUBG. In 2026 at PNC and PGC, I hope my team name will be called, and I hope my name will be called. Even when the battlefield changes, I want my wins and my hard work to speak for itself. I hope it'll be my year.
Example going absolutely huge right now. Some big kills. Can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артём, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел, и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом, Battlgrounds. Мы просто с ним списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже выиграли.
Now it's just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem, but wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
И на самом деле не помню, каковы были тогда эмоции, потому что не придавал этому значения. Когда уже выиграли турнир, и ты потом осознаешь, что вот этот матч был один из важнейших. Ну, конечно же, изменения это всегда к лучшему, потому что одно и то же просто надоедает, и нужны в любом случае какие-то изменения. Переходом игры с первого лица в третье, безусловно, в моем понимании, замедлит очень сильно игру, потому что, есть просмотр, грубо говоря, из-за стены. Несмотря на эти изменения, я все равно остаюсь уверенным в своей игре. Я буду просто продолжать играть, становиться сильнее, развиваться. После того, как мы проигрываем, я не особо тильтую, потому что, это уже произошло, и я особо не могу что-то изменить, и поэтому, да, я к этому проще отношусь. Но бывают, да, и моменты, когда, если бы ты мог как-то повлиять на ситуацию уже случившуюся, то немножко тильт есть, но быстро проходит. Фанаты для меня много значат. Я постоянно вижу там хорошие сообщения на трансляциях и так далее. Всем спасибо, кто следит. В 2026 году я хочу выиграть PGC. Несмотря на все изменения, я смогу достичь этой цели.
Two days is a best of 10 here as we now have all of our teams situated, good to go. 16 of the very best from across the world will line up and fire at one another live from Seoul, South Korea here to be able to claim PGS4, the first stop on Circuit 2 here.
Take a godly grenade and Kickstarter managed to hit it as anyone's legend tries to make the push into Twisted Minds. They have the C4 car.
Rex is sneaking up on him. He might get caught. He does. Bean sees him and burns him down with that MG, and now it's just down to one. Heaven does get the knock. He turns around, but he can't make it happen. The soup is burnt, and Gen G comes away with the golden win.
It looks like we are ready to get into game number 2. We will be on Miramar.
And Gen G's looking to make it happen. One player left on T1, now down. Just one player on Falcons. Gen G with the back-to-back.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And they are loving it here. All right, it's time to take over.
That's a great grenade right on top of Beamy. Purdy Curdy puts it right in his pocket. I think if you got 2 up, if you're Virtus Pro, you feel like you maybe have a chance here. If Twisted Minds does the unthinkable and manages to make a couple of dumb mistakes, they could give them a couple of 1v1s, but Twisted Minds, not really a team to make too many mistakes.
As it now goes down to a 3v1, Luke continues to just grind his way forward. They have so much utility left over, and Twisted Minds takes the win, making it a race on top by 3 massive teams. 2 that we always expect in the Falcons and Twisted Minds, and 1 that we don't. It's Gen G, but Twisted Minds walks away with the win, and I know that
we are ready to rondo.
And we're down to Myth with Baron alive with the ghillie suit. Some pretty formidable weapons in hand.
Finally, they've been able to slot in that final piece. And good on you.
RM gets T1, T done right at the end of the game. Lovely stuff. Catching themselves a beautiful chicken dinner here in match 4.
A great start to our final stage. Let's end off the first half with a banger as well as we give you Poro and Toffees to bring us Erangel.
And then from the other side, Furia, rapidly their foxholes are becoming trenches, though, as nade after nade rains down upon them. Tingleton just prays the bounces, don't favor him. The car goes over the top, but King opens the double! Luke 12 Panzer Fausting while Cowboy gets on top of his mount. Heaven trying to make the left side push, can't go for the res because Luke is being aggressive. Here's him off to the right side, thinks maybe it's the crawler. It's not, baby. It's a man in the blue, but he goes down, counter exchange. Cowboy trying to make it work. Here's the pop. He is blinded, and Supers pushes. They are boiling. They are hot.
Standing here with Batulin.
Today was the first day when we managed not to make huge mistakes, play our best game, so we did it today and I'm happy.
That does it for day number 1 of our final stage. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place for more PUBG action. It's going to be awesome. You don't want to miss the last 5 games. We'll see you there.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
The foundations of Circuit 2 for 2026 are about to be laid. We have got ourselves 16 teams here trying to vie for number one. There is only a few towards the top that realistically at this point are going to be able to ascend unless something absolutely magical can happen down towards the bottom. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. We got Toffees, we got Puro, we got Blank. We are ready to rumble for these last 5 games. And suffice to say, Toffees, we start off with the West looking the best up at the top.
The West does look the best, though. You know, I think some of the Korea teams have been very competitive and seem like that chase is really going to be on. But for me, it's been really impressive to watch Petrichor Road and particularly Gen G start off so quickly when it came to this event. Gen G, I did not expect it. They are blowing my mind, and I hope they continue doing weird things.
Yeah, we might look the best in the West. However, the East, you know what? They are putting up a good fight, Poro. That is fair to say. With what Toffees is saying, right? Gen G, with those double wins at the beginning of everything, I think nobody would have pegged them to be able to get those on board and put them in third place so far.
Kind of slowed down a little bit after those 2 wins, though. So we'll have to see if they can pick it back up again. But yeah, I think the first couple of games are going to be really, really interesting to see if any of these teams that are towards the top of the leader really grab a hold of this thing and start to run away with it, or if they leave the door open for any of these teams that are kind of hovering around that middle part that's 5 through 8. I think if you have a good game to start off the day, all of a sudden the rest of the day gets pretty interesting. So we'll keep a weather eye out.
And are we about to write another chapter in the T14 Angry Men saga here, Blank? That's my question for today.
Hey, we might do. We might do. We're getting the lovers to enemies story arc right now. It's the opposite direction, which is a little bit crazy, but it has been fun. It's been very, very fun so far.
Oh, Example versus Seoul. Again, if you cast your mind back to like 2023, etc., 2024, you'd be thinking to yourself, yes, this is a head-to-head all day long. But Seoul wasn't here for a while, Toffees, and he's going now up against the Cyborg, Example.
Yeah, I mean, what goes up against Example, right? Like the only person I think maybe goes up against Example in the future is Hakatori, and that's more of a handing of the torch kind of thing.
Maybe.
Seoul, I do agree, one of the best to ever do it, and it's been kind of his return has been less than exciting until yesterday when we saw some big moments. And so maybe this is the rebirth of Seoul, but I got to be honest, the last year and a half, it's been kind of a Seoul boy, and I want a Seoul man to step up and carry this team.
Yeah, me too. I think the time that he was on Damwon Kia, right, when it kind of they weren't qualifying for internationals, it was all in the Seoul basket on his back, trying to carry a team to new heights and never being able to reach it. I think it did hurt him quite a bit as we take a look at Twisted Minds going up against Gen G as a whole so far. Twisted Minds in number 1, Poro. This is a team that is looking for their 5th PGS.
That's terrifying, and I mean, it's we saw what happens whenever Twisted Mind kind of starts getting the ball rolling last year, or was it the year before, where they got the 3 in a row? Yeah, year before, 3 in a row, and that's nobody wants to have to deal with that again. I'm sure Twisted Minds fans would love to have to deal with it again, but nobody else in the world wants to have to deal with that again. And you could just tell the difference, man. Now that they have Perfectix with them, like they're moving, they move different in a late game, and it's. I will say that there was one moment yesterday where they kind of took a 4v4 against Myth, and I thought they had them kind of dead to rights, and they got wiped. But still, like they look like they can bleed. They look human, but that almost makes them more terrifying because they're finding all this success with that vulnerability.
If they win, I'm crossing my fingers because you've got yourselves yet another chance at a Batulin's interview. And maybe we'll get some fishing tips from Bella as well as Batu, Blank, and then we'll go to the other members and they won't say much.
I just want to caveat all that, though. I mean, I would be nice to get a Batulin's interview, right? It would be more of like a documentary on that side. But we do have to say, Twisted Minds did come into this with 6 points total, as did Team Falcons with their 10 points at the winner's stage. You dropped Twisted Minds down to 40 48 points here. You know, Gen G's only 3 points behind, so it was definitely not a terrible day yesterday. But I will absolutely agree they were riding on the coattails of those first 2 matches. I was hoping that for Gen G, you get 2 really fun matches, 2 really strong matches, and you know everyone's really excited in the team and happy. Maybe that would fix all their problems. It did not. Apparently, happiness does not win you games.
Yeah, this is exactly, and I have to agree with what Toffees was saying, Poro, earlier, that like, it was what, 19 points and then 19 points in those wins for Gen G, and then after that, I think they got 7 points across the next 3 games. As much as we would love to have given them their flowers for 2 great games, then we fell straight back to what we kind of expect at the moment from Gen G.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean that's fair. But again, it's 5 games, right? So like having that 2-game start though, that back-to-back, you would have expected a little bit more momentum, or that momentum to carry them a little bit farther. But that's this lobby. That's how tough this lobby is to play in. As we get to look at the PGC points, those are going to come in really important when we get to the end of the day and you start talking about like movement up and down that PGS point leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, not only does it have an important factor throughout the entirety of the year, number 1 on PGS points is invited directly into the grand final of PGC. So all of these teams, having learnt that on their way here, basically, to this tournament, there's going to be new fire underneath them to try and move on up. But here is the overall leaderboard. Toffees, beyond what we've talked about for those top teams, who do you think is going to be able to creep towards the top as well, say from that middle pack?
You know, I think if T1 and 4AM can avoid each other, then obviously both will make a jump up, because that seems to be a problem for them. Team Liquids did a late day kind of push there, so I would hope to see them make a move up. Anyone's Legend also caught me off guard with some real pop-offs. I think we unexpectedly saw them show up in some fights, because to be honest, our Observer team has stopped following them because they have been relatively uneventful in this thing so far. To see them in contest, they did it quietly, and I think that might actually work in their favor as everybody went home last night to get ready for the final day. Some of those mid-pack teams I think will benefit from no one looking.
This is our closest MVP race so far of 2026 PGSs. Normally when we come into the last day, it's just like someone's clearly ahead above everybody else, but Shen, we have example close to him here at the moment, and it does make me wonder, Blank, how Shen would be in terms of points if they didn't constantly have to run into T1 here throughout the last day.
Yeah, the amount of times that Shen's kind of put on a big show, I mean, versus Tiggleton yesterday was a fun one from behind those emergency cover flares. If it wasn't for T1, probably would be running away with this one, but they're keeping Superman down at the moment. They're dragging him down by the boots. But for 4AM versus T1, we get a They know. It's always good to see.
I don't even know if I agree, though, because half of Heather's MVP points come from killing 4AM and half of Shen's come from killing T1. So the question is, if they're not clashing into each other, like, do they get those kills? Who knows? Because they really are the standouts on these two teams as you look at the comparisons in terms of how they're surviving those fights. It really is coming down to Shen and Heather kind of carrying the back end of these teams. Other guys who have been carrying their teams, we got Perfectix on the return, right? Like, big head, big player, big plays, big on this team. He's making big moves. Gustav just joined up as well over on the Falcons side, replacing H-Win, and has also been a massive impact player. I love this head-to-head, though, James, because it's not the player one on each of those teams that you usually get talked about. It's the big brain player, the support guy, the one who's new to the team or back to the roster and is making the moves behind the scenes.
Yeah, I've been very much enjoying watching Gustav play things out with Falcons so far. It does feel to me, Poro, like they're having a lot of fun, him just being there, especially Tiggleton, who's making him dance, and apparently he shot Kickstart in that little video beforehand. So they're definitely gelling well by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that was ever a concern, right? Like, we've all seen those guys hanging out at events prior in the past, and, like, it's, you know, they always kind of gravitated towards each other, so it's not too terribly shocking. Pool talk for sure. But yeah, it's not terribly shocking to see them over there, and yeah, it definitely looks like they're having a lot of fun. And sometimes, you know, that's just what's needed, a little shake up in the team roster, get that chemistry going a little bit more. And every game that we pass, it seems like Gustav's kind of figuring out his role in the squad a little bit better, and we're starting to see him kind of show out a little bit more for them.
I don't know if those numbers in comparison were entirely fair on Twisted Minds. Maybe this is my EMEA bias coming through. But right, the three before, though, Poro, they were playing with Molodog. That's a sub. That's a big deal, a big difference maker. And we see it here, Toffees, right? You're saying Perfectix is back. clearly look at how much of a change that has made here to the roster. And now they're back on number 1.
I mean, they're a system-driven team. Having everyone who knows it fitting together is always going to be really good for them. On top of that, that Lucy interview she did with Batulin and sort of that pay forward the questions, she asked him about what their expectations are. And for the first time ever, Batulin said, we don't think we have to prove anything. We've got 4 of these PGSs. We're here to just play. And that's like, I think, a new attitude for Batulin and the boys. And I think Perfectix being back on the roster and the fact that they stepped back and they said, guys, this is us. We're a PGC championship team, or at least we gosh darn should be, but we don't have anything to prove to these people. We've done better than any other team in the world. We would be considered the greatest roster of all time if we had gotten that PGC trophy in the last 2 years. We're done. We're just going to play our game and not care what anyone else thinks about it. To me, that is a very dangerous twisted mind. To see Batulin sort of break free of that expectation train and just run down the tracks, I think this could be an incredible year for them now that Perfectix is back with the crew.
Here's an interesting thing for our last day, though. For the first time ever on internationals, we're playing 2 Tagos on a single day, and that changes things up quite significantly here. Blank, in terms of that change, obviously some, teams have different strengths and weaknesses here, there, and everywhere. What do you think 2 Tagos might do to this day? This is an interesting one.
I don't know how much it's going to change things. I think when you look towards PPMI last year, I think obviously Korea was really leaning into Tago quite a bit.
True.
But I do think that as time has gone on, the gap is pretty much just closed. I don't think Tago is going to change too much. I think teams may prefer not to play 2 Tagos, but I don't think it's going to change too much.
I can't believe you just pulled that out, because when I think about it, yeah, that was exactly on the money. It was T1 that was picking Tago when they were getting wins, and that was the only international tournament we played where the winner ended up picking and moving on. So, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Let's take a look now as we are almost ready here to get into this. Down on the floor, PGS4, last day about to begin here. As we just await the arrival of Bella in the Bella Dome Poro. It's almost here.
It's almost here. We're all very excited. You can't really get the day started until Bella brings us in, and it looks like she's ready to do so.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final stage of PGS4. I'm your host Bella, and we have to talk about the first day that happened yesterday. Well, it was a total statement piece, wasn't it? Genji showed up and claimed back-to-back chicken dinners, while Twisted Minds came up to tour up the lobby and collected a massive 31 kill score. And the gap between the top teams on the leaderboard is thin, so we have no idea what to expect for the remaining of the 5 matches today. And quick heads up before we drop back in, the PUBG Nations Cup is locked in for June 23rd to the 28th at the Changchun Arena, and it's going to be happening in Seoul right here. It's going to be massive, so mark your calendars, and we will see you then too. All right, well, back to the server. It's going to be 16 teams in the lobby, but only 1 walks away with this very trophy. The pressure is on, and the teams are locked in, so here goes the final day of PGS4 final stage.
สำหรับสกิน 1ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันแบบต่อเนื่องครับ
Перемога чи поразка, результат все одно буде залежати лише від нас.
Chỉ có một lựa chọn trong một khoảnh khắc sẽ thay đổi mọi thứ.
Как только игра начинается в PUBG, напряжение наиболее высокое. Но это напряжение, наоборот, вызывает еще больше желания играть в эту игру.
If you can't beat the pressure, then there's no reason for you to be here.
It was important for our team's growth. So our team is a new team with BL and Draft, so it was an important circuit to get improved and be better.
ผลงานในแกรนด์ไฟนอลครั้งนี้เป็นผลงานที่มีความหมายกับพวกเรามากครับตั้งแต่ได้เข้ามาอยู่ Arena ครับนี่เป็นผลงานที่ดีที่สุดตั้งแต่ได้มาอยู่เลยครับซึ่งทำให้พวกเรามีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นครับ
We evaluated our play style and we figured that sometimes we weren't taking risks when we should be and we were getting punished for it really heavily. So this time we're going to be a little riskier and hopefully that pays off in the average long run.
После первого круга PGS можно было подумать, что время Twisted Minds уже прошло. По сравнению с первым кругом PGS, сейчас мы пришли уже с новыми силами, и мы будем побеждать.
我们队伍现在的磨合情况和状态已经达到了最好的效果。如果说在第2轮系列赛里面，我们如果有运气加成的话，我们一定会拿到冠军。
We want to reach a level that we haven't reached yet. That is to compete for the title.
Tại vì giải đấu với cái thằng này bọn mình rất là tự tin và mục tiêu bọn mình tại giải đấu là sẽ vô địch, nhiều nhất là sẽ là 2 giải. Trình độ về cá nhân của mình thì các team đều biết hết rồi, vì mình là MVP BG cũng như là BNC.
Circuit 2'de çok güçlü takımlar olduğunu biliyoruz ama biz de bir onlar kadar güçlüyüz. Biz de şampiyon olabiliriz çünkü biliyorsunuz ki PUBG bazen şaşırtıcı olabiliyor.
อยากขึ้นไปอยู่บนจุดสูงสุดในการแข่งขันระดับโลกพร้อมกับทีม Arena ครับ
We want to start the tournament off strong so we can build confidence to win the grand finals.
저희가 교전력이 안 좋다는 얘기들이 많은데 운영과 교전 둘 다 제일 잘하는 팀으로 거듭나고 싶어요. 아직 저희 말고는 대한민국에서 우승할 수 있는 팀이 없지 않나요? PGS 서킷2 다시 시작해봐야죠.
Вдача може бути у всіх, а скіл є лише у нас. Так як ми вже перемагали, для нас нічого крім перемоги нічого не значить. І цю перемогу ми не збираємося віддати іншому регіону. Обережно їдуть Наві.
That's right, for 2026, 3 crowns have already been claimed here for PGS. However, the 4th one up for grabs right now. And currently in contention at the very top, 3 teams in the running that have not won one just yet for 2026. However, that team, they already have 4 on the board, Toffees, and a 5th would look mighty fine in that trophy case.
I mean, I think that's their story, is they'd love to have a 5th, but the reality here is that doesn't actually matter to them at this point. Like, they would love to have it, the money is nice, the points are great, but EWC and PGC honestly feels like all that Twisted Minds cares about at this point, because they've got the docs, right? And when we talk about the greatest teams of all time, like Falcons is following the same struggle. We have to get that PGC win. We have had such good rosters, such good players. Like, storied guys come through here. We've built families that love each other and play every day, but until you lift that final trophy, no one's ever gonna say you're the greatest team of all time. And I think that's where we have this balance of teams like Gen G who are just desperate to be respected again, and then teams like Falcons and Twisted Minds who are doing this just to stay at the top so that they can truly be considered one of the best of all time.
I have to agree with that, Poro. It feels like some odd bromance now going on between Tiggleton and Gustav. Yeah. He couldn't help but grab him just then. Like, what are we watching?
Look, it's only weird if you make it. Don't, no, we're not making Tickleton a thing. Like,
yeah, it's Tickleton.
No, please. Oh.
Well, I'm hoping that some of these teams, like looking at 4 a.m., some of these teams further down the lobby will find some success here, because Twisted Minds won on Tego yesterday. And if they come out here today and get another win on Tego to start off the day, they could make this really uninteresting very early on. So hopefully these other teams will step up.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting drop that they have, of course. And for other teams here that were just on the cusp of even winning a PGS, right? Teams like Myth Blank, I think that we need a little bit of that Kiss Magic, but everybody around the team also needs to come together to be able to kind of function and get themselves a little bit higher on these leaderboards.
Yeah, there have been moments though, right? I mean, Scappy's been playing fairly well, Jacob also, but never quite all at the same time. And I think that's one of the issues that Myth's running into. There have been some really good moments though from this squad where, like I said yesterday, Twisted Minds falling down in the face of them, but yeah, just need a little bit more oomph out of them. Virtus Pro as well, Kale, I mean, 28 points right now. It's not terrible, 9th place, but I kind of expected a lot more out of this squad, at least up towards that podium side.
definitely been a bit of invisible for this first one, but even, I mean, it's better than what they did in the first circuit, where they didn't even qualify for the first two finals and then come back and win the third one. But anyway, gentlemen, it looks like we are getting ready to go. Take those maps away from the players as we get into our first game. Poro Toffees, take a breather for now, as me and Blank will be bringing us into good old Tago for game number 1 of the day, game 6 of this final stage, Blank.
A bit of Tago action to begin things off. Kind of weird, really. It feels strange not going straight in towards Erangel, but instead we're over towards the Korean Peninsula, down towards that southern side. We're going to head over towards the northwest here on this one, as the teams will start rolling out. A little bit leading over towards the western side, actually. It makes it slightly difficult to get over towards the east, and as we know, throughout the entirety of PGS4, we've had some nasty circles.
It's all been south, and even this playing path also gives it a decent chance of also being south as well. As for these teams dropping on down, I'm curious to see how it's all going to unfold for the teams in the chase, because I think that there is still room to be able to catch on up. You get one win in this game and you're in that mid-pack, you're straight on up there with a 20-some point game to be challenging Twisted Minds, Falcons, and the like. But I still have my reservations about Gen G. After getting a 19-point game, and then just dwindling for the next 3, I think that as much as you've got 45 points there in third place, it's off the back of 2 games.
Exactly, but they were 2 fantastic matches, let's be honest. And I think that that always like tickles the back of my mind, right, when I look at teams like this, is that you've already sort of done the big job of the day. Yes, you weren't able to really convert those last 3 matches, but I mean, 2 massive games, that's hard to do in a lobby like this. For Gen G, though, we need to see something today. And there you have it. There's your Grim Circle to start things off. Huge amount of water. Teams quite literally locked in the Hosam prison.
It's about as scary as the one that we had with the significant amount of unplayable over on that east side when we had that one here for PGS4. So for these teams to be able to reposition quickly, right, you've got basically 30-some% water in this. And then from there on out, it's going to be harder to really find yourself spots. And what's actually even scarier is the focal point of this circle is that swamp location, which actually doesn't really afford you much cover anyway. Well, I say that, didn't before digging and being able to make your own holes and things like that. So it's not as bad as it used to be, but still quite flat.
Hilton has to move out really early on this one. Actually doesn't get too much loot down, but understands this little ridge that just sits over towards the western side of Swamp. That's going to be a critical location to lock down. There's not a huge amount of area inside of this circle that is playable right now. If you ever have the river locked in on that northern side, there's only so many areas this circle can actually go. Right now, though, Falcons kind of control a good, I'd say 20% of it over towards this western side. This is a really nice place to start. For them, things could get dicey as they have to move out over towards the east. But if they want to lock down that first place position, we need to see some of that aggressive plays. And already, Nixie finds a shot over towards Rex and will flush him out.
That's a rough casualty there. Chewy tries to go for a look 12 as well, as all of this happening far away from the circle. So any kind of delays here is going to cause you some problems. Luke 12 down. Maybe take the blue chip, maybe blow it up, see what they want to do with it. But the thing is that for Falcons, what's interesting, multiple things actually. One, I feel like, even though I'd love to be on the Twisted Mind side of things, and they are in number 1, and I always am, I still think Falcons without a win, as soon as a win comes through, and I feel a guaranteed one will come through today, things look grim for the rest of the lobby.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Take those back. The second thing is that with Tiggleton actually being scouting forwards, they know generally where they are currently. The circles almost never actually end there when you get a circle here. So he's scouting forward saying, okay, what's our next move from a spot like this?
Yeah, it has to move over. I mean, it's the important thing to do. They can always bring in some loot in the back of some trunks later on. They obviously don't go for the northern bridge camp, and that allows DN Supers to get in. As 3, they were taken down earlier. The blue ship was destroyed, so a little bit less of a threat. I imagine the DN Supers are just going to hover over towards this northwestern edge for a little bit longer here, Kale. Not likely wanting to challenge out over towards Hapo, down towards that western side. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. The transition points inside this circle, they're not fun.
All right, here we go. 5 minutes of highlights from yesterday. Let's see how it all unfolds. Tons of really cool stuff really to talk about, though. The fact that this was that first game, that prison almost pseudo ending, and then for Gen G to be able to control the high ground from that south side, that's what really started their foundations for this final. And it continued into that Miramar in a grueling field ending there, Black.
It did, and this is the one where we're kind of coining the Falcons as the Phoenixes. They just refuse to go down, you know, constantly getting back up again, and I think that was the story throughout the entirety of the day for the Falcons. No chicken dinner, but a refusal to die throughout the majority of it. Twisted Minds here over on Tego. This was sort of off a northern shift on the circle, but they held good control. It was a sad game too because Team Liquid actually controlled this compound they had, but opted to head down towards that southwest side. When I was watching the games back yesterday, it actually felt that Team Liquid got very unlucky a lot of the times where they picked out really good spots and then just moved away from them.
Yeah, or gone to a central spot and then been crushed by multiple teams coming in, so they've gone a little bit too early. So yeah, there's huge butterfly effects that can occur in PUBG, and those kinds of movements are a problem. We're even seeing here, right, as they had to go up against DN Supers, a great start with the Panzerfaust. And again, the senses were on point. They kind of had a good feel about where their opponents were moving. It just didn't quite line up in the sprays or even the gunfights that came along, and DN Supers was able to put themselves in a good spot. But DN Supers has lost one to start off this game here, so that does definitely put a bit of a thorn in their side. And as we mentioned, I think they're going to be coming in very slow from that northwest side with that one casualty.
And again, for DN Supers, they're a team that was climbing yesterday. Heaven was having a bit of a blast out day, looking really, really good. And I think that I sort of want to see DN Supers do more. I was quite impressed with them throughout. They had some great team synergy, but yeah, just losing a player here, it's never fun on the first match of the day for that to happen. But I think if you come away from this game, you can sort of forgive yourself. You know, you can talk to yourself in the mirror and say, you know, that wasn't too bad. This was a really nasty circle. It wasn't a fun playing path either. Let's just go again next match. But it's not over yet. It's very playable as 3. You're not going to get yourself a chicken dinner most likely, but they can salvage this game.
Is Hosan Prison somewhere you like to drop on, Tego? You strike me as a bit of a convict.
Sorry? What? You've got the ball and chain around my feet right now. Oh, the ankle. I've got the ankle monitor. I'm working PUBG because I'm on home arrest. That's why we're not on LAN. Is that what this is?
That's right. I thought I'd throw a curveball in there, you know, see how you...
As a matter of fact, I do like dropping in Hosan Prison. I think you'll find.
All these teams here just to be blasting out. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I don't mind it either. I've even taken you over there once or twice, you know, locked you up. Crazy times.
No, it's I think it's nice. It's absolutely filled the brim with loot, that's for sure. But isn't always the most fun to leave later on, especially on a circle like this where it gets a bit awkward, as you are kind of on the biggest shark fin in the game. So getting out of there a little bit difficult. Crazy Raccoons though, down towards that south side. Yesterday we wanted to see a little bit more out of this team, but I do think that getting self set up. But I think for Crazy Raccoons, it's sort of in the name, right? Where it is in the name. This team is a little bit insane at times. They're so unpredictable right now. So they're even more unpredictable than my sleep schedule, and that's saying something. So I don't really know what Crazy Raccoons can do here because we don't even know their game plan a lot of times.
It's because you're sleeping on those hard prison beds, Blank. You just
can't get sleep. Yeah, it's right.
No, yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, I think that actually they play better coming in really late, and on a circle like this, they're kind of already towards the center, admittedly on the waterfront, right? And you were expecting the shifts away from that. Looks like our pundits are picking Twisted Minds for our first game. Not too much of a surprise considering what they were able to put up yesterday as well as their track record. They have been the most stalwart results team basically of all time now with the roster that they do have available to them. And of course, they're straight into EWC, right? Defending champions. I love that they get an opportunity to defend and you don't have to go through some kind of crazy qualification process. But even if they did, they'd probably qualify anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I also, you know, EMEA teams are not too unhappy if they do really well, right? Because If they are at the top, then the spot's going to drop down at least once. So maybe you get another team in. You never know. So it's not the worst thing in the world for this team to keep doing well on side. But for Twisted Minds, they are still over towards that northeastern edge. They are just moving in. They were quite late towards this circle. They went for a central drop earlier on. But they are moving through. Looks like Team Liquid were able to grab Luke's blue chip. It did take a little bit of a roundabout approach to it, but should be able to get him back up soon. And I think you're at that stage of the game now where this is definitely a stable position to get your player back into the match.
Yes, it is. Batulin's just watching as teams come across the way, making sure that they won't be heading towards their compound and they won't have to crash land down onto it, as that is a very kind circle to these teams, all things considered. It could have been a lot worse, still encompass some of that water if it wanted to, but not going to be the case. We go a bit east of Swamp area, where you see in EMEA, teams like S8UL pitching up very early for that one. And Virtus Pro now going to be trying to do a little bit of a drive alongside T1. Some of those teams in the north side have to get moving and get moving fast.
I mean, T1's trying to hold out Virtus Pro on this northern side. Heather is very much up front in the action and looking to just leave now. I think T1 realizes this is not worth it with the circle moving down towards that south side. We're better off just trying to get ourselves a position further in. There's a little bit of hard cover with the rocks, but not enough to hold this team out right now. Luckily, Beamy does get a great shot. It's stolen away by Sololzi, though, from anyone's legend.
Yeah, but I think the entire lobby is going to be happy seeing Heather go down.
Yeah.
He's been blasting, that's for sure. As Example is now down. In fact, let's check in on the team comms here as Twisted Minds is trying to stage their campaign up from the north. As Virtus Pro's collapsing on them, I think.
Он вот тут едет на двойке. Он хочет поехать прямо... Вон, за мной там едет пока что. Двое едут за мной. Дип, на двойке едут двое. На двойке уже, в упоре почти что. Две машины едут пока что.
Толгы?
Парня логут?
Да-да.
Что по них?
Они просто туда уезжают. Ну,
Да,
по-хорошему надо просто...
Они
просто туда уезжают. Ну, по-хорошему надо просто закручивать на двойку.
Давайте,
перед ними.
пожалуйста,
Они через меня едут,
ретейнимся
подожди. Они через меня едут. Они супер агрессивные сегодня.
Давай дип их ловить. Перед тобой.
Они четвером будут ехать, да?
Да, не заезжай на них, Перф, едь просто на меня. Не очень
На городе
неудобно,
в Гостане, вот здесь вот на тройке.
Они дальше.
Well, that tug of war, if you're also watching the map stream here, Twisted Minds was very keen on trying to deny Virtus Pro from wrapping in on around them here, and Virtus Pro is now trying to make an entrance towards that north side of Hosan Blank.
I think that for both Swamp and Hosan, it's kind of funny because you have these funnel areas, right? You have to go sort of around them.
Yeah.
And for Twisted Minds, they want to be the only team wrapping out on that eastern edge, so they make it very uncomfortable for Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro do something slightly unexpected here. I think they realize that if they wrap towards the west of Hosan, it's a little bit of a guillotine above their head. So instead, they try and get it over towards Hosan proper. Duckshoes actually finds a shot over towards Corexi, though. But this is a very much alley-infested area. So you can get in, technically, and try and hide yourself away. Corexi down once again. Beamy is finding Clories, though.
Difference in interest, right? Twisted Minds decides to completely ignore Hosan, whereas Virtus Pro just crashes straight on in. I think that's the difference of Batulin's having the glider and knowing he has much more ability to scout ahead on a kind of wide wraparound compared to Virtus Pro, who's all grounded. So they're going for a bit more of a gamble play here, trying to head into Hosan as Gam the Expendables holds them out on this north side. And on the south side of all that, Na'Vi with a crazy 2-2 split blank like you were talking about.
Yeah, they've been very greedy on these splits. I mean, it's undeniable throughout. Even yesterday on Miramar, they were fairly greedy with these. Batulins launches from the sky.
Rarely see that symbol.
Yeah, don't really see that one too often. The glider did not assist him. Luckily, he doesn't go down, though. So I think he crashed it, and maybe the glider crashed into him. Which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah. So, again, Twisted Mind's going to get them back up. I do like that from Virtus Pro, though. What a quick decision from them. They're like, okay, Twisted Mind's going to give us a really hard time as we try and come on that eastern edge. It's going to get more uncomfortable. We're just going to send it Hosan. And they stabilize off the back of it. Very good stuff. Team Liquid with a insane needle thread here over towards the central side of the map. We know, to be honest with you, Team Liquid is sort of becoming the king of the ditch, right? You know, it's usually king of the hill. These guys love to be the king of the hole. They like to dig themselves in deep, and they're very used to playing out in open ground.
Yeah, burrowing like a tick where you are right now, because that is a great little maneuver for them. At the same time, Na'Vi actually congregated on that west side of Hosan. That's going to open things up for Twisted Minds on the east to be able to kind of leapfrog on forwards here. But Fury and Myth locked in a fight at the moment in one of the most anonymous compounds here in this kind of circle. It can co-inhabit a lot of teams, but they don't want to co-inhabit at all. Nades forwards here from Posa. Scappy goes down. Can Furia continue to put on some bombardment here? The thing is for Myth is that they are in the harder position to play this, right? Eventually, the circle will not necessarily favor them. Furia, though, very keen to finish this off.
Is a very aggressive team. Sometimes it comes back to bite them, but right now it is giving them points that are very much needed. The Panzerfaust is in hand, but they stop a little bit short here. Kraken and Kalmo, I believe, both have Panzers out. They're just on the other side here. Giving an opportunity to get Myth back up again. That is a bad Molotov.
Oh, Baron. Oh, no. And that actually might give away exactly where they are. So maybe even a Panzerfaust against the wall might actually do big damage here against them. Although that being said, Jacob and Baron, despite the little Molotov mishap, as nades go forwards from BL though, and shut down a lot of the damage coming forwards. It's up to Baron here, as well as also Kiss coming in for the reinforcement. Maybe more nades posted forwards against the position exactly where they are. He tries to bounce it off the tree by the looks of things, but no, it doesn't even go over the wall.
It's a little bit short on it. Another Panzer comes through. We'll finish off Jacob. Baron goes down as well. It's a very much needed Panzer in the midst of it. You've got players off in the distance also looking over towards as soon as Genji starts to chime in, and Furia just has to leave. And again, that aggression sometimes comes back to bite them.
Kiss hitting that shot against DraftKing there. DraftKing, a bit flustered by that one, has to crash straight into the building, try and get himself on in. Maybe go for a little bit more of a heal up here, seeing if he can delay things out. Now, DraftKing versus Kiss, stuck down in the dumps at the moment in this compound, because the problem is Genji's moved in just north of them. So anybody that kind of finishes this off, I don't know. I think their time's going to be done. What a Panzerfaust against the wall. He kind of knew where he was. And that is perfect play from Kiss. Kiss magic. Oh my God,
It is a bit of Kiss magic there, but Hosan in play, and Virtus Pro controls the majority of it right now. Did force the guys from Gam the Expendables down towards that south side. 4 AM just creeping in from that eastern side, but Twisted Minds, they've got a beat on this one. Sadly for Team Liquid, they will need to leave their position. Na'Vi also regrouped.
Twisted Minds is going to be furious about the move in there from 4 AM just ahead of them, because the thing is that they thought they had the whole east side, but 4 AM went for a massive wrap and has been able to somehow make it into Hosan. That's amazing there for them. Petrichor Road is also making the move forwards as well, as they're trying to get into the south side of Hosan.
Yeah, you got to do something at this point in time, and I think with the circle kind of pushing over towards this eastern edge, you realize we've just got to make the gamble here. Try and get as far in towards Hosan as possible. Virtus Pro being able to have this lovely spot on the western side allows them to run out over towards the west just in case it moves away from Hosan. These teams on the south side, though, not as much of maneuverability. For 4 AM, they are likely going to have to cut through Virtus Pro, or at least find an assassination over towards them. But I love the way they trickled in over towards this eastern side and got ahead of Twisted Minds. That must be frustrating.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think, God, there's so many teams that I thought made good moves, but will be frustrated. Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, Cerberus to a certain extent as well. Anyone's Legend still also needs to kind of eventually probably make a move. We'll see as they're on that west side, and maybe the circle does shift towards them, but here comes Falcons, here comes Crazy Raccoon. Yeah. They're all going to collide with one another, Blank.
It's not looking good. Peel does go down. Luckily, that's from Zest on the side of Cerberus, and that's a much-needed timing there for the Falcons. Will they get their boy out alive? Looks like they just about will here. Anyone's Legend with a purview on that northern edge. The rest of Crazy Raccoons, they're sending further in. The Falcons live, though. I thought that for Falcons, that was a death run on their side of things, but they are able to hold it strong. Surprisingly, still at 3 players, but that nade is going to change things.
Very much a death sentence for DN Supers as well on the other side of this, and this looks like Falcons, as much as I felt like, yeah, they were being kicked in the boot a bit here as Kick starts down, and I think it's only going to be 2 players here from now on. Anyone's like, she's going to go for a spray. Can they get a little bit more from this? Looks like Himas here backs off, doesn't quite connect with the rest of the spray. Tambin on the other side of this. All of the Vietnamese teams trying to shut down Falcons' movement, but they're somehow making it through. That is ungodly.
I mean,
Oh,
it
no, it's
looks
not.
like just one's going to make it here. And that is Gustav going to go set himself on that northern side of the map. I mean, it's the best thing you can do here. Really, really nasty terrain to try and force yourself off the back of. In the meantime, Team Liquid, they are fending off on the southern edge, but they got to get a move on eventually.
Come on, Hosan. Come on, Hosan. Roar Shift's about to come in. Come on, do it.
Oh, okay.
My God. It's going to get wild, Blank.
Might just be a bit of a Virtus Pro time to shine in this game. Gen.G and Team Liquid, they run into each other, and it is just mutually assured destruction on this end. Team Liquid are able to get 3 kills on this one. Cowboy, extremely low HP, but moving in from that southern edge, you know he's going to get shots taken at him. Twisted Minds, they've been happy just to sit on this southeast edge, right? They've watched all the teams coming in from the south side. It's a smart maneuver. There's still positions to push up towards in Hosan on that northern side, though. So it's not over yet for Twisted Minds, in fact.
I think that Petrichor Road in the middle of Hosan is being really proactive about trying to get as central as possible. They were making the moves when they realized that nobody's really covering the road just yet, because there is a window of time when you've got like a city ending going on that, yeah, not everybody's looking at the road. So you can make those moves early, but you've got to commit early if you want to do them.
It's a good Molotov coming through from Anyone's Legend. They realized that Crazy Raccoons, they didn't have a lot of time to set up over here. The mortar pushes them out of position. In the meantime, Himas starts to walk up. So they're looking to clear out this position nice and early. Himas, sadly, does go down towards 6 HP. That nade, though, it's at the feet. And Sololzi will find 2 there from Crazy Raccoons, clearing out a pivotal position now for the boys on Anyone's Legend.
Mate. They're on the tear. 9 kills so far for Anyone's Legend from this west side. They're one of the only teams that, of course, has not made it into Hosan so far. So they might be hoping for a bit of a western shift, unless they can get some cars going and maybe crash into this. One thing that could work for them is that because it's only Gustav in the north side, they might try, if it goes straight into Hosan proper, you can wrap around onto the north side and see if that works. But we'll see. I mean, they can't surely have any of that information whatsoever as they're trying to deal with Cerberus at the moment. Some good shots by Delwyn, shutting down Tambin. Can they finish it off? Because Cerberus is trying to make that move that I was just talking about earlier.
Yeah, had to go for it. In the meantime, Falcons, they did lose Gustav on that northern side. Was finally caught out there. For Sololzi, he has been playing extremely well during this game. Yuda will find him as Tambin goes down. Anyone's Legend up to 10 kills at the 21-minute mark. Kind of crazy stuff here, but it is going to slow down as we push further and further in towards Hosan. Virtus Pro, they need this win. This is the win that's going to catch them up on the leaderboard and set themselves up for a podium finish.
It feels like catch up the game right now, apart from the fact that Twisted Minds is still alive and actually one of the only teams on that east side, so that could become a problem. But yeah, Anyone's Legend, catch up. Virtus Pro, potential catch up. Myth, potential catch up, considering that they still have 3 alive. Petrichor Road, catch up. There's a great start here to day number 2 unfolding before us. Cerberus going for that north push, as I was mentioning before. And how much of Hosan are we still going to have in play? The entirety. Okay.
It's the urban finish that we were looking for over towards Hosan. It's getting spicy. It is getting really red hot over towards Hosan at the moment. You still have Anyone's Legend need to make their way in, like you said. Maybe a northern push over towards that top side. Sweep their way in around where Cerberus is currently playing. We do get a bit of a smoke train coming through from Na'Vi. We've seen this in the past from the team, from a different squad under the same banner. But they're looking to pull off something similar here. Tanfu for nade out the window. It looks fairly good. It's a little bit too far. Damage is done, but not quite enough.
Yeah. I think that here for Na'Vi, I think that this fight stalls out a little bit. The Expendables, though, maybe a little bit of a push forwards. We've got sawn-off shotguns. Ready, loaded, ready to go. Molotov might actually catch a lot of people if it gets posted through that window.
Yeah, looking for more damage. Sets out just outside the doorway. That's a nice prediction coming through from Doug Shoes, but doesn't quite find much more than that. Boostic on the down low, 60 bullets in the ammunition count, which is a little bit rough, but Na'Vi wants to find a little bit more in. They're going to try and move to the other side here of Gam the Expendables and try and wrap round, but they know this is dangerous. They're opening up their sightlines towards the eastern side.
These buildings, they have a little bit of vision on one another from across the way here, but at the same time, even angles to just throw some nades and stuff like that gets a little bit more precarious. A lot of times in these kind of apartment buildings, Blank, fights stall out. Teams can be right next to you, but you can't do much about it.
Yeah, it's very hard to post nades in between both these buildings. There is a balcony up top, but again, a player's got to sit there for that to happen. They can tuck themselves in real tight inside those buildings. You just don't have the sight lines. There's a tiny little window up top, but that's not really going to give you that much benefit to finding those shots, honestly. For Virtus Pro, though, we can check in with their team comms, see what they're thinking in this scenario, because this is a big game for them.
There should be still two teams there. One guy roof of orange.
The other guy could have also insta-run like the Soul, because they didn't shoot.
I mean, it's two men FC.
It was only Soul in the car. I don't know where.
Okay, maybe he died earlier.
He could have.
He's bandages there. He's gonna cross that from orange. He's bandages there. He's in? Yeah, right.
One roof of orange.
Okay, one guy's behind. Is
like
AL3?
Fucking blue tank. Yeah, L is 3.
Okay. Taking it.
Roof guy moving down. He crossed orange, one car.
Yes.
And of course here, that's Virtus Pro trying to lock down their positions. At the same time, the Expendables having a bit of a rough time here. Unfortunately nading themselves, trying to deal with Na'Vi, who's pushing aggressively, SWAT team style, to get rid of them on that south side.
And we head over towards the crossroads here, and it really is X marks the spot for a lot of teams in terms of their tournament run. Can they find the buried treasure at the center of Hosan? Pop the chest and potentially get yourself up the leaderboard. Hakatori pops the nade over towards the next window over. Doesn't quite find any damage over towards Duck's shoes. Dropping a little smoke over towards the stairs here. The stun grenade goes out, but Na'Vi, they're looking to get into it.
Shotgun in hand. They need to play this correctly. They've got to be careful about doing these kinds of things. That shotgun clipped him there on the way through. He knows that nade's actually being cooked there. Duck Juice goes for it, but doesn't quite clean it up. And actually, Blank, that you said that, looking for like the treasure chest of all things, I think a lot of people aren't coming in with crates, which is very unusual here for Tego. I think everyone's got kind of base loot at the moment. There's been a suspicious lack of crates in this game for gear for these teams.
Yeah, a lot of them dropped out over towards the fields on the southwest side, but by that time, most teams, they weren't looking for those crates at all. They were looking to get over towards Hosan. Myth still going strong as 3. It is the old Scrappy on side from Myth, just moving from fight to fight here. It's surprising they were able to get themselves out of that scenario between Fury and with Genji ahead of them. I actually would love to watch this game back again and see exactly how Myth makes it to the northern side of the map.
They've been able to wiggle, that's for sure. Really good stuff by them. At the same time, for Anyone's Legend, of course, they just went down. 11 kills for them. It's a great game for them, no doubt about it. But coming into an urban ending late delays you so much because you're constantly having to be checking every window, every building, even harder in TPP. So for Anyone's Legend, it's a good game, but unfortunately, just too late to Hosan here.
It is so important to have smokes, but the big problem is that as you can see, every push you make requires 3 to 4 smokes to make happen.
Yeah,
you've got to be 100% sure you've got to make that cross before you start sending those smokes out. Twisted Minds, they've been a little bit silent on their eastern side, so should mean the utility count is looking good. Not only that, they still have cars.
And Virtus Pro has some of the strongest roofs in the entirety of Hosan, as now Twisted Minds trying to make the move. Batulin's completely down, and nade posted forward here by Beamy on Hakatori. A big scalp to take. Can he follow it up with a second? He's going to have to crawl on away here from that one. He does get into the cover. I think they can get him up here. That's the problem with urban endings. You can get some amazing knocks, but it's really hard sometimes to be able to follow it up. As Beamy's going crazy. That's an insane angle that he's trying to take there.
He's just trying to prevent the run out. I mean, if he can get the bleed out, that's just as good, right? Nixie's looking to push around the side here. If they can get rid of Na'Vi, that means that Virtus Pro controls the entirety of the western edge. That's kind of what they're looking for right now. Virtus Pro knows they need to speed things up a little bit.
I completely agree. They absolutely do, as now they're being very aggressive on the push through into some of these buildings, realizing that if we don't finish this quickly, eventually we need to make the transition or we get third-partied. Whatever happens, it's not good for either of these teams. So let's get this done fast. It's going to send my mind back to them dealing with Na'Vi over in Neox Factory, which was an insane play for them in PEC. That's a good shot by Boostic. But yeah, he still was able to post the nade and not get the knock even himself.
I can't believe that. I mean, a lot of players would back off that window there. Not Lukarux. Still sends a nade in. But it was a great pickoff from BB and a good quick decision, which has been the name of the game for Virtus Pro so far, is very quick decision makings on what they want to do. Because with that not going through, they know roughly the Na'Vi should be on 3 players from the kill feed. That means there's only realistically 1 gun looking at them, which meant they could push so much further forward over towards this, kind of suffocate Na'Vi on the outer edge of this circle.
Forwards by Nixie through the smoke as well. Foldable shields makes it a little bit harder for you to be able to transition on through. Yes, Crix is just going to wait now, realizing you can't be doing much from that molly, though. Underhand molly could be perfect. As he moves away before it even starts burning, but he's in the blue now, so he's got a little bit of a jog on that he's going to have to get going. Likewise, Virtus Pro is like, okay, well, if the blue's pushing them, we know that they're going to be desperate, so we don't want to be in their line of sight when actually they do get desperate.
Yeah, I mean, for Petrichor Road, I think they've got sightlines over towards Na'Vi anyway, as they do need to make their way out. But yeah, smokes are starting to come through from their side. But this is an awkward push out now for Na'Vi. Where is the center dot on this one? I think it's over towards 4 a.m. right now on their building.
Yes, exactly. Bottom southeast corner of their building is the dot. So actually they've got a whole lot of control here. They've taken some of the roofs as well. And eventually Beamy's strong roof, which is the strongest roof in Ohusan, is going to get pushed out. So he's going to have to come off there anytime soon.
Na'Vi.
Alongside the rest of Virtus Pro.
Na'Vi moving in off the back of this one. The smokes do go down though, and Virtus Pro, they just can't afford to be dealing with Na'Vi right now. They're left Beamy behind as a backstop. Boost it, gets a nade up towards that top side, tries to go for the air burst. They're sacking off Beamy here. They know they need him to make this push work. He drops and he will just go down.
Yeah, not easy to be able to get off there. It was also the shots from across the way actually pushing him off of the roof there to be able to make something work. Shen takes it, the current contender for MVP at the moment. Some deployable cover as well on the roof. That might have actually been, I'm not sure if that was 4 a.m. laying it down or if it was an offensive one to try and crush him, but I think it probably was 4 a.m. at the moment. Nixie now, having gotten over the road, is just watching like a hawk against the Na'Vi cross.
Jacob, though, a nade into a spray down over towards 04 and I26. Hakatori goes down to Ming Ming. But it is 4 a.m. Shen's going to find a little bit more damage over towards that side. And 4 a.m., you know, it's been a slow game, but it's worked out. More nades going over towards Na'Vi. They cannot get off the bus.
This is going to get super hectic. Everyone's on basically the same two buildings here. Though Jacob goes crazy. Lumen Perfectix are down. At the same time, Na'Vi tries to make the cross. It doesn't work out at all here. Nixie takes the nade to the face. Gonna have to move away. Jacob's going crazy alongside Baron against Twisted Minds. They're being shut down, but Example gets him.
Example will find him, but we're back on board with Shen here from 4 Angry Men. He has loved this rooftop. He's taken it to next levels. Example looking to get the first aid, but not quite making it happen. We're down to the final 4. Myth with Baron still alive. Jacob goes down. Ming Ming still up, but does fall to Lukarux with the micro.
How is Virtus Pro currently winning this after having to make the cross? Now they're on the bottom of this building. Shen, with another shotgun to the face of Baron. That's Myth. Basically gone unless Scappy can somehow pull out some crazy stuff from this spot. I don't think so. He goes. A shotgun at that range. But here comes Virtus Pro now as 3. Are we... They might get to a heal off. If they don't descend, they might get... No way. Are we getting heal off?
We might just.
Is he going to go with the shotgun and try and deny them?
I mean, Winder might drop down off the back with this one. Gets a little bit of damage done. Nixie's going to be the last one to go down. We are into a heal off potentially here. The first aid kit popped a little bit early there, potentially. And Virtus Pro gets the win off of a heal off. It's a crazy game. 4 a.m. tries to make it happen. Na'Vi desperately hitting the stop button on the bus, but they cannot get off. And Virtus Pro takes the first win of the day.
I can't believe it. A urban ending into a heal off here. They can't believe it either. All right, let's bring Poro and Toffees back in for the game 1 of day 2 final stage. Poro, where do we even begin? What is this?
I'm still trying to catch my breath, man. That was insane. To have the lead-off game of your final day of a finals be an urban ending in a heal-off Absolutely nuts. But, you know, Virtus Pro undefeated when it comes to Blue Zone. Like, that's the one team that the Blue Zone just can't seem to master. But what a performance from Shen, too. I think he ended up with 6 kills. He's really trying to go for that MVP spot in that 10K.
Yeah, Toffees, we're getting word as well that Nixie in the comms later on was calling for jammer packs towards the very final moments. They knew what was coming in this last moment.
One of the earliest testaments of PUBG is thou shalt not mess with Bloomy. And, you know, they've got the basic experience. They made the moves. They got it. I will say the slingshot shift up to the city is what blew my mind. The fact that none of our top 3 teams were in that shift to the urban fight and had to get in late, to me was like the best thing ever, because it really did give 4AM a chance to climb, VP to get back into the mix, and my biggest worry starting today was that Twisted Minds Falcons were just going to start to run away with it. And so I do think a little bit of a stop on that was exciting. We're going to have a couple more folks move up pretty aggressively after this one and get into a really competitive spot.
Virtus Pro, 4AM with a big move as well. Shen going absolutely nuts with the shotgun towards the end there, Blank. It's very rare I see, like, shotguns at that range when you're thinking to yourself, okay, yeah, I guess we're just going to, like, shoot people from up on the high with this shotgun. It was cool stuff.
There he was going absolutely nuclear. I mean, it's quite funny just dropping the slugs on a couple of players' heads towards that end game. It worked. And you kind of saw everyone switch over to Uzis, to shotguns, to double barrels. It was hilarious towards this end game. Just everyone looking for something. You can even see there Scappy with the S12K just trying to make it work. What an interesting game to start our day off, honestly. A very tough game, though. I think a lot of teams got caught off on that one, but you got to give props to Virtus Pro. The immediate decision as they were getting held out by Twisted Minds is like, we've got to gamble Hosan. It is our choice right now. Let's control the western side.
Yeah, they put all their chips on Hosan, and it came up big. 18 points for them. I say big. I mean, technically for an urban ending, that's pretty darn big when you're actually having to try and work on through it. And being able to make the cross on the road, just great stuff from Virtus Pro. Made in Thailand as well. Really trying to bump on up as we take a look at the overall leaderboards here, Poro.
Yeah, anyone's legend, I think, ended up with 11 kills in that one, too. Just insane stuff. But the problem is that Twisted Mind still with a kind of a rough game for him, having to fight from the outside in. They still managed to get a nice little stack of points. They still managed to separate themselves a little bit from the pack, so nobody's able to catch up to them just yet. But 4AM, they're holding strong.
Is anyone taking this MVP off Shen, Toffees? I think he's going to hold on.
No, I mean, especially after that game with the 6 kills and his competitors all dead. I mean, the man had an over-under shotgun on the roof and was just putting in work from there. It's like, you don't see that often. But what I think it came down to was the incredible play by VP, the leadership of Nixie. One of our production team was listening to the comms, and I think you mentioned earlier, was saying Nixie was making everyone scout dead bodies for Blue Zone BPs, knowing that this is how it was going to come down to at the bitter end. We saw Shen, I think it was Shen was trying to like time out the heals, but you know what? Nixie went, you don't have to worry about that weird timing stuff out if you've got a blue backpack, right? So like great calls and smart plays by them. Not a ton of kills, but definitely a ton of effort and intellectual skill.
Yeah, there's always a moment as man of the match will be Jacob from this one here, despite that coming in. I mean, considering towards the end, right, he was making moves against Twisted Minds, Poro. That, I guess, must have been the determining factor. You're surprised.
Shen had 6 kills. What do we... Okay, sure, yeah.
He was great.
Congrats
the
to Jacob.
numbers.
Maybe it was a tie.
Even that would be ridiculous.
That is factually correct, Toffees. Yes.
Shen had literally every kill of his teams. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Congratulations to Jacob, and congratulations to me.
The funny thing is we never get heal offs. I hate that topic. Stop tickling yourself. That's ridiculous. We never get heal offs.
No.
And the interesting thing about heal offs is you actually don't want to be at 75 health. No. You want to be at 74 or under, so you can at least start the first aid there blank. So I didn't quite see all the healths that were there. Did you catch any of that in the moment?
I did, yeah. Well, because I'm very used to heal offs, right? From my background.
I know, I know.
But yeah, I think when you look towards that end game for 4AM, when they're looking to get underneath 75%, he times it too late. I mean, I called it during the match as well. It was just, and you could tell that he was panicking because originally I think the call is we're going to jump off with shotguns, and it's like suddenly wait, we got to go for the first aids here. But he times it out just a little bit too late. And I think Virtus Pro also, I know that they had the Gemma pack, but I don't think they hit those first aid kits on time either. But yeah, it turned out that they win the game just because there's a bit of panic on that top side.
Jammer's super important. It seems like 4AM had one, but Virtus Pro had two to be able to juggle, I suppose, there for at least just one member. As Nixie being able to put up some numbers for himself. That's the thing about Virtus Pro, right, Poro? When you see them being able to eventually get themselves wins, every single player, like 300, 400 damage, 600 damage, everyone's being of impact there. Even Beamy, who was on the roof and eventually has to die off, but he's important there to be able to deny other teams from moving around.
Yeah, I mean, I think Virtus Pro, I would say, has been kind of underperforming through the first 5 games. Like, it was not a great day one for them, considering the expectations that we've placed upon them. But, you know, and it's hard to really say that things have kind of reset, right? Because you never really know how much to take off of a crazy urban finish like that. But that's a massive win for them. Hopefully that gets their heads right, puts them in the right mindset with 4 games remaining.
It's excited me as this first game because, again, it was so different relative to our other Tagos and so furious for all of these teams to try and get themselves into a good position, Toffees. And now there's multiple teams that have just joined this top pack, right? Anyone's Legend, 4AM has been able to move up. Virtus Pro as well. The race is very much on.
Yeah, it is. And it was starting to look like a runway, but the fact that all the way down to 5th, we're at 46, which is really, you know, give or take 10 points to try to get themselves up there in the competition for first. So one win will put you in that position with 4 games left to play. I think we're banging it out to maybe even a 7 or 8 horse race where we came in today thinking it might be 3 or 4 after game 1. So that's pretty exciting.
Gents, our only Erangel for today. Poro and Toffees take it away for game 2 of the day.
El Clasico. We get to take it to the grassy pastures for match number 2. This is a welcome change, I would say, Toffees. We get to see something a little bit different on our final 5 games of the day, and that is one of the planes of all time.
That is quite the plane to start off the gassy pastures. It's gonna most likely, I mean, there's just so much statistical chances that military is going to be in. So that honestly, though, changes the way that everybody has to play this game, because time and time again we say, well, you can't go off the trends. You can't, just because a circle pops somewhere so many times doesn't mean it's going to happen again. But this plane path means you're looking at an incredibly high likelihood that it's going to be either the island or sort of that Primorsk quarry landing zone. So I'm fascinated by how these teams are going to jump out and prepare for that eventuality.
Yasnaya C1 pop incoming, right? That's
that'd be pretty funny.
It kind of would too. But yeah, yesterday we got to see a game finish up in those fields just to the north of prison, and that was a pretty exciting game to be sure. See Twisted dropping over here a little bit close to Expendables. So this is where you start checking yourself on how well you know everybody's alternate drops. This is an alternate drop for like 4 teams, and it looks like Liquid and Supers are gonna fight it out, and Deal's gonna find a shotgun to start things off, and Luke's not even gonna be able to jump down before he goes down. I think Luke has about 5 minutes played in this game already.
What an unfortunate...
He went down first last time.
What a huge grab. It's one of the fastest guns to get up in range, so he gets that knock. Meanwhile, Alo's able to get Rex with the Panzerfaust and knocks him out with the hand to finish the job. Human gets Cowboy, and already the wheels are falling off as these two teams drop in a very small area. Wow! Human with the beautiful iron sight headshot to drop Alo, and now it's only Purdy Curdy trying to get through with this MP5.
At least he's got a helmet. He's got something. And flushes at this point doesn't really matter. If you win the fight, you can get everybody's chips and get them back on their feet. But it's going to be asking a lot here for Purdy Curdy. But he has that bullet hose, that MP5 ready and waiting. Heaven is just listening for footsteps. This is asking an awful lot here for Curdy, though.
If they find Vest, you need 30 rounds per person, it feels like, with that gun. So we're going to see exactly what they have to deal with, because right now DNS knows they can just slow down. They can look for a few pieces of armor before they go in. And Baron, made in Thailand, knowing they had to be aggressive today to get back in the hunt, is actually coming up to look for some steals.
I like it. Liquid. Hurt will try to get the spray down through the window, but Heaven is ready and waiting, and Team Liquid will go out in 16th place. You hate to see that here on a tournament which started out with them doing so well, but it has been a slog here through the first 2 games.
Baron came over to try to steal a kill, and all he's going to take away is some tires, but that is not going to be great news for DNS. It means they have to adjust accordingly as the one car parked outside no longer runs. The circle, though, mostly Sosnovka, so you've got plenty of time to go through your loot phase. VP already crossing the bridge. Genji already in boats. The mass migration has happened at 3 minutes and 18 seconds into the game.
That's going to put the clock on Supers as well if they want to get their man back on his feet. Get Rex back. That's a big player you would like to have, especially considering you have this military island. But the problem is we're now 3 minutes in, and as you said, the mass migration is in full swing as Nixie will now be the one that takes the oversight here, looking down onto Supers. We'll see if they have another vehicle or some way that they can get that chip to the revive station as quickly as possible.
Nixie showcasing the MVP on his back from game number 1, the 5th member of their team, immediately picked up here as it really resulted in their win in the first one. Luka Rux, nice little rotation, going to go ahead and pull right into this garage. He's got a great spot for his crew to collapse on. Uncontested.
Oh dear. Yeah, they tried to run across the road. Human's going to go down. Nixie's going to find heaven, and now all of a sudden Supers, well, they're not so worried about a blue chip as they are just staying alive in this game. Deal, the last player left alive, and 4 kills is great, but man, you would have loved to have been able to put something else together here on a military island game, but Virtus Pro is just collapsing down on top of them.
There were just too many people rotating early who heard this fight, and you know that the only team limping worse than you on an early rotation is a team that had to take a fight right out of the gate. So they are essentially chum for the feeding as VP crashes in on this spot. They spray the door, they attack the low ground, nades come in to push Deal upstairs, and now they know exactly where he is.
He's got that auto shotty in hand, but that might not matter. That grenade will do a bunch of damage.
Smart.
This Deal will try to slow things down a little bit and can do a nice little stack of damage onto Crexy. In the end, it doesn't matter. Nixie will spot him from across the street, and just like that, Supers goes down. So we are down to 56 alive in the lobby, and it's not even just 5 minutes into the game.
And what lesson have we learned about hot drops today, kids? Just don't do it. Because imagine if they just jumped in that car and gone somewhere else, maybe a block down the street, both teams would be happy and thriving. Learn your lesson.
That's the problem. I remember looking at those the drop maps coming into this weekend, and there was literally 4 teams that all had that one spot listed as their alt drop. And when you see a plane like this come up, the chances of having multiple teams drop in that same spot obviously extremely high. We see get some replays here of Virtus Pro's road to victory in match number 1 in what was an insane urban finish. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, if you're only just now joining us, make sure you go back and check this one out because it was kooky for sure.
2 shotguns and an Uzi as they surged forward. Same for the teams up on the top. 4AM took the high ground. BP took the low, but I just think, Blank hit another nail on the head. 4AM didn't have the blue backpack. They mistimed their initial blue tap so they could start their heals sooner, and you could tell it's one of those things you train for and you try to practice, but you don't know where your boost bar is going to be at that point, right? Like, no one trains for a 5/10 boost bar with a 75% health rating with 2 seconds left on the blue close. Like, that's a tough thing to practice, so I totally understand. But VP knowing to just go for that backpack and make it easy was just next level thinking by Nixie to remember that in the heat of the moment, right? Because it's easy for me to sit here and be like, yeah, I'd make that call. Would you? When you're pushing a city surrounded by 4 teams, blue zones closing, finding the right weapon, like that's a lot of information to have that forethought of check the bodies, get the backpack.
Yeah, it is. It's not taking anything away from 4AM, but it's definitely adding to the legend of Virtus Pro, the fact that they were able to have that wherewithal and managed to clutch that one out. Huge points for them as it jumps them up all the way into 4th place and right back into the mix for this first place finish. Now, Twisted Minds is still holding on to first, and they have Novo to themselves right now.
With VP up in the 4s, like, they have to be here, right? This is, for all intents and purposes, the best of the West when it comes to EMEA teams, right? You've got your really strong teams out of sort of the regions where Twisted Minds, Navi, like, they have some super teams. These guys, VP for me, is the best combination of players from this side of Europe, and they should be absolutely dominating leaderboards across the board. The Crexy pickup was insane. And so that's where I kind of was watching them come into that last game. I was like, I don't know where VP's at. I need more points. I need more big moves out of them. And then they do it in game number 1, which is exciting because one more game, and they're chasing Twisted Minds for the title.
You can see a little camp going on here for Team Liquid as Cerberus. They've got little meerkats poking their heads up around the coast, waiting to see if anybody's going to take advantage of them. But Falcons actually in perfect position. And they're going to hear this boat start to make its way over here very shortly. It looks like Cerberus, though, are just going to make their way away from coast. And any shots that do come their way are going to come from a distance. I'm not sure. I guess Falcons just hanging out. Yeah, Cerberus. They see those cars. They're like, oh, we kind of dodged one here, didn't we?
Right. Glad we went wide before just crashing straight in. So very smart by them as they go around. Shrimsy, low. Sorry. This is how I play most games. They're just trying to hide as best they can and hope no one notices them. And they get that surprise attack. Should be pretty interesting to see how this one plays out. The circle isn't 100% guaranteed to be military. I mean, it 99% should be, but there'd be a world where you could get two or three quick shifts to go north, which is why some teams haven't committed. I love that Furia is doing this really long bridge camp from two sides, just in case that shift does do something really weird.
There's only a few teams not making their way in. Actually, Cerberus looking like they are heading right towards Novo, and they're still looking back at the hills behind them. They're not looking at Novo in front of them, where Twisted Minds could be in perfect position. And yet Perfectix is going to see this boat coming, and now the rest of the boys are starting to make their way over.
Run and get ready. The crash is on. They go straight to the high ground. They dodge those early shots by blasting up onto the hill. They've got some smoke cover, and now they can move along the broken wall. Duck, dive, slide, dodge. Hope to get past those bullets, and they should. Cerberus has deployed long enough now that it's going to be harder for Twisted Minds to know where they stand at this point. Is that a bike? He brought a bike with him. Sneaky
I had money, I'd buy a new BMX. DNL is going to go ahead and try to get a reposition here. See if he can maybe get a flanking angle, but I think that got read by Twisted Minds. Lou is actually going to spot out, Batula's actually spots out Zest. So that'll be a knocking it flush coming through as Cerberus trying to make her way across before the smoke had fully bloomed. So that is going to be one down now for Cerberus. And you see Stan off in the distance, but it looks like he's been spotted out as well.
It was. We immediately, the second he got on the bike, Batulin called it, and we saw, I think it was Lou, jump on his motorcycle to try to counter that rotation. So he immediately flipped out to this side to not let Stan get around behind them and keep track of where he is. Really smart play. They did not hear the boat come in, I think, and that was a quick reaction by them. Now, Kraken, the trap is set. They've been waiting for this for so long. They get that knock on Delwyn right out of the gate, but this becomes a harder fight for Furia. The trap went off, but I think it was too soon. They got that flush, but now they're going to get kind of pinned down here by AL.
Well, it's not exactly helping them out because AL is getting pinched from behind now by 4 a.m. So anyone's legend in a world of hurt. Fortunately, they have not left too far away from this gas station, so they do have a little bit of hard cover to play around with. You see Moss and Destroy going for the heels, but the grenades are starting to come in from Shen and HSM. We've already seen Shen is actually on one this weekend, and he is ready to add to his already impressive kill total with a nicely placed grenade here if he can land it.
Absolutely. Bounces through. Oh my God. It was so hot, though. And now he locks him in with that Molotov. Says there's not much you can do as he throws it through the window. Burn, baby, burn. Him-ass trying to stay alive. Does not get it off in time, so he's going to get knocked. Immediately, Shen flexes around to the left side. He knows his limitations, and he's not risking it. Up on the high ground, Furia does have a ton of vision of this area as HSM comes in to try to finish off those knocks inside of the gas station.
I think Navi might be looking over here as well as 4 a.m. is just closing the fist. As Destroy will try to go for the revive onto him as in the smokes. Looks like he's going to stick it, but the Blue Zone grenade will take him down again as a window will hit it. And now Destroy's been spotted out, taking down about half HP. 1 HP, Spaceman will take him down in the end. And now it is all down to Sololzi, who was playing closer to the bridge.
You know, this all started with a Furia ambush, but ultimately became a 4 a.m. feeding fest as they were able to crash into here, finish off almost everybody from the team. BL on the high ground goes, oh man, we got no points off of that. And now they're stuck on the bridge because the other side of them is the Expendables and Na'Vi on the island already. Now the shift will go south. The island is a guarantee at this point. And 4 a.m. needs to figure out where's the last player, but also how do we cross this bridge that Furia has shown is already camped? Of course.
Blue's going to spot out Udirt as the Twisted Minds versus Cerberus fight continues. Udirt hiding behind the boat that he took to get in here, but Perfectix, what an angle. He got him underneath the boat, and that will do it for Udirt. as now Cerberus are down to just 2.
Yep. And then, meanwhile, Lou has flanked all the way around to the opposite side, so he's actually shooting at them from behind. And Cerberus is it doesn't really have anywhere they can go. All they can do down in Hunker as Twisted Minds groups up, lets the blue close, and says, we're either getting points or you're giving up. But those are the choices that you work with here. Meanwhile, Falcons, who weren't even on the mini-map, they've been out here for so gosh darn long. So wait for that circle to pop. They've queued up the E-pickup, and they will be coming in once they know where the next circle is going to land.
There's an extremely long rotation camp, but it is also a very good angle on this E-pickup helicopter, so it's going to take them all the way to that southwestern side. As Furia, they're going to run into the Expendables. They try to collapse on each other, and but they do catch out Tanvu by himself, but Tanvu is a menace to deal with here. As you see, he's getting some support from on high. The rest of the team is up on that radar tower. Tanvu playing from the edge, gets low, but he gets another knock. Furia, they're getting dismantled here by the solo from the Expendables.
This is incredibly well planned. Tanvu up to the high ground again. He jumps out. He's going to take fire from above. The idea is his team can cover him from the high ground. He played well in the window. Now they jump down. They had a car parked there for the quick release. Comes forward with the Panzerfaust. They want to try to get in there to get Tanvu back up if possible. Huang F opens the door with a nice throw there. Does some serious damage to Kraken. Can they push in? He pulls back out the Panzerfaust. Meanwhile, Shed has used the time to get across the road. He wants to steal this and does. Takes away the Posa kill. Quick thinking by 4 a.m. to backfill.
Yeah, this is perfect timing for 4 a.m. as they have the hills, they have the angles. Strimsy, you can see the Falcons decided to drop inside military. They did lose one, and now they're losing a multiple to T1, and they lose everybody as they tried to go for a compound that was already occupied. So Falcons out early once again.
We were going to go to their comms, but now they're dead. So let's go back to this fight. Furia tried to survive, but Clories is leading the charge. Remember, they watched from the high ground. They saw the knock on their own teammate, and they came in force. The problem is 4AM and Twisted Minds are now coming in from two opposite sides to watch. Whoever survives this is going to have a hard time getting out of it.
That's a Kraken. Last player left alive. You can at least waste their time a little bit. Nice shots from Duck Shoes, though, as the Kraken will have to go for a little bit of a reposition here. All of this, you see Duck Shoes. Those shots were coming from on high. Tanvu, he doesn't know, and he's going to get taken down. As a Kraken will spring the trap. Would love to be able to flush it, but I think he lost him in the smokes. Oh.
And that brings an end to the battle for 15th place as Furia is eliminated and the Expendables still sit in 16th.
Unfortunate. Well, Team Twisted Minds now trying to make their way in on the south side, but Gen G is covering this road, but they're very, very split right now. And it looks like Twisted is actually going to cut in and go a little bit north and stop down on the edge of zone. And they might actually spot out somebody from range, but I don't think that they know that Salute and Soul are as close as they are. And Batulis is going to find out the hard way as Salute will find one. Lou is now in trouble as he is pinned up against the wall.
Salute, you are shorter than they expected to you as he surprises, catches him off guard. Example does turn on Beam, but Soul gets Lou. The fight breaks out. Perfectix back on the team and trying to make a difference as they try to salvage this ambush by Gen G that has just hurt them so badly. No one is flushed yet, though. If Twisted Minds can aggressively get to their teammates for saves, it might still be playable, but Gen G now looking to finish this off, those downed players.
Oh, no. Two in the whip and see if they can get a little bit closer, but Soul's got the angle. Perfectix has 1 HP. Somehow they managed to get away. Look at that. He was definitely knocked down to 1 before that energy drink tick brought him back up, but 2 now alive for Twisted Minds as they will try to stay alive and continue to add to their point total as we get a replay of what exactly happened to the Falcons. They just ran right into the middle of a T1 split.
They just landed, yeah, exactly. T1 was holding these two compounds. They were unable to identify that. The cars were parked inside. It wasn't a bad drop. It just fell apart. Getting knocked right out of the gate. And then thinking that they're all over there and not in the building you landed on, probably also an easy jump to make. So unfortunate for the Falcons. They're now in 3rd place with Twisted Minds and 4AM. Above them, Twisted Minds, good news for Falcons, is limping right now. 4AM, however, has a chance to take over the lead off the back of this game if they can still stay steady and stalwart. Sure, they're outside the circle, but they got a strong edge to push in on.
Oh boy, can T1 manage to hold the defense yet again? Heather all by himself in the ATC tower. He's going to have to retreat. Luca Rux and the Twisted Minds boys trying to provide some support from range. Heather will get 2, and Navi
Heather, that is a performance-enhancing thug as he wipes out all of Na'Vi in the tower. They were like, oh, well, the Falcons died over there. We'll be fine coming into this one. But not when Heather says it's time to play. Legendary access by T1. They're going to keep moving up that leaderboard. 45, they're in 6th, and they're not far from cracking that top 5.
All right, so you saw Cerberus after taking down Furia. They are still hanging out in the blue zone, but they've been hanging out a little bit too long. 4AM has managed to take a spot in front of them. So Cerberus might be in some trouble as we see PO just playing the wall. He's looking up on the ridgeline to see what he can see. Gen G is holding on to that south side, that high ground, as long as they can.
God, Heather's so good.
He hit some of the nastiest grenades, like literally 4 of the most beautiful grenades that I've ever seen. He hit back to back to back to back yesterday in that Erangel game, playing out of prison. Like, it was unreal. He is on fire right now.
He started to run away, and then he was like, nah, I got this. He's just turn back around and be like, whatever, I can handle a twofer. It just goes back and smokes him both. Like, his confidence, his willingness to play is impressive. But Unert catches Destroy as the regional compatriots take each other on.
Oh, I got confused, actually. I was thinking of Heaven. Heaven from Soup did the nasty grenades. But Heather, not too bad himself, as we've already seen, as Cerberus trying to make their way in. But you can see they are just starting to tick down. And yeah, buddy, this is rough. Coming in from that northwestern side. We'll see if they can at least keep 2 alive, as Virtus Pro, once again, Tommy's in good position. Let's see if they can get some more kills off of it.
Virtus Pro is waiting. We've got a little bit of a check-in as anyone's legend tries to figure out how do we slip past Cerberus in this fight for location. Him as the last man standing wants to go around the right side here. He's committed to taking this fight. They stop at the res. It's not going to work. Unert uses that perspective to knock him out, and as things do slow down just a little bit here, we can check in with VP, who's running a 2-2 split.
I think
Yellow's going to fight with your...
Above us. Watch out.
Flash them, just fire. 7, so please carry some.
I have 1 and 6.
See us down in the bunker.
Okay, then it's mid orange line. I think mid has all of this. Orange line. They're gonna fight like there, Bimi, you see?
Yeah.
Like they're coming down with cars to orange. They're coming down with cars to orange.
Yeah, they're gonna fight southwest now.
They're fighting.
They're fighting. Wait, what? Then mid?
How many is Genji?
Mid
is orange line. Mid has all of the orange line.
Okay.
One guy above on orange, Bimi.
Sierra is 1 dead. Sierra is 1 dead. 3 knocked. Sierra 2 dead.
Genji guy needs to move from orange on top. Maybe he doesn't have a car.
He has a dash, I think.
Genji is 4.
It's mid orange line, all of this. Just don't lose
They're
car in your
stuck in
bunker.
yellow.
Yeah, we get me.
Yeah.
They're stuck in yellow.
But who is on top of the bunker then? It's one of CR, no?
Okay.
That's wild. They're better than I am at tracking the kill feed, and I have a map feed. Like, they knew how many Gen Gs were up, how many crazy raccoons were knocked, and now Soul says, I also know how many crazy raccoons need to be knocked, and that's all of them. As he continues to fight forward, Soul is going to take a little bit of cover. Pio knocked down, but Example getting involved as well. Yuyan up to the high ground, does take Soul, but D, the newest man on the team, comes through in the end.
An Example now, the last player left alive for Twisted Minds, is kind of making life miserable here for Gen G. It looks like he's going to get the knock, and it's going to get stolen away, and he's got Bean kind of pinned out. Unfortunately, look at what are we doing? Example is just, they're killing everybody underneath cars. Look at these shots. Goodness gracious. There goes Bean. And looks like Gen G is going to be down to just 1. And I'm sure somebody from Virtus Pro knows exactly who it is that's left alive.
Example just going to keep hiding out. I mean, he's currently got the circle, and if he gets to the luckiest south shift in history, he may be able to just continue sitting inside of this tower. But even if the tower shifts out, he's got last ditch. He has a few options, especially now that we see Bean go down. No one is outside of the wall, so Example can slowly work his way across to try to take out D. If he does, he can actually backfill VP. There's a possibility for him. So we'll see what Example chooses to do as he moves through the fence. VP has collapsed to the northern bunker, which means that actually D and Example both have a chance to play that backfill.
They do, but I think if you're 4AM, you got to be watching that and knowing that that is now free if you're looking for a space to play next. And Petrichor Road also, a sleeping giant over there on the western side, still 4 up. playing in. It looks like T1's Heather from the ATC has managed to at least get some kind of angle. But Cerberus, it looks like they might be losing everybody here. Is Zest now the last player left alive?
And you got to wonder if they know you can now dig a hole into the back of the bunker. No, I'm kidding. It would be pretty cool, though, with the changes in the pickaxe. If you can find a separate way into that entrance, it would be pretty nice to have some sort of back access, because that is the downside of the bunker in both regards. Hard to get into, but also hard to get out of.
That's actually a massive knock, Chewy, onto Heather. So now Petrichor Road has a route to get into the ATC, but they take two knocks from Type as Type is lighting them up. But that's giving Zest now an opportunity for servers to make their way in. Ian is going to come over here as well. T1 is farming as Petrichor Road is down to 2. They'll collect another point here for themselves and see if they can maybe get Heather back on his feet. No, I-26 not going to allow it. But 2 alive now for Petrichor Road.
I just felt unkind. Like they were like, Heather's done so much, we have to go take him out. Also, Ian and Type threw everything they had at saving that man, and I respect it. As I-26 V6 goes down to that blue zone, and T1 continues to defend the ATC like I've never seen in my life.
And there you go. They get their 10th kill as example, still remaining active, trying to find a way to get across this road, but you can see Corexi's got eyes directly on him. He would love to at least maybe get D and get one more point for the boys before eventually succumbing to the blue. D doing the same thing here for Gen G, but yeah, the blues arrived. This is going to be asking a lot, for example, here. A few more shots, maybe you can get something. D just wastes his time.
They're just both accepting death with an exchange of points here. Let's go watch the fights that are like 4AM's trying to figure out how to break into VP and deal with Myth. Myth on the high ground, you can see him countering as hard as they possibly can here. Meanwhile, T1 has taken the high ground. They're trying to dig Ming out of this ATC.
Ming holding a nasty little angle there on the staircase. And just waiting. Yeah, just waiting for somebody to peek.
I think you see
like it's going to happen.
Jump out of the window. Yep.
Could do, yeah. That might be the play. Is T1 will drop one down and force Ming to make the move. 4AM, meanwhile, they try to make a move, and they got to get alive. And there you go. Ming's going to find one. He finds 2. Ming keeping it alive for Petrichor Road.
Wow. He's at 7 HP, gets to run back in, has the ATC, has boxes to loot, and is the MVP of PGS. Not really,
no, Zest.
But he looks good with that play.
Oh, you sneaky boy, Zest! He finds another one. What a great grenade, Cerberus, managing to keep the solo alive, and will collect another point, maybe a couple of points in placement as well.
It's hard. You make such an amazing, that was an amazing play to finish T1, and you know he's like basking in the glow of it, and then a grenade just like lands at your fleet. Ding, ding, ding. Oh man, you can tell he for sure was like, boom.
Like, no shot, there's actually somebody still over here. All right, well, Virtus Pro in fantastic position to go back-to-back here to start off the final day of this final stage, as they have Myth on top of them. We'll see what Myth can do, but Myth has to deal with the solos from 4AM and, well, 3 solos, really. 4AM, Gen G, and Cerberus all still in this, but they are all outside of the zone right now.
Yeah, DA is just really grinding for placement points at this point. They've already made up to 3rd place, which is great for them, considering Gen G did not have any benefit points coming into this event. 4AM does climb into 1st place with 1, but really it's VP. VP has the chance to get into the top 3 race unequivocally here on game 2 and make it a massive end run on the final 3 games. They've got a great spot. Their map awareness was absolutely diabolical, and with the circle shift, who can even get them out? If this should be a VP game.
It should be. By all rights, it should be. Well, Scappy's going to spot out Zest as Zest tried to make a move in the US. We'll stop down in the smoke briefly and just kind of distract everybody for the time being, as D is still waiting to see if HSM will leave the top of the mountain. Well, he's got another 7 first aids to go, so he doesn't have to go anywhere just yet. But unfortunately for Zest, he has to move. So one more placement point could be picked up for both of these solos if Zest goes down.
Zest trying to find a way to get around this cleanly, but I don't know. It feels like he's about to get scrubbed out. VP looking very, very good. You got the heals going off in the blue. Everyone just trying to survive. Zest sees the blue coming, is in a pit. I think he just waits and lets it take him.
That might be the play here. Take me away. No, he's still fighting. I mean, credit to him. He's making it hard. He has a little bit of utility left to go, and he's going to outlive HSM. So that's another point picked up for Zest as Cerberus now climbs into 11th place. Can he outlive D? That is the question. D has got him pretty much picked out here. The shots are going to come out. Gets about half HP, but not able to get the knock.
Do not go slowly into that night, says both of them. D actually, ironically, shooting at the one person. He desperately needs to die if he wants to pick up this extra point. So he's playing with his back very close to the blue. Zest doing the same thing. It feels like VP has sort of just said, all right, you guys figure it out between the two of you. He's gone back to their little bunker.
I mean, credit to Zest. Like, he's using grenades. He's out of smoke, so he's like, let me grenade myself a little hole to play in, but Beamy will spot him out. So D will collect another placement point here for Gen G as Myth and Virtus Pro are just kind of waiting for D to go away so they can put their full attention towards each other. D will, he's going to lose the pack now, and this is most likely him. Yep, signaling that he is going down to the blue.
He basically, all right, guys, you handle this. And now Myth and VP have to face off. It's a world where VP could have a heal off for the second time in a row if Myth is passive and doesn't jump down here, because you can't push up there. They're kind of locked into this spot if they've got the high ground, but there's not a good way to get in, right? As long as the guys sit at the back, your mollies, they just don't matter. So honestly, without a C4, I don't know how you get in or out of this situation. Honestly, check some dead bodies for blues. Go send some runners out there made in Thailand and see if maybe D's got something you can use.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, the center dot is outside of the bunker, but I mean, you see what's outside of the bunker. It's a whole bunch of nothing. It might as well just be everything's going to finish here right on the edge of the bunker.
I'd have one guy standing on the edge and the other guy healing behind me. Oh, they get the car queued up. It's a fake. It's a fake. They wanted to see him shoot at it. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious.
Oh, they're trying to get a read on exactly what the positions are for these guys. Like, and Myth is just not biting at all. It's just not a single shot has been fired. They're like,
they should have studied with Gunner on how to get those fish to bite, because right now they're geniuses, and now they have no more cars. Oh my God,
We'll see what Virtus Pro decides to do here, as Myth is giving them absolutely nothing. But I think you get a pretty decent idea. I mean, you got to assume high ground, there's going to be people watching you from both sides, and there's probably another person looking from another angle. But it's just a question of how quickly can you pick them up, and how quickly can you, how quick are your flicks, man? How quick can you hit those headshots?
They got one more car to throw some bait out here. We got some flashes coming in. They're implying that the push is going to happen, but Kiss, stalwart, just standing. His job is pure anchor man magic as he will hold this position. Go ahead, throw some. I like this, smoking his teammates to get close in so they can try to toss some grenades off the bank, but also guarantee they have the circle.
I would actually like to see them maybe smoke out VP inside of the bunker and force them to come out that way and make their way through the smokes. As you see, the Molotovs are going to do a lot of damage. They're going to get them low. The blue zone has arrived. That first one will get Correxy. Another one's going to go down to Baron. Jacob in perfect position, and VP, it might be asking a little bit too much. There you go. Myth will finally collapse and take the win.
And VP is Myth busted, as they had a great spot and a great lockdown, but they did not take the top quite fast enough. They come from above, kiss of death over the edge, and it is a great win for a team that desperately needed the points. James and Blank, yet another end game that was unexpected across the board.
Gosh, that was gruesome. Just holding them. Oh, I wince in pain. You see at the top, it's like, yeah, it's 50-50, guys, by the percentage. No, it's not. Not at all. Blank, that was brutal to watch for Virtus Pro.
Looks like we're going to lose this game, guys, from inside. But yeah, no, it's a tough match. It's a tough match, right? Not what you do. I respect they had some fun with the vehicles.
Oh my God.
That was
perfect.
Now joining us is Beamy. More Beamy?
GG, man. That was epic.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, but that was tough stuff. And tough stuff in general throughout this game, right? We start things off with a hot drop first. And as Poppy said, Poro, like, this is another game. But after that, we get that urban ending where I just didn't expect it to be happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because, you know, given the Circle 1, like, you kind of assumed that everybody knew it was going to go over to Military Island, but still teams, because the plane was so far south and forced everybody kind of right on top of each other, we just saw so many early game fights. And then, I mean, what do you do here if you're Falcons? They tried to go, it was ambitious for sure. Like, you have no opportunity to scout this from the air, and unfortunately for them, like, T1 just perfectly on time, not only for them but also for Na'Vi.
Yeah, T1 was on an absolute ram raid here throughout all these teams. Heather absolutely popping off as well. There was an amazing moment where Ming Ming does clean them up despite that C4 going down their top. So as much as T1 had a great time there, Ming Ming was able to eventually dispatch of them.
Well, and Ming Ming came in like, he basically pulled a Heather on Heather and the boys. Like, played really well, did a nice little juke around the outside, knew that the C4 wasn't going to be a problem, played them on the retreat. Like, it was a master's class in movement, and a Ming Ming that I haven't seen in a minute, it feels like. So it was really nice to see. And then, of course, you get to that end game. VP just got locked up. There were too many teams on the outside. VP took that spot knowing that it is a win condition, and at worst, you walk out with a second or third place and a pile of kills to go along with it. So VP, despite not getting the chicken dinner, 6 kills in a second off the back of that quick rotation early on, they're going to be stoked on that.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very happy. You're right. As much as you say, you know, guys, during the cast that, yeah, they've gone fishing with the cars or whatever. Made in Thailand was dynamite fishing. I think that's illegal in most places because it was just disgusting at the end. But it does move them up into 5th place here for Made in Thailand. And Virtus Pro, off 2 games, jumps to the podium and 4 Angry Men overtakes Twisted Minds Blank. This is some wild stuff.
It's insane. It really is insane. It's a close finals. Very, very fun. Sadly for Falcons, they dropped down towards 6th place there. Oh, man. If only they knew that C block was open, it might have been a very different story for me and Kale were laughing behind the scenes as they dropped between 4 separate teams. It was pretty much a death sentence from there. Kiss getting themselves 563 damage done there. I mean, for Myth, they are on the up and up, and I think they are looking good today. Like I said at the start, you know, it felt like a one-man show across the board in some of the other matches. They are lighting up all together as a squad right now.
I thought I could call maybe a winner yesterday, considering what we were watching, Toffees. But now, no. 3 games left. No, I can't call a winner anymore.
I mean, we showed up today with Myth in 10th place with 24 points. Like, after this game, they're going to be actually in that race for the winner. So you see the man of the match goes to Kiss. But honestly, that to me came down, if you're giving a man of the match to Myth in general, they played that really well as a team. Kiss, like, sending out the smokes to send his team forward, to make VP believe they had to go, to calling the Molotov hold until the bitter end so that VP could not push out in front of the blue. Just a ton of awareness. And even the molly spread that they said, he called mollies and they knew where they were going to drop them. It wasn't the risk of triple mollying one spot. They spread them across the entire front line. So their planning and execution was gorgeous, and all of these teams are now very close at the top.
That's why I love watching our top teams play. They're all really playing so well, and it's been a nail-biter in these first 2. Let's hear from Nixie from Virtus Pro, who's been 1st and 2nd here throughout these first 2 games. A man of few words. Thank you very much, Nixie and Bella, for joining us.
We already had one interview with one of the players from Virtus Pro. Maybe we can get... Why would you want
Blank,
more?
anything? Corexy, anything to say about that? No, you don't want to do? All right. I'm getting word that we do have sound now, so let's check in with Nixie.
Hi guys, it's Phil. I'm standing here with VP's Nixie. Hey, good to see you, Nixie. Well, today seems to be going well for you. You got the first chicken, almost got it the second time too. How's today going for so far on your end?
I mean, we've been pretty good zones. We're getting pretty good zones. We're also playing pretty well. We're just talking good as a team. We're communicating very well. So I would say it's going pretty good so far.
And we have to talk about the last fight that happened just now. You were trapped in the bunker with the kiss of death staring down on you. Like, what were the comms like? What were you guys talking about?
So basically, we knew that the zone is going to be outside. So we're just thinking, okay, how do we... Like, we were just thinking, like, how do we play out? And there was, like, multiple things happening, multiple things going on. And we just had to choose one. It's like, okay, let's just do this one. If it works, it works. It doesn't. They have way better position than us. But, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. There's not much we can do.
I was just waiting for a miracle to happen, but maybe next time. All right, thank you, Nixie, and best of luck to you.
Yeah, of course, a tough position to be in there towards the end. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, Nixie, here for the interview. And as you say, even pros in that scenario, Poro, are like, how do you solve this?
Yeah.
And sometimes there is no solution.
No. I mean, it's sometimes you may have something left in the bag that you can pull out and just come up with something interesting. But like, I mean, you can see that the double car send was kind of the end of their bag of tricks right there when they knew they were pretty much pinned down.
All right, it's break time. When we return, we have got ourselves 3 more games. It's a nail biter, as I say. It's super close. We'll see you in a few.
You know? Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting down here with S2G to play some shooting challenge. We'll give you 5 bullets, and the one that gets the most points has to tell the loser what kind of dance to do today. Are you excited? Yeah. So the small bottles are 2 points. Big bottle is 1 point. Okay, Sheila is up first, and it's harder than. Here he goes. Oh, you know. Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Oh, good job. Oh, what?
Just chill, guys.
Okay, 3 points.
3 points.
Oh, loading. Oh.
Nereye gitti?
Oh.
Cebinde çıkarıyor ya. Tam Karadeniz uşağı.
Ooh. Oh.
Oy.
That was crazy. He is currently in the lead. How many bottles?
3.
3?
O adamın adı neydi senin?
That was a very clean shot. Oh. Oh. At the moment, 2 points each, right?
Baktığın yere gidiyor mu lan?
Laza, let's go.
Hayır.
Oh. Whoa.
Abi tam arasından geçiyor.
Oh, 4 points. Okay, and now let's find out. Oh, okay, already. Whoa. I'm okay, that was amazing. Keppa, please sit. Keppa won, and I'm sad to inform you that Cece has to take the dance that Keppa chooses.
Ne istiyorsan Gangnam Style yap. Gangnam Style yap.
Gangnam Style.
Let's go.
Everyone say bye. Thank you for joining me today. It was wonderful, and I'll see you at the next one. Say bye with me.
If you were Twisted Minds Falcons and Genji coming in today too, you were laughing. You were loving the leaderboard, but just 2 games changed everything. Now we have got ourselves yet another 3 or 4 teams bouncing on up to the top here to make these next 3 games very, very spicy indeed for PGS4. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time. We've got 3 more. Yes. Considering how close it is at the top here, Toffees, it's looking really good to round out the tournament.
It is. It's looking really good, but I can't get over Myth, who came in today in 10th with 24 points and is now sitting there with 5th place at 55. So that does 2 things. That says, A, there's still some other teams who can really get themselves into this hunt. B, it tells me the top teams really went home and just sat on their butts and didn't really prepare enough or something, or everybody else got better. And C, it tells me the PUBG's Nations Cup is coming up on June 23rd, and you should check it out. 24 participating countries.
True.
We've got one of the best Canadian teams in history. Veterans who've been grinding nonstop are going to be there. It's going to be incredible, man. I think this is going to be a really good event.
I agree with most of that. Yeah, so of course, tune into Nations Cup coming on up here. Should we fingers crossed for Canada? Yes, I think so. That's fair to say. All fingers and toes crossed for the boys. But Rondo coming up here, Poro, as we get into things. All I need now, Poro, is for Na'Vi to somehow do silly Na'Vi things and join the top pack as well. What do you think?
I mean, it felt like they had an opportunity a couple of times. Like they were in a good position in that Tego game that ended in the urban finish. But it's, you know, urban finish. You never know what's going to happen, right? But it's weird. You know, we came into this thinking like, okay, well, if any of these top teams take control in this first couple of games, it might be all she wrote. But the situation has not presented itself very well for Twisted Minds, as they have been kind of like, you know, you get the urban finish and then you get the Millie Island. So the PUBG gods are not smiling very fondly on the teams that came in the top today.
And even when you look at 4am, having coming into this game here, Blank, right? They actually are stuck on the side of that East Bridge and then somehow still overtook Twisted Minds here. They're playing lights out even though they're in hard positions.
Yeah, they're very much finding these really, really cool rotational spots inwards. And then they have the chops on them to kind of pull it off towards the end here.
All right, gentlemen, time to go into Rondo. 3 more games remain here before we round things out for PGS4. Top is Poro. Settle away for a moment as we'll bring you back right on after this game here to talk about everything that's gone down. As we have match number 8, it's going to be me and Blank here bringing you it, and we have that plane path heading straight over Tex Track and Neox Factory for our game 8.
Yeah, very much a central little plane path here for everyone. Hopefully a nice start as well for some of our squads. Not too south, maybe somewhere towards the center. We'd like to see a little bit of a change of scenery for our final rondo here of the tournament of PGS4. Teams are jumping out nice and early. Got Falcons all the way up towards the north side of the map, actually. Probably going to wrap around a little bit here on this one, past Nanxuan.
Maybe even loot there, just to be able to get going as well. I mean, it's going to be early. They know that there's no parachutes heading over that way on that split too. So it would be okay, as I don't think anybody's going to be challenging the usual Twisted Minds and Na'Vi position over on Test Track and Neox. Nobody wants to be going for some crazy hot drops to start things off. Petrichor Road has been one of the teams that actually found themselves in some cheeky hot drop spots and scenarios on Rondo in the past, but they're not exactly a title contender just yet with only the 38 points. As Na'Vi and Twisted Minds dropping alongside one another, they know the deal though. It's very rare they challenge each other on this kind of spot, but they are going for that Pico. They're very close to one another. Uh-oh, you got to get out. Yep, you run away. You got to dance, but there's going to be guns in the hands soon here for Na'Vi.
Boostig lets him live. There is a pistol up top right now. Looking down over towards Perfectix, and Hakatori is the type of player that can hit these shots. He gets around the side, an air shot as he comes down. But yeah, you got to chase this one. He is full broadside at the moment, and Twisted Minds aren't quite there to assist.
No, they're not. I thought maybe they were going to be able to get a gun and try and find a spot. He just needs to actually buy time for him to maybe come around, but no, it's going to be the case. That's unusual. We don't. There you go. Those are the shots that I was talking about, right? You expose yourself. The thing is for Na'Vi, though, is that they can get this res off much quicker than Twisted Minds can. So this is messy and not common at all between these two teams.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one right now. And again, for Twisted Minds, who are right at the top side of the lobby, this is not what you want to see. And Ferris will be able to grab him out. This is a little bit of a tough blue chip to pick up here. It shouldn't be out of the realms of possibility right now for Twisted Minds. Batu with a nice little K9 shot across the way. But it looks like Na'Vi's going to head straight back on over. I don't know if they picked up that chip. It was in the middle of the road. Maybe they didn't want to expose themselves too much there. But yeah, Twisted Minds down to 3 right at the beginning of the game. And I'll tell you what, it is a central circle. So we can all rest easy.
I will say, if you really had to figure out who's at fault there, out of those two teams in terms of that fight going down, it is Twisted Minds. They kind of bit off more than they can chew, right? Like going for that Pico, which is ahead, just slightly ahead of Neox Factory on that drop. That, in theory, in terms of this gentleman's agreement that they've had in regionals as well as internationals when they've dropped in these spots, that's Na'Vi territory. So that was a bit cheeky there by Twisted Minds to try and go for that Pico.
Yeah, I mean, Perfectix, he's been watching the games, but he hasn't been playing them. Maybe he doesn't know. Right.
All right.
He's not signed the contract just yet between the two squads. But yeah, I think for Perfectix, it is a little bit out of the ordinary to try and go for that one. I think he realized, and I think there was a moment where he could have pulled off as well, right? He could have swung towards that right side. Yes, he risked getting shot out of the air, but guns aren't in hands just yet, and it was just a pistol. Either way, you imagine Twisted Minds should be able to get their final player back up again. If they don't, it's a little bit disastrous for their point scoring. But you talked about Petrichor Road before, right? And they're in 10th place. They have 38 points. Funnily enough, they are just one big win away from getting up towards the top 5, even the top 3 if they really wanted to. I think that it is insane. This is a really, really close tournament we've got here. A fantastic set of teams to join us in this final stage.
Your first PGS blank, and I know that we were talking after PEC, and you were loving the level of play. How are you loving PGS so far?
It's
Your
different.
first one.
It's different, right? It's a very different playing field. I think PEC, you do get a little bit more of those hype moments alongside with PAS as well, right? PWS too. But I think when you watch this, you really do get to feel like the level of skill and the amount of it's not actually the amount of respect between these squads. Myth in that last game, Diamond Hands on the top side, not budging a muscle because they didn't want to give away position. Like these matches mean so much to these squads. It's been fun. It has been extremely fun.
I'm glad you're getting to experience it as well with us. We've got ourselves these final highlights from Kiss as well, just holding out. I mean, you were definitely going to get some guaranteed MVP points for that game, or man of the match points from that game, considering how easy it was going to be to hold out. One of the best teams in the world in Virtus Pro who'd taken the bunker. But I mean, the thing is, when Virtus Pro takes those kinds of spots as well, they know the potential of, you know, being one of those bunkers, will definitely get you to the late game if the circles bear down. Yeah. But they knew that if any team had moved in above them, it was always going to be difficult. So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, they fired up the tragedy on the old DVD box, right? That's the thing. They knew what they were getting. They knew what they were getting in for, right? It was going to be a tragedy in the end. But Nixie's smiling. He knows what they're going for. And a first place into a second place, that is a fantastic result for Virtus Pro. Again, we were talking at the beginning of the day that we want to see a bit more out of Virtus Pro. This is the team that's just coming hot off the back of PGS3 and also performed really well in their regionals. I wanted to see more from this squad, and they're showing up today. Yesterday, there was a lot of chasing of circles, which made sense. Some of those were nasty. But yeah, this is the blue chip retrieval, 100%.
Yeah, I guess Na'Vi well, actually, I was about to say Na'Vi had no interest in taking it, but I think they couldn't go and expose themselves up against that solar panel, right? Because they knew that, technically speaking, Hakatori had already been knocked. They didn't want to take the risk of going there, getting the blue chip, and then walking away. So it's very methodical here, is Twisted Minds, to be able to pick up that blue chip and get him good back to go. As of all teams to be able to do something, Na'Vi to start off with a kill, and then I'm saying, oh yeah, is this now the moment where Na'Vi just decides to show up the last couple of games of a turn? Maybe that's the catalyst. I don't know though.
Does feel bad for Lou a little bit, fighting against Ghost there as he makes the cross. Na'Vi's nowhere to be seen. But luckily, with the circle being so central, they've got plenty of time to keep looting up around Neox Factory, around Test Track, get more of those smokes on board, as well as get Perfectix back into the game, though. He will have a little bit of a late start. He's had a bit of a snooze at the desk for 7 minutes.
I do like as well he had a EMT gear on board when he's making that cross, like truly the medic play. Yeah. Like it's not going to do anything for him in that moment, just getting a blue chip, but he really was like, send him out there. Poor guy.
Yeah, they made sure. With Anyone's Legend in a fairly decent central position at the moment, we play off the back of this one. Virtus Pro also coming in from that south side. They are slowly working their way in all the way from Hongshan on that south side. Myth are close behind though. Might cause some problems later on for this squad, though we do have to talk about the Falcons. Today has been a little bit awkward, right? And I don't think you can blame them all that much. There has been some moments where it's just not felt like they had much control over these circles, much control over how to get into position. I know yesterday they were talking about trying to be a little bit more aggressive in towards these matches. Yesterday was a bit of a first game was a bit of a salvage run. Second game, it was like lights out. They'll watch back the VODs and be so frustrated they didn't take C block because it was opened. Instead, they got the drop in the middle of 4 squads.
He's still smoking.
What the heck?
so we smoked, we spent like 4 or 5 smokes to get the chip, and now we're spending 2 to cover it. I mean, yeah, they're crossing all the T's and dotting all their I's, right? They don't want to take any risks whatsoever. At the same time here, T1 doesn't want to take any risks against Team Liquid. We'll back on off from that. I think maybe they want a bit more of a long-range fight instead of straight running into them.
He's hearing demons. You can just hear the whispers of Akadori. The booster. Grab that
The nightmares.
He's done it. My God, he's done it. Well done. Gets Perfectix back up, and he'll be in for the next zone here, getting themselves back into position and get some loot on board. Team Liquid, this team, at this point in time, I'm not sure how much more they can get done. It is so close on the leaderboards, though, that I can't really count anyone else out at this point in time. I think for the area, damn the Expendables, maybe I can a little bit. I think for those guys, over 3 matches and the track record, it's a little bit easier for me to say I don't think these guys are getting a podium.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Very tough in a lobby like this. It's the perfect timing on the res here for Perfectix as well, because he gets that first res timer off, therefore they knew they had a little bit of time that they could buy before they really needed to get Perfectix back up. You can see the timer as the game is unfolding, and now he can get back to Test Track and Neox Factory and get completely looted up again. So it's not the most disastrous thing, only the fact that Na'Vi's taken 1 point away and been able to, I guess, get themselves going much faster than Twisted Minds, who I guess would have liked to. Because the thing is that actually, now that I think about it, Twisted Minds does move quite quickly normally from Test Track. So this has definitely slowed down their game.
100%. And I mean, for Twisted Minds, they're a team that really likes to play in from that edge sometimes and pick themselves out some nice spots. And they've already suffered because of it on this next circle that drops down towards that south side.
Sure.
A little bit of an awkward central position on this circle with the valley that sits in it. I think right now Virtus Pro gets themselves into a fairly good position up on high. They can play off the back of that one.
So we still have Made in Thailand trying to make the run for it themselves in this last day. They kind of did towards PGS1 in that first circuit as well. They made a really good run of it, but were stifled by the Chinese teams. Himas takes down Spiro. So I guess Karma's come back to bite them here, unfortunately, as now they've lost one at least. Team Liquid pulling up against the Anyone's Legend compound at the moment, as there are some reinforcing shots from Furia of all teams shooting their way whilst they're trying to breach. That means the Team Liquid's going to be forced into a quicker fight than they may have liked here against Anyone's Legend.
OREM, though, an important team to be keeping an eye on right now. Spaceman opens up with a Panzerfaust over towards Glaz as Crazy Raccoons crashes into them now. Not a team you want to see crashing in towards you. Purdy Curdy can't get in the window, continues to take shots, has to drop down to the deck, and in the meantime, Salolzi will find an initial nade over towards Luke.
What a really unfortunate place for that car to have ended up, right? If you'd have crouched, maybe got through there, but it's very, very difficult when you're also being shot at the same time. Yeah. It's going to spend time in an animation here to try and make that work, and then it's deadly. But Cowboy now sends a nade forwards. There's a little bit of chipping damage against them. These smokes are covering them for a little bit, but he's scared to move out into some of the open areas here, just in case some more shots are going to be coming against him from other teams, still looking down upon this bowl, upon this compound.
Yeah, Fury's a bit of a problem here, and they're starting to encircle this too. Like Sharks in the water at the moment, looking to bite down over towards Team Liquid. I mean, nice bit of juicy steak here on the side of Cowboy would be lovely for the Sharks and Furia, who are looking for this. Twisted Minds, like you say, did wrap over towards the southeast edge. Peshkor Road also losing Chewy. This is over towards that south side. They're playing around the unplayable on that pillar.
Double
What
blue.
is Furia doing? They're fighting everyone.
Yeah, they're on a mission right now. I don't know how well it's going to go because they're being shot at by Petrichor Road. And actually, DraftKings does run down Chewy. I guess maybe they got a knock and then just like wanted to go for the run over and then move away from it. They're thinking that was a guaranteed kill, so that's worked out. Oh, but that's a great panzer here from Salolzi Delwyn as well with another nade. This is going to be all on Purdy Curdy, but it's not going to be anything as Himas comes around the corner, finishing off with the M4. That is Anyone's Legend. Great hold by them.
It's a bit of a quiet demise coming through from Team Liquid there. Nice nade, though, from Pio over towards Spaceman. If he's the double that gets sent in, the second bit of burst damage will take him down. Shen still up and alive.
Did our experts pick Twisted Minds for every game?
I think they did, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a good pick normally. As Qyon here taking quite a bit of damage as well from 0-4. Has to get behind the building, but at the same time, this pressure is putting on a lot here. Winter coming around the corner against Pio here, Blank.
Winder has been a real phenomenal player going through the 4am. Not the expected player for the team, but certainly one of the players putting in the most work for the squad alongside him and Shen. Ionix moves in. It's a great switch on the shotgun. The sawn off will certainly saw through the guys on 4am. And there's a Panzer on Qyon. He gets taken down. It's off center. And 4am will take down the Crazy Raccoons.
Oh, tough stuff. All right, Circle shifts, and now we do actually have Falcons comms over on that west side. They're going to have to chase Circle. Let's check in and see what they're up to.
The DNS is on green. Fuck, bro. You guys have any play in mind here?
I mean, can Tick just see like a mortar somewhere random on yellow and we can just drive there?
I mean, we can maybe do 17 setup on orange line.
Probably gonna be Tick. I think we should drive yellow. I think we should drive yellow waypoint right now and have Tick mortar something on yellow.
There's gonna be a fight on the north right now. It's not like they're fighting by Yulin. I think there's gonna be chaos to play off. I do not want to dive middle right now.
Okay. There's a guy on green though.
I hear lots of shots by blue waypoint.
On the sea behind us.
Yeah, I think they wrapped north around us. I don't see them.
Okay.
I'm not 100% though. I saw
I'm watching 4am drive now.
Left, leaving banana compound.
If 4am full leaves banana, we should just backfill it and slow play up the ridge. It's really good for us. We should.
Yeah, I like that.
Wait, guys, be ready. Be ready. I think
It's twisted and out on the north, I think, by the way.
Yeah. Did they hard leave?
Guys, green just full left.
Okay.
Green just full left, guys. We should take the rocks.
Okay.
I just watched
Okay,
3
you
cars
want to
leave.
send up
They
to the
left
middle on
garage
blue?
well. You guys
What
should
spot
go.
do you want to play
You
exactly?
guys should go.
Okay.
Go straight to green. He left
Straight to
green. He
green?
left
Okay.
everything.
Where did they
You guys
go?
like playing the east? They went deep into the circle.
A big debate there. A lot of options available to them. They've realized that, of course, the pillar has left that position as 4am went south into the compound. Maybe that is their entry point, but I like the idea, Blank, that they were okay with playing edge and maybe third-partying some fights there, because sending center, I think, was not going to be the way for them.
Yeah, I mean, where they were pinging, it was directly between 2 lines of sight, so Virtus Pro, that would have been a death sentence. But yeah, they saw Petrichor Road, send it fast over towards that eastern side off the back of pillar, so it's going to try and take that one. Kickstart is moving quickly now on the western side, but yeah, 4am sees him and are looking for him. They need to reinforce that position if they can from pillar side. Here's a quick replay coming through from Baron. Does get a nice shot from the air on the glide, not before he a tactical descent.
Oh, they was being watched by Nixie as well. Oh, gosh, that's rough. That is very rough indeed. But, yeah, there was an interesting moment. I just saw Kickstart, running, and then 4am was following him completely as 4-man. So I think maybe Falcons is a little bit scared about that potential chase continuing on. But it seems like 4am has wrapped just north anyway off the back of that compound that they were in. So at the same time, in that north side here, DN Supers as well as T1 have been chasing each other constantly. Time starts things off against them here. Takes down Heaven. It's the perfect start here, and raining alongside with him for Rex, and it's been stolen away by Furia on the other side of things, Blank.
4am looking over towards Furia. They see the shots ringing out, and they're happy to take some blood off the back of them. 4am also crashing in. Don't know how Type survived that initial onslaught and even got himself a little bit of damage, but now DN Super seem to be pulling ahead, leaving Heather as well as Raining off on the eastern side alone in the midst of it. 4am, though, they're happy just to blast Furia, who are on a bit of a big split here between them and Kraken.
Winder playing clean right now on these pull-ups. It was very surgical on how he was able to enter there. At the same time, though, Shen is now down. Pico, where are you coming from? As now Sir Kraken is so far away from this. He's trying for some reinforcing shots here to cause some problems, but Spaceman pulls out the sawn off, finishes off Draft King. And unfortunately there for Fury, I think it's really all tumbled, even though 4am, 7 kills about them here in this game. So they might be going down relatively soon. It depends on if they can get the recovery going. But 7 already, that's huge in first place.
Absolutely, 71 points now for 4am. And this is the thing, this is a hard team to catch up right now. They are consistently putting up points every single game. Perfectix will find Destroy, takes them down almost immediately. DN Supers launching the mortars off. Falcons actually don't have a bad spot here. There is a lot of space to clear out from the side of pillar. They just need to be very wary of their north and south side.
I think those mortar shots are short of 4am there. It was 239, and they were almost completely on diagonals of 2 squares, and it's about 140 meters per square, so a little bit off indeed. As now Twisted Minds finishes off T1 in the distance. They're keeping a hawk's eye on anyone's legend, though, after they tried to get somebody in with the res beacon, shooting him out of the sky, and knowing that that team has to move eventually. So if Twisted Minds stays there, they might have a few more kills coming their way.
Definitely an open spot here for Twisted Minds to play, but they're making it work from that position, keeping eyes all over the map, and they have to when you're playing over towards this northern side, towards those paddy fields. Not easy. Kurexi has the BRDM in hand. It's been a while since you've actually seen one of these in the finals, I'm not going to lie. So we do get it on screen right now with Kurexi for VP. This would be very important for their push from that south side in towards the circle, but looks like they are rocking up over towards Cerberus. An initial knock does open things up.
Yeah, more nades forwards, with those smokes covering it for a second, but those nades will fall down into some of those craters as they're trying to smoke him off. He needs to go for the res now. There is no other option. He would have actually bled out completely there. Tambin has been shut down now. With Virtus Pro, with the BRDM in hand, I'm a little bit concerned for the rest of this south side. They can play this nicely, even though they're very much on edge, just moving on away. There's no threat to you. Nobody's shooting this right now.
Keep it very careful as well, right? He's mainly using it for info grab, but also trying to keep it away from sightlines to be shot at. They want to have this BRDM going in towards the late game. They see that there's really not any compounds to be really playing off the back of. So this BRDM not only is going to be effective as a scouting tool, but also as late game cover.
If that nade had got posted through that window, that would have been brutal. It's now been peeks on over. Sees if he can get a few more shots in here with the MK12. Preferred gunner choice for a lot of these players. As now still Gen.G trying to pressure on as much as they can. Tries for the molly through the window, but it does burn him out anyway here. And at the same time here, Virtus Pro are also having a bit of exertion. Unfortunately, knocking Lucarux is driving him over. Myth gets the circle alongside Petrichor Roadblank.
Myth, I actually really like the spot that Myth is playing. It's a little bit of a difficult position to play, but having that down slope over towards that backside and also trying to hold on this little ridge over towards the west, it can work. It absolutely can work. You might need to consolidate one side towards that late game, but right now it gives them a lot of options.
Does more nades down here as example holds off Anyone's Legend. Mentioned it before, like they are not going to leave you alone, Anyone's Legend, so you need an immense game plan to get out of here. You need some knocks and maybe the push on up with a lot of smokes, but Twisted Minds is not going to leave here anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, the force from Twisted Minds has been really good over towards this north side of the map. They have cleared out this position magnificently. I don't really think anyone's been able to take it to them. They've had constant control over towards this side of the map. They have left their mark on it. That is for sure. So for Twisted Minds, looks like they'll be coming out of this one quite strong. They will have to contend with 4 AM in the future, but 4 AM is down a man.
I like this attempt. Like, you have to try and do something that isn't engaging with Twisted Minds here, does Anyone Legend. At the same time, though, there's so many teams that you have to try and thread through. It's going to be difficult. As now Delwyn goes down to Winder as well. This is just feeding more points towards him. Winder's come alive in this last day here for 4 AM and really able to propel them to new heights at the moment. Perfect.
Ooh, yeah, Sololzi's down, and it's another big nade from Winder, and he really is clearing Winders at the moment because this game has been squeaky clean so far. It has been fantastic stuff to watch from 4 AM. They're up to 10 kills on the match, 74 points, still playing as just 3 players. It has been great. Zest on a bit of Zest control over towards Gen.G, getting the Pest out of position.
See if we can dislodge him a little bit more once again. Got to do it yourself here, my friend. See what it can get done with some of those mollies as well as nades. The Panzerfaust in hand goes for the shot against the car on the left-hand side. Doesn't really connect with much at all. On the other side of things, actually, you can see here that Feyrus is also shooting this way. Stolen away, though, in the end. Actually, no, it's not stolen away. That's Soul going down, of all things. Okay, now Feyrus does confirm it. I do wonder what would have happened if Na'Vi had been 4 alive from this spot. Losing Spiro early with 3-man here might be a bit more difficult, even though they've got control of the east.
You got to feel bad for Na'Vi as well, because Spiro going down, that was not from a close range engagement. That was Anyone's Legend all the way on the northwest side of the map. Don't know how the hell he hit that shot. It was actually incredibly clean. And then not only that, to get the follow-up as well on the flush. Yeah, you're playing against insane players at this point in time, and you can't afford to be out in the open for even a second. Kurexi here with the mortar, sending them out, understanding the potential in the future. They'll need those craters.
Yeah, and maybe trying to dislodge Petrichor Road. It was really close. That car bounces away there as Petrichor Road lives to fight another day. Where are we going on this circle? Kickstarters as far as the Falcons boys now looking against 4 AM, seeing what they can get done. Shen is down. If they realize fully that they could potentially put on some pressure, it is big pressure indeed here. Winder down now. Falcons with the 2-2 split. All of them are coming to reinforce. Shut down 4 AM completely on the north side.
Yeah, really good stuff from Falcons there. Taking down Shen first as well as Winder. Like, those are two very, very difficult players to deal up against. Spaceman, he's going to dig in, right? Try and get himself as deep as possible in the ground and as hidden as possible. But Falcons playing off the back from this pillar, smart call earlier on. And they have really played it quite slowly, but they know they just need to get late into these matches now. They need to start catching up because the podium is starting to pull away from the rest of the squad.
This might hit Spaceman. This might, he's trying to dig himself down. No, it's just too short as well there. Almost the minimum distance you can go with a mortar there. And once again, if it's 120, I don't think it's going to hit. I think it's just too short here at the moment. So Lou would need to go a little bit further if he was going to be able to connect with that one. But Twisted Mind still 4 alive on that north side.
Tough to spot this one out as well with the foliage involved. I think for Spaceman, he's sort of safe up until the Falcons walk over the top of him. VP moving out with the BRDM, but shots immediately sent over towards it, and it makes sense. This thing is almost out of gas. You'd hope they'd have brought some with them. They're going to roll it down, though, over towards Myth here, Kale.
Wait. He's just going to drive through with it. He did a bit of damage there. He drove it through the shield. Panzerfaust connects, does a little bit of damage there to Currency and the boys. And now it's burning as well. They need to get away from that. They have really fully committed to this. Nate goes forwards against Kiss. He repositions, but that's some great shots coming on out. Virtus Pro is on the warpath once again here, taking them all down. Oh my god.
Just one player up here for the boys on Myth. Lukaruk's alive similarly. There's a nade over towards the backside here. Scappy has one left in hand. Sends it towards the backside of the shack. Immediately looking for the res. And will find it. VP, gargantuan effort to try and get that done, but Myth are looking like giants today.
It looks clean, but as soon as realizing that Myth was completely spread out, they couldn't get every angle they needed against the 4-man there against Myth. And now I feel like Falcons or Twisted Minds can definitely capitalize on some of the room that was made there, as Falcons looks to be the one to try and exert themselves. I-26 taking down Perfectix. Got to try and go for the res, spraying wildly into that smoke here to try and bring him down, trying to stop him here. As Lou, pick up Hakatori, shots come in, they connect, but not enough.
Yeah, has to back this one off. Again, for the guys on Twisted Minds, they know that they needed those mortars to hit because this is their next checkpoint, right, over towards Petrichor Road. If they get 1 knock, 2 knock, they would have been sending it over towards that position immediately. Playing around Fountain would be a great area to be working with. Na'Vi, though, we were asking about them. When are they going to bring up those big games? But it's Tiggleton with the trigonometry, trying to send it over the top, over towards Petrichor Road. Everyone wants a piece of him.
Connect. Yeah, 130 meters. Let's see if it lands. Okay, on the left-hand side of Petrichor Road at the moment. Petrichor still has a really strong spot to play. The thing about it is it's given them like a good little plateau to work from where nobody's been able to see them for quite a long time. That's why we've seen like 2 or 3 teams try and dislodge them with mortars because nobody can get a bead on them.
Yeah. Luckily for a lot of squads, though, they are now left on the northeast side. We did get a southwest shift on the circle. I actually like that mortar coming through from Tiggleton. He tries to send it over towards the edge where they would usually scatter, forcing them to really look up towards the skies there and where it's going because they scattered out towards one of those edges. Maybe they get a knock off the back of that. But now he will turn his sights over towards Twisted Minds, and this could be deadly.
Yes, it will, as he's going for 170 meters. You know what? That's quite good. I think this might make it, or just a little bit short. We'll see. As now, going to be eyes to the sky. They're maybe trying to react to it. Okay, it's just a little short. So close.
Not many left, though. It's just the one left now.
He knows it was short.
Yeah.
But he goes for the
just going to send it. Just going to send it straight away, yeah. See if they walk back towards that position to try and reinforce that little lip there.
The only thing that could possibly happen is a slight variance in the wiggle of the shots that do come down. And that one goes much longer. Jeez.
Twisted Minds lose. Like, we've got to get rid of Petrichor Road. Send them all right now, and we're just going to send over in the cars. That's what they have to do. It's the only option they have. They have to create chaos in the midst of Petrichor.
Smokes down, deployable cover down as well, and now they're going to be making the move here. I think that also Falcons is going to be making the move as well. Oh, one of those mortars does land. 0-4 is down from a double, and Falcons is moving in above this too here. They realize that a third party is how they're going to be able to dislodge them, but Perfectix and the boys are going to be able to take so much damage against Petrichor Road. There's no way Petrichor Road survives this.
Twisted Minds blowing the minds of Petrichor Road as they try and get themselves out of this position. Nades rolling down the hill. Spaceman actually opening up over towards Example. Not the player we thought would be coming out on top. Boosty, they're the ones to try and come in. Na'Vi's actually retaining the position over from Petrichor Road. Twisted Minds, they open the can, but it looks like Na'Vi's going to be eating the dinner.
Of all teams to win this out, it might actually end up being Myth on the south side, right? Like, they are just playing a completely different game right now. 2 Twisted Minds, 2 Falcons, 2 Na'Vi, all on this north side, realizing that they all had to make a third-party push on this kind of position. This is devastating for Petrichor Road, and now for Twisted Minds in the middle of it all, as they are getting bombarded from either side.
Batu battling for position from within the smoke. It's a great nade he sends out, off the back of some comms, off the back of some sound, but Tiggleton will find Batulins, looking to go a little bit further. Kickstart goes down.
Na'Vi for the cleanup. Boostic and Akatori here coming in, stealing things, knocking things. Kickstart down. Boostic has been able to take down Batulins as well on that steal. He goes really mad push here with the hybrid scope as well, coming around the corner, but Tiggleton is able to fend it off, but Na'Vi's not going to let you have any room whatsoever. Nade forward against Gustav. What is going on? But here comes Myth on the south side for a potential cleanup too.
Myth starting to move in here, down to just Tiggleton and Shrimsy for the boys on Falcons. Boostic, Hakatori, Fearis, Na'Vi looking for the end of day hurrah here for the squad. They do have the advantage here. Myth is going to cause a problem.
You say the end of day hurrah, it might be the end of day apocalypse here for these teams. This is just absolutely explosive. As now, things are going to calm down slowly, thanks to the fact that with Twisted Minds gone, the teams that were sandwiching them have found themselves a little bit of a reprieve, some plateaus once again to work with. Now Na'Vi, with 3 alive. I said it before, I thought that maybe with Spiro, maybe they could get more done, but they don't even need him blank. It's such a classic moment for Na'Vi to come in and come alive towards the later stage of a final here. Oh.
It is classic. Na'Vi, Shrimsy steps up. His position's revealed now as well, which is bad news for them. Luckily for Myth, these players are going to have to move off from this south side. They can start from this north side. We'll be able to work their way in a little bit. Tiggleton will grab the vehicle immediately, but Na'Vi's not letting them leave.
Oh. Yeah, I think Falcons, they've really made a good run of it. But now I think you're going to get naded out. You're going to get blasted out. The blue's going to be pushing you here. And you either go towards Na'Vi or you go towards Myth. And now Scappy takes him and Kiss finishes it off as well. Good stuff by Myth. They weathered the storm of Virtus Pro. I don't know whether they can weather the Na'Vi push here from this one.
Hey, this is 3 top 4s in a row for Myth at the moment. Yeah. They are going insane on the leaderboards today. Scappy off in the distance. It would be a miracle if they can win this game, but a second place after a chicken dinner, they'll absolutely take that.
Yes, they will, considering how close it came to absolute destruction against Virtus Pro earlier. This is... what a rondo this has been. As now Kiss trying to spray wildly here through some of that foliage. Scappy takes some damage. Yeah, I just think Na'Vi's got some terrifying angles that they're... unfortunate for the Myth boys, going to have to deal with, and they know that they're in those smokes, having to push on forwards. It's going to take something special here from Myth.
Yeah, they're locked in. They're locked in right now. Smoke launcher is available here for Scappy. He's going to try and create a maneuver to get himself out. A little bit of a tank here from Boostic, and Scappy's life not getting any easier as this game goes on. Kiss moves forward, drops the foldable shield. 2 Molotovs left remaining, no smokes. It is starting to get to the end of the day here for Myth.
A molly forwards onto a rock could displace him and maybe deny one of those lines of sight. He tries to go for it here. It's going to be a nade, actually. Switches on over.
Almost.
Seeing if he could get a full knock. Yeah, straight away. The folding shields are good. I like them.
Nice lines of sight that Myth's setting up here. It's very much a struggle for the guys from Na'Vi to work their way in over towards this. They need to move over towards the lip. They can't play from within this crater. They're sort of waiting for Myth to move forward. See them just through the smoke there behind the foldable shields. Kiss opens up to the Hakatori. Not a play you want to lose early like this.
Not at all, Scappy. What can you do on the strike? He's exposing. No way, Myth. No way. Fairist here. It's all on him to try and do something at the moment, but the flash goes forwards. Doesn't quite connect here against Fairist. Seeing what he can get done. Now dancing around some of this smoke. Fairist going up against Scappy. Scappy's been great so far, but he sees him in the back. But no, he turns around. Myth. It's a back-to-back for them. I can't believe they're able to get the win here from the south side. And I was right when they were able to win out all of the north position with those teams fighting against one that I cannot. Poro, Toffees, joining us. Poro, what is this?
What is going on? I mean, if you weren't expecting the final day to deliver in a big way, well, guess what? It has, and it will continue to do so as Na'Vi doing their normal thing of finding a way to have a big game, give fans hope that they're back. But what do you say about Myth? They are finding something here in this final day, and they have hopped way up that leaderboard.
Echoes of PGS1 Toffees, because they made such a run of it at the beginning of 2026 in that. Just pipped at the post by the Chinese teams, and now Myth back again on the last day for PGS4. What?
I mean, I saw that fight with the Falcons and Na'Vi and Twisted, and Myth was just watching. You're like, oh, it's kind of a low-T finish by these guys. But then they come out and make this insane 2v3 play. Kiss swings to the left, and then you get the most evenly matched 1v1 in Scappy versus Fairist of all time. And they have to make it work, and Scappy comes out with the win. Myth climbs up to not the top of the boards, but very, very close to it. This is crazy that they came in at 10th place, Kylaris, and now they're totally in the hunt for abject victory.
Remarkable stuff. We are witnessing some back-to-back bangers here for PGS4, with Myth being able to pull that off blank. I'm beside myself. I could barely talk towards it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back bangers, back-to-back chickens here for Made in Thailand, made in the fires of PGS4 at the moment. They are absolutely going crazy with these matches. First to take down Virtus Pro on this push as well, where it came down to just 2 players. I thought it was on as well. Lucarux was looking so good here. It's unbelievable.
And of course, with loads of other teams in this north side, the fact that Falcons, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds all run into each other here, Toffees, to have this go down, it's...
Nadas Vincere is pushing this. Do you think they have the victory? And Myth says, nah, V, you're not getting anything out of this. It's a lackatory performance. They just can't come out. He gets knocked down. Boosted gets caught on the flank, and then Fairist almost pulls it off. But at that last second, the flick, Scappy just turns and burns. And Myth earned it. Myth earned that unequivocally from passive to unstoppable. 6 kills, 16 points. That's huge.
It doesn't need to be the biggest win, but a win comes their way, and this is what is putting them in the hunt here. As we discuss it all between a 16 points overall, Na'Vi somehow comes alive towards the end. I think it's going to be a little too late here for them, as 14 points only bumps them up to 12th place. But now Myth, 71 points, catching up with Twisted Minds, catching up with the 4 Angry Men, who once again, Poro, actually just kind of goes crazy on the north side of this. They don't get deep into the game, but they're constantly racking up kills.
They're looking real confident. They're looking really good right now. 50 kills is diabolical in what is it? What are we at now? 8 games, 7 games? We got 2 more to play. Yeah, but they've got echoes of PGS1 ringing in their ears when they were holding the lead all day until the final game when Petrichor Road went nuclear. Caught them from behind, and they ended up taking that PGS1 final stage, that first one. So 4 a.m. definitely got to be hearing footsteps.
You're right. Actually, yeah, there's more echoes than just the Myth one here for 4 a.m. here as well. It's a good point, very good point. As now you can see here, as Scappy almost certainly here with this. Brilliant stuff. What a save against Fairist towards the end. Again, having flashes in your back pocket, Blank, to be able to just pull out in these kind of moments of desperation and craziness, but it's not him as man of the match. Hakatori takes it here with just 3 kills.
Well, I do want to just like zero in on the end game, because it really does show like a whole different character for Myth, right? Where they're setting themselves up so nicely. It's like this tiny bit of terrain where if they set up 2 foldable shields, still in this situation where Na'Vi can't just play that edge. They have to push out. And in that moment, because they've got the foldable shields and they're in the smoke, they can take these little bit of aggressive plays as they start to dissipate. It is so cool from Myth there. I am kind of fangirling a little bit.
I mean, they know they've got 2 players, right? So you know they actually shifted around to the car that I think Falcons abandoned early on when they kind of went after VP. They had this really nice readjustment. Like, no one knew where they were coming into that fight. If there's ever a masterclass on how to get something with only 2 players, that's how they did it. And then throwing Kiss at Na'Vi. They basically were like, here, Kiss, you go. You take as many of them as you can. And he got Hakatori. Hey, really, for real. And he knocked over Hakatori. And once you take him out, it's inevitable the rest of the pins will fall.
I'm flustered. I feel warm because what a finals we're having here so far for this final stage. Boostic and Nixie going head to head as well. Again, Poro, I can't call it anymore. I can't call who wins this final with how these games have been going. It has been wild.
No, and anybody who tells you that they can't call this one is out of their minds, man.
No.
It's been so close. I mean, but the crazy part about it is through all of this, through all of the some teams finding success, jumping up the leaderboard, 4AM has just been constant. They have been finding points. They've been adding to their lead and just keeping just ahead of everybody else. But we've all seen it before, and we've seen it with 4AM. You got to do it all the way to the end, man, because it is, as you said, really, really tight.
Oh, I'm wondering, do we have anything? No, we don't have. I'm looking. No interviews, nothing like that. A whole modicum of professionalism's kind of got out the window for me now, because it's just like these games have been absolutely lights out. And Miramar coming up, right? One that I'm always looking forward to in terms of like how the approach is, and very different to this game as a whole here. And again, a lot of my attention actually turned to teams like T1 to be able to make a run for it. Toffees, considering they get Picardo, they get Pachinki in all these spots, but it's not quite worked out the way they wanted.
It hasn't, and they have a long way to go. If they try to get back into this with 2 games, it's 27 points required to even sort of be back in the mix. So that's a tough one to sell for me. Plus the idea that we're going to Miramar next, and then if my memory serves me correctly, we're finishing on Tego, which, again, is sort of this wild card to throw at these teams who are used to how do we handle the end game. Like, this is like, boom! You got to deal with it. And with those teams at the top, 70 plus, they're really comfortable going into this last game. Now is the time. If you are 4th, 5th, 6th, that is it. Gen.G Falcons Virtus Pro. You got to have a big game here to make it a race in the last one.
There's a reason we called them the wildcard maps when we had 6 games and we only ever played them once a day, Tego as well as Rondo. As much as, yes, the players are very well versed on these maps, they're nowhere near compared to Erangel and Miramar. Those places are true, tried and tested. And speaking of which, the penultimate game is now on the way here for these teams. Nobody can call who's going to win this one, but who will call this game? It's Poro and Toffees.
Thank you very much, and we are headed into the penultimate game, Toffees, and this time around, at least, we're getting a decent plane path that cuts right across the center of Miramar, maybe favoring a little bit north, but this should make damn near every player in the plane pretty happy.
It is a map and a plane that is, as James says, trued, tried, and tested. They know this, they know these drops, they know these rotations. There's no excuses. The map, the scores are close, right? You look at that on the left side. When it comes to that leaderboard, 4AM has been holding on by the skin of their teeth as Twisted and Myth make the push. Myth has been insane. I want everybody remember they came in at 10th place with 20. I had to double check it. 24 points. And here they stand in 3rd with 71. How do you stop the momentum of a rock rolling downhill? You just see it coming and you've got to get out of the way. I don't know. There's a lot of Indiana Jones here who feel like they may get taken out.
Yeah, we could be setting ourselves up for one of the most epic comebacks we've ever seen in a final day if Made in Thailand can continue going, but keeping that momentum rolling in a lobby like this is so incredibly difficult. We'll see if Myth can keep it as we see them dropping down there on that far, far western side, just off to the west of El Pozo, where Team Liquid is finding themselves. And of course, the circle going to cut all the way back over to the east.
All right, it is. Wow. So it was a fair circle, and then a yoink and a half as even Camp Militar is somehow in this thing. It's great north, but this is honestly my favorite circle for this map based on when I want everyone to have access, right? Because that spot is really easy access for everyone on the east side of the map. And when you talk about the north point, one of the hardest things about this map to do is move west to east across the middle of the map. So all of my west teams can go north and back in through the Cruz de Valle access points, which means there's going to be a lot less pickoffs in traversing through tight bottlenecks and difficult terrain. This is a strong circle to give access to just about anyone on the map if they are A, planning effectively, and B, moving quickly.
It's going to be interesting to see how quickly 4 a.m. decides to move, given that they are already in circle, although just off, just west of center. We'll see where they decide to set themselves up to play. Again, we've seen them have this happen before, where they have been holding onto the lead all day and then just slips through their fingers at the final second. So they know what to expect. They know how they need to, the mindset they need to take going into these final few games, as we see replays of that epic back-to-back Myth victory on Rondo.
A little bit of Myth's perspective there as they there you go. Everybody's popped up. Myth had a lot to work around. They moved to the left. They moved to the right. They rotated everywhere they possibly could. And they lost 2 on the way into the final circle and still managed to come out with a win by letting the juggernauts fight each other. And too often, that is the secret to success. As in order for it to even start, they had to take this VP crash. They were knocked down to 2, but it kind of that's what starts your ball rolling. Beating one of the best and then rolling that into the rest. I mean, it's twisted. It's not V, it's Falcons. This is not an easy final circle.
Sure isn't. You know what the crazy thing is, too, Toffees? I just realized, I just kind of put 2 and 2 together when we were listening in on Falcons comms when they were making that rotation in. That was where they were going. They were going to that spot that Myth went as a 4-man before they saw Petrichor Road leave the pillar, and they decided to take the pillar. So, little things that you see throughout the game as it goes. As we see Na'Vi, they kind of found a little spark that last game. Let's see if they can turn that spark into a full-blown fire.
That's the nature of PUBG. It's a game that is played in miles, but won in inches. And I think that really is where sort of this end game and the need to never play passive, to not do a little bit of what 4am is doing and waiting it out. That's where it comes to make a difference. Myth has been playing those inches over and over and over again. They're playing at the razor's edge of complete and abject failure and total victory, and it has come out in their favor. But when you come in at 10th, that's what you have to do, right? That's what Na'Vi should have been doing from the jump, and we saw in the last game. Day 2, you don't make the numbers, you don't make the top 6, you've got to come in and you've got to walk that razor.
High risk, high reward plays. That's the only thing that's going to get you back into the mix. And sometimes they work out in your favor, as you said, and sometimes they don't. But today, Myth has been on point and on time as we see Falcons move in just on the western edge of this Death Road Valley, taking that compound. That's a nice compound for them to hold. We'll see how much further they extend on from that, but looks like they'll be pretty comfortable there. As Twisted Minds, they're slowly making their way in from the west. No hurry.
And I do think I should give an apology to all of our viewers. It's miles, it may not apply to you. This is a game that is played in kilometers and won in microkilometers.
Microkilometers?
Are we doing
that? Is that a thing?
Honestly, I only
don't know
speak
either.
freedom units.
That's fair. How many hamburgers is it? So that's the only way I know I'm going to.
It's a game that's played in hamburgers and finished in French fries. Okay, that's how it works here. All right, but it is all about finding those minimum plays early on. Na'Vi does a good rotation up here, very solid micro to the high ground. This is a great spot to lock down and wait for transitions because it's going to get very congested in the middle south of this circle.
Yeah, we get to see a little man of the match highlight reel for Tagatori as I don't know, this is interesting. They talked about it. I mean, this is 2 teams that obviously across internationals and regionals have been dropping next to each other for quite some time, and they started the fight off early and they ended up fighting each other yet again. As Na'Vi wins both of those battles before taking out Falcons and then eventually going down to Myth. But Hakatori once again kind of finding his groove here as we wait and see what they decide to do here in match number 9.
All right, it sounds like we've got Falcons needs to have a big game here. 5th place. They're backfilling 4 a.m. right now. 4 a.m. across the lot from them. And, it's one of those things. Falcons going to be kind of keeping an eye on these guys because if they get the chance to take them out, they have to make a tough decision on if they do so. Liquid makes a move on Myth, who's been unstoppable so far. It's Scappy, the big one, or the last one, goes down early.
And this is Liquid camping out in the middle of freaking nowhere. This is all the way up in the northwest, and they do pick up Scappy. It looks like the rest of Myth still in vehicles. They're going to go ahead and go south of the city, and they might be able to avoid him for the most part here. Now, Supers and T1 are also squaring off. The initial knock on to Type. We'll see if Rex can follow it up. He's got one shotgun rider there with him in deal, but I don't think they'll stick around on this for too terribly long.
Oh, Molly's on the down. T1 looking to make some moves for a team that was looking so good yesterday, has really slid down. 7th place, 50 points, needs to make something happen, and yet here they are pinned on the low ground with their countrymen firing down from above. It looks like they'll let the res happen as Deal says, maybe this isn't for me. Nope, he's going. Is he going back? He gotta get his car.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh
well,
my God,
see,
Myth.
we saw Myth. They tried to go to the south side, but Team Liquid was ready and waiting for it. As they shoot out the tires, they shoot out the Baron, and that'll be another point picked up for Team Liquid. As now Myth, their epic run to the top of the leaderboard is put on pause here in match 9. Now that they're down to 2.
Jacob, man. I mean, you've done so much at this point, like you should be allowed to have a bad game, but you can't because there's only 2 left. And the last one is Tego. It's going to be even harder to deal with, right? So, like, you have to make this one worth. And so Myth at 2 now is going to be really frustrating for them. More importantly, Twisted Minds and 4AM have seen that in the kill feed. And if you don't think they're counting, you're crazy. They know that their 3rd place chaser is limping, and this is their chance to separate big time before the final round.
Also like to see the aggression coming out from Team Liquid, doing that, executing that camp on a day that has definitely not been going their way whatsoever. They managed to pick up a couple of points, and maybe that could be the start of something good as they try to find their way up the leaderboard. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, Perfectix still split out from the rest of the team. He's going to see Kiss and Jacob off in the distance, take a few shots, try to go for the tires, but it doesn't look like they're going to hit.
Perfectix, boys, Twisted Mind got a lot on their plate right now, but more on their plate comes down to Soup because they've got all of T1. He decided to go in here and take the fight to Soup as Rex goes around the building. Like, this is going to be really tough to defend. I know your friends are outside, but I really don't know about how aggressive Soup is playing this.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision on their part, and looks like they managed to catch raining out. I'm not actually even sure that was raining because Navi has an angle on this as well. So Supers needs to be careful knowing that there's going to be other teams that are having eyes over in this direction as well. So don't want to expose yourself too much. So if they can catch one of these T1 guys slipping, maybe get a point off of it, that's great. But this is a lot of commitment, Toffees, as you mentioned.
It is an insane amount of commitment. But I mean, I guess Soup doesn't really have anything to lose here. Like, they want to climb up to 6th place, but a win is difficult for them. So maybe they're just trying to send a message to T1, chasing them off the spot. I'm not really sure, but it seems like it's working. T1 has rallied up. They backed the car in to save their friends, and I think they might just be leaving.
And probably not the worst idea in the world, is it? And for their part, look, Supers, nobody's shooting at them. So they've got nothing but time on their hands as Guman tries to go in and get a flanking angle. You see Boostic, he's got nobody around him either. So he was able to kind of freely take shots in third party that, but it looks like he's going to pull off now as Twisted Minds will find a nice empty warehouse on the western part of this new zone to play. Actually, a lot of space to play over here on the western side is, I don't think, okay, there's one team that's coming in from the west, and that's Gen G.
And we got VP butting up against Navi's spread just a little bit as they try to find their way into the truck stop. They will get in. No shots fired from Navi, who does have a bit of an overlook. So they're at least aware of their location. But VP being very, very careful. At 64 points, VP has to have a big game here. That shift was tough for them. They've got to work this edge all the way in. And it is a tough transition out of truck stop because everything you do from here is zero vision. You have to go up over multiple ridge lines with almost no information collected.
Yeah, so you can tell they are taking their time. I wanted to be as thorough as possible. check all the angles as they can, as they don't want to overstep their bounds. As Na'Vi, with this high ground, they've been causing problems for a lot of teams here. Now looking over towards Petrichor Road, who's trying to make their way in from the east, but it looks like Na'Vi will go ahead and hop in vehicles, try to find a new place to play, as Ferris is kind of very close to Beamy. These two might run into each other over here on this eastern side. Yep, they're in the same building. Ferris just waiting to see if Beamy comes over here.
Ferris looking for a little redemption. Beamy walking around. He's like, I don't know, man. These doors don't make sense. It feels like someone's here. And he is just watching Ferris for a little bit of space there. Has not moved since Beamy approached this compound. Not even a pivot.
It's kind of a question of, are we trying to bait, or are we just trying to survive? Because the rest of Na'Vi, all right, looks like they are going to start coming up this way. So Beamy now playing the wall, thinking he might be able to catch these guys by surprise, but little does he know. Yeah, okay, just dip on out. Yeah, this is the safe play if you're Virtus Pro for sure.
And honestly, it took a long time for Na'Vi to come over too, and they ended up turning and going the opposite direction after queuing those engines because they don't want to take that risk either. VP and Na'Vi don't want to fight. This is not a fight that either of them is looking to take at this stage of the game, particularly VP. They'd prefer to just quietly float towards middle and then pick up the action when there's 8 teams or so left.
Yeah, for sure. It's mostly just information gathering more than anything. As Twisted Minds looks like they're going to get their 2-2 split back a little bit closer together, and Team Liquid was watching from water treatment, so they're going to know that they have space to backfill, as Twisted will pull Batulins an example just onto the hillside on the other side of the Falcons western compound for their 2-2 split. So waiting for this next circle to pop, and we'll see how many teams are going to have to move. I mean, you see how many 2-2 splits you have here, but all of those are going to have to come back together here eventually. And that is a hard Eastern shift, Toffees. And immediately all the teams off in the West are on the move.
And that's what you got to do. Get up and get going fast, because that circle is going to be brutal. They do move in herds, and they do it with lead. Flying left and right. Falcons tuck under, but the crashes are coming. It looks like Crazy Raccoons are going to smash right into the soup as they open fire. VP goes somehow around T1 without taking any shots and finds a central location.
Oh, Twisted Minds had to go onto the north side of the trench, and they've got Crazy Raccoon, as you said, right behind them. Now they're going to put them right into the middle of 4AM's line of sight, so Batulins will get taken down and flushed out as Twisted Minds continue to make their way through the open field, trying to find a place to play. Lou looks like he will survive, gets a little farther away, and now they're going to be right in Furia territory as well. They might be able to hold on, but Crazy Raccoon, they want this. They're pushing right on top. Window's going to take down. Gillion Glass is going to go down as well, but Lou will go down in the end as Gustav will steal one away.
It's a mess as the fight breaks out. Perfectic's going to go ahead and throw a grenade, but they're already down 2 on Twisted Minds. The Crazy Raccoons just causing chaos. Perfectic's going to try to dig them out, but they're already limping so hard, and now he goes down. 4AM from the distance. The rich get richer as they just pick off those kills.
Oh, yeah, 4AM in perfect position to just third-party that. And, I mean, it's kind of been the story of their day, hasn't it? They haven't really had to just push right into somebody and take a 4v4. Like, the positions they've been playing have been great to do this third-partying, as Duck Shoes will get taken down by 04 as Petrichor Road coming in on that western side of El Azahar.
Got low, mortar out. Why not, Myth? Why not? Let's drop those mortars, see what happens as they go big. 14 teams left alive. Some of our heavy hitters, particularly 4AM, still in this 4 strong. And that's the bad news for everyone else in the lobby. Honestly, it's time for y'all to stop fighting and just figure out where 4AM is and work together, because someone has to stop their domination. Winda, Shen, they're just too good.
Oh boy, Na'Vi almost catches Chewy, making his way across, but conveniently timed and placed Sandstorm maybe helping him out a little bit there, as Petrichor Road just kind of owned this ridge line just on the west side of El Azahar. Looks like Anyone's Legend playing from the north side. Big wide split for them as well, and I think they've been spotted out by the Expendables, or at least Destroy has.
All right, let's check in real quick with Liquid as they plan this important rotation.
I don't have like any
The only other audible we can think about is going south, like blue. That's free.
Do you have any extra util, Cowboy? Stuns, nades?
Yeah, I can't fit him in the car though.
Okay. Let's do the shot, guys.
If it goes south, I can audible blue for us, maybe.
Looks like green.
Hard south shift.
Ooh, Jesus.
It did win south. Looking for this.
Play for it.
Oof.
Let's go up and
Why,
around.
Shimzy? Why?
It's taken.
Taken. Okay. Just try and live here.
I mean, you summed it up. They knew it was going to happen, Poro. They said they picked audibles, they had plans, they did everything they could, and just, it was all taken.
Just once again, another hard shift, causing problems here for Team Liquid as they are down to just one player. Cowboy will try to survive a little bit longer, but it looks like you've got a lot of teams in the lobby looking over in that direction. Looks like Kurt should be able to get back on his feet, but you see what they have to work with, and it is not much, as 4AM is now leaving their compound. Furia leaving their compound as well on this northern side, and then you also have the Expendables and anyone's Legend that could make their way over here at any time.
I like to believe Shrimzy was sad about that knock, but Kickstart flushed with vicious intent. Let's jump over to 4AM as they got to find a way into the circle. These are our defending they're holding champions, I should say, right now, as they stand at the top of this leaderboard. 80 points is nothing to laugh at. It's a really strong position. They have to somehow make it in. Now, Cowboy is under assault by Spaceman. They can't kill you with bullets. They'll try to kill you with mortars, and they're going to continue to send things in this direction.
Oh, they might get him up just in.
Dead on.
Never mind. There you go. Well, now there's a... Holy moly. Okay, Nixie. We get it.
Well,
you got mortars.
He needed space in the car. He may as well use overwhelming force. And you're right. Now there's a spot in the circle that somebody can get to.
It's just a question of who's going to get there. 4AM is going to look over in that direction. Meanwhile, Myth is continuing to clean up. Even though they are down to a duo, they are still going to find points, as it looks like Furia's in a little bit of trouble. 4AM also up there. Expendables down to just Wong F, as anyone's Legend are fighting their way down from the north side.
And somehow 4M's just finding more points. Standing out there outside the circle, they've slipped inside underneath Furia. They're going to come get involved with this fight right now. Expect Window to pop up on this feed momentarily.
Shout out to Twitch chat. I think that was the first time we've seen an actual mortar headshot, because that looked about like it. Good work, Twitch. You got some good stuff in there. All right, Jacob and Kiss have that high ground. Furia, they are getting pressed by, I think, 4AM. They're down to just DraftKings and BL, trying to come in from that northern side, and oh, there you go. Shen going to go down, so this might be the first little crack in the armor we're seeing here for 4AM.
Oh, it would be great for the rest of the lobby to see that happen. But Window comes out, gets that finish on BL, so he gets knocked in flush. He's going to run back to try to find a little bit of space. His car is on fire, and we're just reversing in out of desperation. The flames are big. Where are the bad guys? I don't know, says Window as he takes off to run. Meanwhile, trigonometry.
Oh, boy. Where are we aiming, Tig? Where are we looking?
He was like, Nixie just got a headshot. I got to up that, or they're going to start calling him the King of Mortars.
I think, are we looking over towards anyone's Legend, maybe? Anyone's Legend's still on the move, though, so that's, what, 391 meters? Yeah, that's pretty far. But the circle has shifted south again, going all the way down on the other side of the road. Anyone's Legend is just going to try to full send it. Petrichor Road's taking shots over there, but they're just not getting the knocks that they need. Virtus Pro, Anyone's Legend cutting right in the middle of the VP split, and there's just not angles here, and they're getting away with it. Solozzi will go down, though.
Losing one on that transition is crazy.
And they get a compound.
Liquid would have killed for that. They tried the same thing not 8 minutes ago and lost to everyone. Heather's like, I thought we cleared this stupid compound. And now they got to come back to deal with somebody else who pushed their way in there at the end. But the super not over. They're coming too. And they're going to push in from behind. So while Myth deals with 4AM on this side of the map, another fight's going to break out on the other side.
Okay, Kiss still playing from the dip, playing from the foxhole. He spots out Spaceman, gets him low, gets him knocked. Window, though, will try to come back. It doesn't matter. Kiss is on fire. Almost 600 damage. Can he get the last one? No, HSM will finish him off.
HSM will finish him off. Here's Spyro trying to take a fight up on top. Gets knocked by Petrichor in the distance.
They're coming up to the high ground. He wants to get that flush. I2 6v6 makes that res almost impossible as they choose to push down on Na'Vi very aggressively. Na'Vi down to 1, should be eliminated here. Yup, the charge is overwhelming. Na'Vi eliminated, and Petrichor in a better spot.
That's big news for the rest of the lobby as 4 a.m. is down to just one player. He's retrieving as many meds and utility as he can off of his teammates before trying to send it across that road. But that is going to be a big, big ask as, yep, good night. That's going to do it for 4 a.m. But that's our top 3 teams in the lobby down. So all these teams that are in the hunt have a great opportunity to try to catch up to the leaders.
It must be November because it's hunting season, baby, as VP, Falcons, and Gen G have one last chance to put those points on the board and make it a big race in the next match. This is what you want to see as a fan, not what you want to see as a top 3. Tiggleton's going to start firing those mortars. That means the forward push is on. It's targeted at VP, the team directly in front of them on the leaderboard.
And Virtus Pro just immediately sending it back into the cover of a little shanty shack here. Now they see the mortars have no longer falling, and Falcons will try to use that opportunity to get a little bit closer, but they still have that low ground. Nixie, he's going to hear and see exactly where those vehicles went, and he's going to spot out the rest of the Falcons from range, but Shrimsy going to hit some nice shots to pull him down.
Shrimsy Bimsy doing some plays, pushes Nixie back, and he says maybe it's best if we're just not here anymore as QXC jumps in the car.
Yeah, give him a little bit of a room to work with here. So no, Cerberus. They're also on the mortars, and yep, he's dialing it in, finds it around 181. Let's see if it falls where it needs to. Virtus Pro, you can see them moving around here. They are eyes to the skies. Don't want to get hit by anything. Oh my goodness, that was right on point.
It was. He's got scouts up there, so he knows it's roughly in the right area. He'll send some more out. Petrichor continues to try to go forward as Beamy and the rest of Virtus Pro have spent so much time watching the sky. The double comes in. Petrichor from the other side is throwing mortars. It's a homemade red zone, and VP is on the receiving end.
Oh my goodness! And if they can actually survive this, they could be able to reset. Petrichor just going to immediately send it while the mortars are still falling from U-Dirt. Correxi's going to go down. Lucarux has the Panzerfaust in hand. He'll get some damage down. Petrichor trying to run in. He's going to find I-26. Lucarux trying to hold the dip all by himself, but he's not going to be able to in the end. But Deal, he's got a mortar too. There's mortars falling all over the place as Cerberus will try to crash.
Petrichor pushed on their mortar, but didn't know about Cerberus's, so then they took fire. Now Cerberus is pushing on their mortar, and there's even more coming in from the distance. It's abject chaos in what is now the biggest trench in the history of Miramar.
The actual insanity coming through. Petrichor will go down in the end, but not before they collect 8 kills for themselves. And Cerberus has a phenomenal place to play now that is just filled with crates and divots and dips and husks of burning vehicles to hide behind.
Give me more turrs. I want them all day long because every team dropped everything they've got. Falcons looking from the high ground. The hole is beautiful that they managed to put themselves into over on that side. Cerberus took it. They're going to sit there. Falcons in a really good spot on the north side of the circle. T1 still in a stare down with anyone's legend. You can see them inside of the facility. And we're going to have a little bit of a breathing moment as I think everyone's out of mortars and has finally found a spot.
Definitely a little bit of a pause as we
by the way,
listen in on Falcons.
Hers, 1, 2, 3, 4 dead. Hers, 4 dead. DNS is a 4-man.
This guy blowing up. Nice shot, by the way.
DNS is a 4-man. Oh, so Force is there. Somewhere, FCE is somewhere there, and they are also a 4-man. I don't know where FCE is. They got kills on Peril with frags. So it's still 2 teams. It's DNS is south. This is FCE on the northeast.
Wait, so you think...
There you go. You feel them trying to get the information about exactly who is where, and we still have more mortars, because why the hell not? Human will empty the chamber, send them over towards Falcons, but at this point, everybody's got plenty of time to just kind of dance around and make sure they keep eyes towards the skies and avoid them.
The chemtrails, dear Lord, the chemtrails. The sky is just full of tracers as mortars fly left and right. This game has been wild on the side of this hill. But again, you saw the Falcons in that listen-in. Everything right now is trying to salvage information off the back of what can only be considered an abject kerfuffle, right? Like everyone lost track of things because it was so much chaos that everyone stopped down and went, okay, who's alive, who was lost, and where are they?
Yeah, it felt like Falcons may have actually been the biggest beneficiary of all that chaos on that side because they were the only ones not getting mortared and the only ones that decided not to make a crash on there. So now they've got that high ground onto Cerberus, but they have to also be aware that DNS might be sending it. No, Super's going to send it to the compound where T1 is holding. Gen G will go... where are they going? Okay, they're going to go they find a little bit of a divot to work with here as well. But the fight now is going to be T1 trying to defend against the push from Supers.
Soup and T1 fighting again, not lost on me. Meanwhile, the circle shrinks, and all of them are going to have to battle for this compound because it's a good spot. Shrimsy does manage to take a look over at Cerberus. T1 is fighting Soup as we speak. Both of these teams on both sides finding a location. There it is. Now we're with the T1 fight. Super's using some grenades. Nice wrap around by Ian, but Rex spotted it out. He's going to use a nade to try to flush him over to the left side. Jumps in, but gets sprayed down from the left. That's the type of play we want to see. But Heaven has descended from above and now wants to make the counter play. Heather hiding around the corner. Meanwhile, Tingleton preps a grenade and holds off Gen G in the distance. This is a wild two-section fight.
This is insanity. Anyone's Legend also leaving the compound to try to send grenades over towards Gen G, and they're finding success as it is down to just Bean and Salute. The last two players left alive, but Cerberus has somehow managed to find their way into the zone, but they are getting sprayed down by the rest of the Falcons. And once Supers made the crash into that compound, Falcons was able to focus their full attention over here to Cerberus, making sure that no one was going to be backfilling them.
They've been in a nice play on Cerberus, and they've even isolated Gen G, who, to be honest, because of the color and the camouflage on the map feed, I didn't even realize was still sitting right here. They come out, they get a nice little knockdown, but Cumin sprays Type coming aggressively forward. He had to drop and hide, but it's going to be overwhelming force as Heather from T1 once again makes the play, gets that flush, and they can fall back and reset.
It's a hell of a hold by T1 as Falcons still trying to get rid of Cerberus. They just refuse to die, playing on that edge of zone. Falcons have the lion's share of this next zone, and if they can get rid of Cerberus, they can be in perfect position to catch everybody as they come out. As we see the last remaining bits of utility being sent over in that direction, they'll get the knock on to Stanell. That's going to be Bean's blue zone grenade that does it.
Dude, the molly in his pocket followed by the blue zone was absolutely bananas. It's a nice toss by Bean. Cerberus now on the limp, and the Falcons ecstatic about this because they can now play the north side of this circle. Sure, it's a downslope, but they should have an advantage over everybody coming out of compound as long as nothing crazy happens towards the south.
Yeah, nothing crazy happens. It's not like anything crazy's happened in this game already, is it? Well, Falcons, they have a lot of things to keep their eyes on right now, and there's only 4 of them, so it might end up just, they've got to just make a decision. It looks like the decision is going to be to keep an eye on T1 as they try to escape the warehouse. Gustav in perfect position will take a few shots, gets Heather down to half HP.
This is the game Falcons needs to get back into the race for the top, but T1 also would love to put themselves back in the argument for third if they can play out the back of this compound. Anyone's Legend, though, could be a problem for them because they're both fighting for the same set of walls. Zest gets a nice grenade here. They basically, Cerberus has said our entire focus is now dealing with Gen G, while Kickstart gets to hit him from behind.
Bean perfectly could have the grenade, takes out 2, and now it's just 1 left alive for Cerberus. Can they reset yet again? They've done it about 4 times now. You can't go for that res. You don't have the time. The blue zone has arrived. Bean tries to come up and get him, and it doesn't matter. Kickstart will take down Tonbin.
Bean went and got more grenades. He's done so much from his stomach. It is wild as he completely stopped that Cerberus push and will now hold on and maybe get second by just waiting.
And Falcons desperately need to collect some points off of this, and they are starting to find them. 5 in the bag now as T1 is taking down anyone's Legend, though. Ian will go nuclear in the end. Himas will take him down as T1 is now just down to raining, fighting out of the compound. Himas will flush out the kill, can't go for the res. Kickstart in perfect position. Falcons perfectly set up to get a win here in match number 9.
It is a beautiful chance for v1v1, and now it's even easier as it's 2 solos versus the quads. Fly, Falcons, fly. They needed these points to put them in the hunt, and they have done it. There's that final elimination. Now they can turn their sights to Bean, who got 2 placement points and some kills out of incredible grenade play. Waits in the blue. The boom goes off. That'll be the end, and the Falcons fly to 79 points, put themselves in the top 4, and are back in the race to lift the trophy. James, Blank, these end games have been sizzling.
Yes, they have, as Falcons, the job ain't done yet, so they're not celebrating just yet in terms of that victory. They know there's still one more task at hand, and it will be that final game, but it's a huge, important win, Blank, here for Falcons, who was having a bit of a rough time of it, but now they've been able to find their footing in this penultimate game and get themselves the much-needed points to join that top pack properly.
They are now in that conversation for first place. The big thing is there, though, it's a low kill game from them, but it's totally understandable considering how many points of the match that they had to keep tabs on over towards DN Supers, T1, Cerberus, Gen G. It was a very, very difficult game, but Toffees is completely right. It was a nice, slow-paced game. They didn't take too many risks, but took aggression where it counted.
Yeah, I think you all kind of really hit the nail on the head here, because you had to play cautious. You had to play it slow. If you kind of overstep the mark, I mean, look how much utility power they had to spend to try and somehow get rid of Cerberus, and then they still survived all that. So you can't be just going gun-ho and trying to clean it up. You've got to play it slow.
Yeah, I think there's one thing that they'll be kicking themselves over on that one is the fact that they could not take down Cerberus when they had them absolutely dead to rights. The utility, it was just, they just could not find it. It just could not find a knock, or even if they got the knocks, they weren't able to get the flushes. So Bean was able to do with 1 grenade what Falcons couldn't do with 15. So it's sometimes that's just the way it works out, and even Bean will donate his point over to the blue at the end to not give Falcons that additional point. But you know what? Job done. They've put themselves in perfect position with 1 game left.
16 points for Falcons as they jump up into a very important place. It feels like, as you say, with Bean's nade, it feels Toffee's like Bean is dragging Gen G kicking and screaming through some of these later games after they had the 2 start ones. Everything else has been a bit of a disaster, but Bean's trying, man. He's trying.
He's like that hiking guide, like the Sherpa taking up the mountain. They're all strapped to that waist belt behind him. He's just gripping as hard as he can, trying to drag him up. But look at this total leaderboard. Jeez, man. 4 Angry Men at 82. Falcons jumps to 79. We said they needed a big game. That's the one. And then 77, 74. Yep. This is so close, James.
Yes, it is, as we now really take stock going into this last game. For me, my money, I think it might be 4 names that might challenge for this one. We'll see. We will see indeed, as Tiggleton, 822 damage. The perfect slow roll here for Falcons to be able to do things. And by the way, Blank, how do people have to, why do they have to deal with Kiss? Nobody wants to have to deal with bloody Kiss on the north side being an annoyance.
It's the dream duo, isn't it? Really, any time that Myth's got 2 players, you can't really count them out. I mean, we were talking about game, it's like, I mean, Myth's going to have a tough time here, but there is still a chance for them to get a lot of work done. They're a frustrating team to play against because they are the cockroaches of the lobby. They just do not go down easy. I did want to bring up a quick point about Myth and 4AM, though, is that it is really getting down to the wire right now. 4AM investing time to res their players outside the blue, knowing they're not going to get into the circle just to deny points to Myth.
True. Yes, that was very important, right? You know that they're just going to bleed out Toffees, but that's a small little move that could keep them above Myth if they make a push in this last game.
That could be the difference maker. I also want to give shouts to Anyone's Legend. Him as did make man of the match, and a part of that was they had one of the tightest rotations I have ever seen in my life. That line, that thread that they followed to get up above T1 was crazy. They took 4 or 5 shots the whole time. Somehow, they managed to understand the lip of that rotation better than I've ever seen before. So congratulations to them. That's what got them those second place points. They would have been significantly farther down without that sick rotation.
This has been, I think you were right when we came out of the back of that 4th game. Yeah, these games have been awesome on this last day. It's wall-to-wall great PUBG so far here from these games. And now, again, of all scenarios, we throw it to Tego for our last game, Porro, which is just not what we normally have here. So it's going to be a bit wild here to finish things off.
Freaking Tego to decide it, man. That is like that throws that additional factor in that makes this thing so hard to predict, right? Like I can't wipe the smile from my face because this has been just a barn burner ever since the beginning of the day. Like it's been so much fun to watch, and you know, you brought up the point about 4 a.m. getting the revives. Like if there's any team in the lobby that knows the value of 1 point here or there, it's the team that lost out on PGS1 title because of they lost a tiebreaker on placements. So like they understand it, right? So but then you know, you go back to PGS1 as well. Petrichor Road got 17 points in the final game and jumped. What team could get 17 points and jump all the way into first here? Like a team in 7th could make that run here. It's absolute insanity. I can't wait.
All right, break time.
Do we have
when we return? You can talk afterwards. You can talk afterwards. When we return, we have one more game here to determine who is going to be our champion for PGS4.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone.
Hello.
Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть чуть. Alright,
So yesterday Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah, if you finish before them, then you win and they're like...
We won't.
Oh, wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet. Baron pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Kuyota.
Okay.
Bimi. Drought King.
Oh, you did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge. Nice. It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District. There's nothing more I need to show. Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used
One more game, and the top of the leaderboards could not be closer, as we have got ourselves one more Tago to finish off PGS4. It is a world first here for PUBG Esports, as of course Tago will determine who is going to become our champion down the line. We've never seen it before. Toffees, Poro, Blank joining us here. Blank, you look like a proud dad, considering that you've been able to play it out all these couple of days. Now he's leaning back, good to go. It's an exciting time here.
Yeah. Oh, yes. It's going to be a good final match here. I think we've got a lot of teams all vying for the top here. A lot of chances for the top as well. And a lot of teams would be happy to see at the top, to be honest with you. This is a case of complete deserved win from anyone who's able to make it. I think we've got some very good teams. 4am with a huge run-in. Twisted Minds. It's been scrappy, but they've looked fairly good. Falcons, I would actually be very happy to see these guys on top. I think they've had a very tough finals.
I'm getting word that we do have an interview ready with Gunnar from Falcons before we get into this last match. But I also heard that we're skipping it because the match is about to start. So one can only assume that Gunnar is quite, tepid in his approach, but also hopeful that the boys are going to win here, Poro.
Oh, yeah, no, he's even keeled as he gets, right? Like, he's going to tell him, like, look, you guys know what to do. You've been here before. You know what you need. Just go out there and get it done. Like, he trusts those boys. And so it's going to be interesting, man. Like you said, it's so close. So close up there at the end. I envy you guys.
Let me send you off with a quote from their stream. Shrimsy just said, Gunnar, go pick up some drinks because we're going to use them to celebrate after this match.
Okay, let's get to it. The final game of PGS4, as there are many a name in it, but only one can rise to the top of the mountain here as we head on to Tago for the final game of PGS4.
Like you said, one player, one team will rise towards that top here, and it will all be decided right now. But the mountain is looking mighty crowded. A lot of hikers here vying for the top. We'll just wonder who's brought their hiking boots, who's locked in, and who's dug in on our final match of the day.
Yes, we will. Falcons already out of the plane early, heading up towards airport and trying to make things work from there. They're used to being able to drop over here and making those transitions. It's not normally the easiest of spots to make it work. And with a plane path like this, there may just be an outside chance that it's not a south circle for Tago. Imagine. Can you imagine?
Oh, bellissimo. Honestly, that would be beautiful. I'd love to see it, but I don't know if it is happening. We'll wait and see, though, because our circle's coming in real soon. We're on board with the boys from Falcons right now as they make the look for the ascension at the top side of the lobby.
Blank, I mean, let's set the scene. There are names at the top here that I think have such a dream run potential, right, for PGS4. You've got 4am, who came so close at PGS1, yet was pipped at the post. They want a PGS on board. You've got Falcons, having just brought Gustav in, and now they are the ones that are trying to be able to get him an international title alongside this star-studded roster. As some knocks go down, but we're going to be continue talking about what we've got here for the last game properly. You've got Myth, who again pipped at the post in the same tournament that 4am almost won, that Myth almost won on a PGS4, and Twisted Minds now with Perfectix back in after 4 lands gone. So whoever, for my money, out of those 4 at the top, because I'm kind of counting everybody else out at this point. It's a far cry away. It could occur. Virtus.pro could go crazy. But those 4 teams at the top, I think one of them will be walking away with it. What do you think?
I absolutely agree with that one. And the good thing for 4am as well as Myth, Petrichor is far in the rear view mirror. No chances of them to upset them here, but it's all on their backs right now to try and get towards the top here. 4am has played a marvelous game over the last 10 matches, and it has been 10 grueling matches, right? We said we lowered the variance by adding another day, but it still is only 2 days. We classify this as a big old sprint for a lot of these squads to try and make their way through. But we're looking over towards the last game, the Falcons were able to win. They are honestly very good at Miramar. I think a lot of their success they have found on Miramar as they go through. They're really good at these little micro rotations as they make their way through these maps. This game, I think it's that slow but steady gameplay that they have looked really strong, and then striking quickly like a cobra, which really assisted them, right? But this game, it's over towards Tego, and Tego looks a little bit more difficult for the Falcons.
Yeah, we'll see. They're already finding themselves a bit of footing in a circle like this, but to take a look back at this, you can see the lines that the Falcons painted and exactly how they needed to conquer a circle like this, and indeed they did towards the end. A little bit of assistance from Bean, but Cerberus was kind of dead to rights up in that corner anyway.
Well,
and then dealing with these warehouses. Picture perfect stuff from Falcons.
I think they wish they didn't have any help from Bean there.
Yeah,
at those
true.
points, it would have been really nice in their own pockets. I think they were able to quite just get that nade right at the end there, but 79 points to 82. It is real close. But you're right. There is that chance at a massive game from VP as well as Gen G. I think it's more likely coming through from VP here. Gen G has shown that they just don't have the chops on them. Those first couple of games, a little bit circle look on their side. They cleaned it out. But outside of that, it's not been too impressive. For T1, it's a far cry, right? You'd have to hope that basically all of the top teams go out first and you get yourself a 24-point, 26-point chicken dinner. And we've barely seen any like above 10 kill matches as we've watched these as we watch the entirety of these finals. So you can't really bank on that. So I think I would absolutely agree with you. Outside of something insane, Kalaris, I do believe it is this top 4.
Should be. All of them have got good purchases on this circle. Twisted Minds and 4am, dead center at the moment. I was concerned a little bit for Myth's approach, right? Normally they're kind of up by that shipyard position for a plane path like this, for a drop like this. And then Kiss had moved very far south to start doing some scouting and find them some paths in. Now, there was a world where if he'd gone a little bit further, could have ran into some of that slight rotation coming in from Falcons, and that would have been the nail in the coffin, I think, for Myth. If you lose out on Kiss here, as much as Scappy and Jacob have been able to do a lot of work, if you don't have Kiss going into these final moments of this game, I think it's done.
You need it. You need the Kiss magic to make this really work. And I think for Myth, they've actually done this a couple times in the past where they kind of skirt alongside that eastern side. Likely what they'll do is that they will stay pretty silent until phase 2, and then either they'll try and swing in from that south side or inject on the north. But it looks like they're just going to head across the river for the time being. Have a look over towards Virtus Pro on that high ground who are taking shots down. It is so incredibly tense. We're sad to see that Na'Vi wasn't able to get that last minute boost, right, where they rocket off towards the top side of the tables. It has just not occurred for them here. I think they're probably one of the biggest surprises in the bottom 8. But yeah, we need to see this team be a little less streaky in future.
It's not doing my heart any good, Blank, that Twisted Minds, Falcons, and 4am are already kind of in vicinity for one another, as they've all tried to take a bit more of a central spot, just a bit north-leaning from that. And then eventually, Myth, in theory, unless they want to play a complete edge play, it was kind of rocking up alongside where Virtus Pro is, as we take a look at the positions that Twisted Minds is currently marking. And, I memean, they have pings on Falcon's compound across the road from them, splitting in that 1-1-2 formation right now, and you can see some of the marks of the top northwest marks that they've got up are potential vulnerabilities that they've marked off there, just in case anybody's looking down from them, and indeed they are, as Virtus Pro is doing so.
Yeah, Virtus Pro on this high ground, it's a nice high ground to play. You do need to be peeking over the top a lot of times just so teams don't creep up on you. But I think that they realize realistically the only big issue for them is probably DN Supers as well as Myth coming in from that northern edge. DN Supers being a little bit more gung-ho with their approach on this one. They know they're in 10th place. They'd love to get over towards that top 8 right now. So they've taken a lot less time getting in towards the circle, kind of gambling on a bit of a bigger game here.
And Gen G, if there was ever going to be a tool to try and get you a bit of a better game, a bigger game, to launch up and prove the pundits wrong, me and Blank, and try and make it work, a BRDM isn't too bad to try and do that. So let's see if they can make the miracle run for themselves. Kyon's going to get their res off on Pio, who they lost much earlier in this game. But again, these kinds of reses, it's great that you're getting them off here, Blank, but it's delaying your game so much. They would have loved to have moved a little bit earlier. Even though it's Crazy Raccoon and they're okay playing in late, we've seen that a lot through this tournament. Still, you'd expect them to want to be there a bit quicker.
We know they'll slam their head at a central position at some point, but for Crazy Raccoons, it's just friends right now. We need PO and friends. We can't just be playing along like that. So for Crazy Raccoons, they'll delay things just to get PO back up again, play their final game out alongside with him. Sort of just waiting for this next phase shift. At the moment, most teams are in fairly decent spots, honestly. If you've got Petrichor Road a little bit further down towards that south side, but the big ones are 4AM, Falcons, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, T1 over towards the northwest side of them. It's like you've got all these teams involved.
Now, of course, whilst there's a little bit of a lull here at the moment, we can actually listen on that interview that I teased and promised and did not deliver, but now I'm going to deliver it to you as we check in with Gunnar before this last match.
Hi guys, it's Belly here standing with Falcons Gunnar. Hi Gunnar, good to see you. Well, you guys made the chicken dinner just in time to keep your name relevant. This is going to be a best of one scenario now. What were you telling the boys just now?
Exactly what you just said. It's a best of one. I was trying to have them focus on the points and the teams around us, because that'll give us a good indicator of like if we need to go third party a team. Like, so for instance, we're down 3 points. If we see them fighting and we can kill them, then we know we'll be ahead of them. But also just not to change our game too much. Like, obviously what we're doing is working. We've had some rough games today. We've had some good ones. But overall, this entire tournament, we've been playing pretty good and pretty consistent. So I don't want them to just get in their own heads and do something silly.
All right, well, here's to hoping for the best of one scenario. Good luck. All right, thank you, Gunnar.
Thank you very much, Bella. And Gunnar, of course, fresh cuts and fresh takes there from Gunnar as he tries to get the boys good to go here for this last Tego.
It makes total sense as well, right? You're looking at this where you really can have a beat on pretty much 3 teams around you. You know, Twisted Minds, Myth, as well as 4AM. They're all very close. It comes down to it where you do need to make a little bit of a shocking maneuver to try and take down one of these teams, go for a third party. You got to feel confident to do it, right? And I think Falcons do have this sensibility around them at the moment. They're happy to go aggressive when it is required. They are moving over towards that north side. But we do need to talk about 4AM because they have just been so unbelievably consistent today. The gun skill on this team has been phenomenal. Shen, Winder looking incredible. Spaceman, also the big name on the squad, started showing up in the last couple of matches. So that's a very, very promising thing for the squad.
Yeah, the narrative just changed so much about 4AM because for what was basically the previous 2 years, we were like, what is 4AM doing and why are they GPT? Now, they completely justify it. Tournament after tournament after tournament with this roster. So really happy to see that. There's some vulnerabilities that I can potentially foresee here whilst this goes on, as Myth has now moved in ahead of Falcons and Twisted Minds has coagulated a little bit to the west. And it's if we get wide wraps around on the east side against some of these teams, that could be a vulnerability for some of them. However, there is that dry bed river that does kind of dissuade teams from being able to try and do that. So I think for Falcons, as much as I thought initially it was a vulnerability, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more, they'd probably be okay with it. Just like shoot at people coming across, it wouldn't be too bad, as long as they're together.
Oh, 100% 40 took him down there. I know the feeling. You get a good spray in. You're like, surely that's enough. Clories looks over towards Na'Vi. Starts taking shots. Tanvu is down, but it's looking likely they're able to get him back up against Spiro. Also down here, and I think this is the end of Na'Vi's run. A very, very sad tournament here for Na'Vi. They really put their best in. There have been some good moments from this squad, but overall, just not consistent enough.
Yeah, speaking of slow rolls, right? We watched as Falcons had to slow roll the last game it worked on out. For Na'Vi, apparently they slow roll circuits, and I suspect we'll see them back at better strength in the second and third stop here for Circuit 2. Meanwhile, PO, who had just gotten up, is now all the way back down on the floor.
Friends aren't really doing him much good at the moment, sadly. You know, we need friends to do more for the Crazy Raccoons. Gion does go down. You were talking about the East Wrap, and it makes complete sense. There's this massive hillside that sits over towards the eastern edge of Falcons. That, although it's great to shoot at teams coming in from that eastern edge, you just get a lot of free points. it's a mysterious edge of the map to them, right? They don't have the sight lines towards it. They can't see who's rotating in. Luckily, they catch wind of Cerberus, who did make that rotate, so they have information on them now. So that was probably one of the biggest wins we've just had in the last 30 seconds.
Yes, it is. And see now, Dion Supers trying to get rid of Crazy Raccoons completely. They were able to do this multiple times in PWS, I'll tell you that much. And they're looking to be successful again. This is easy nades being posted forwards against Peels down for the 3rd time in this game, unfortunately. And that is going to be Na'Vi eliminated in 16th place. As I said, the slow roll for them. We'll see you back in PGS 5, boys. As now Inolix and Guyon trying to weather the storm a little bit more against a team that's been able to dispatch of them many a time in their region.
Yeah, for DN Supers, I think they're one of the few teams that when Crazy Raccoons rock up, they're able to rebuff them, right? They put up the big old shield straight away, and Crazy Raccoons, they just bounce straight off it. It is fairly comical when it comes through. Big Northern shift on this one. Virtus Pro with an incredible central position. They immediately started rotating over towards it just in case they get off that high ground. It's a little less of vision around themselves, but a very safe spot to play. 4 AM now look to make the move. They've had some cool little rotates in the past where they're able to thread the needle. I don't know if they'll be able to make this through with all 4 players if they keep going.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm getting a little bit itchy and a little bit scared here, Blank, because now this send on forwards is going to have to be big for 4 AM. If they go down somehow, some way, whilst they make this move, it might be over for them, as now they're going to crash straight into what looks like T1's position at the moment. Surely some shots are going to come in. Nobody shot them just yet. It's going straight to the dip. There's a nade in there. There's a nade in there. Oh no, this could be deadly here for them as T1's trying to hold it down. Hesame is down at the moment here. Type trying to shut it away with the AUG, finishes it off into this dip here, but surely T1 does not want to let them live in this little spot. No way.
It's the age-old rivalry between 4 AM and T1 coming back to haunt them in the final match here. Winder, fully blind. He's able to finally take down E-End on that front line, but another nade comes through. It looks fairly good. Takes down one more. We're left with just Shen, the big player on the team, looking to keep them alive here. But Heather's behind. He's rolling up. He's in. The P90 will do the trick alongside with the rest of the team. And the arch nemesis will take out spot number 1.
You couldn't make it up if you tried. T1, 4 AM crashes into them and is demolished upon entry. That surely is going to cost 4 AM the championship.
Oh, dear me. I mean, for T1, what a crazy defense from them. Heather rolling up with the ghillie and the P90 as well. You couldn't have ridden it better if you tried. Dear me. For T1 to ruin the chances of the number 1 spot. This opens things up now for the Falcons, for Myth, for Twisted Minds, all the way on the eastern side. Virtus Pro also as a potential outsider here, because suddenly the gap just got a lot smaller.
So suddenly you think to yourself, okay, so many people are in range of this fight that they know 4 AM is gone, right? Falcons is going to be knowing that this is happening. Twisted Minds is going to be knowing as well. Myth is going to be knowing. Everything about this now becomes open, as these teams are going to be chomping at the bit to hold down their positions, hold down their forts. Twisted Minds, just south of all of that, is going to be laughing right now. There's a huge potential catch-up. 8 points shy at the moment here, but Mortar's going to be coming in from Team Liquid from that south side. I think they really do want to try and do something about Petrichor Road's position and maybe transition in from there.
The thing is, it's way less teams to track now as well, right? You've got 1 down at the top. Falcons really only to look towards Myth as well as Twisted Minds, and they have a rough idea of their positioning, so this is really nice for them, but the Falcons now cut out. This is a hard push for them. I think it might be a little bit too much for them. We'll see how they deal with it in the future, but Twisted Minds, VP, T1, all in lovely spots in the circle. Twisted Minds looking to put another under the belt.
When it comes down to these final moments as well, and final games where it's like not game 6, game 5 vibes, more teams and more players are going to be alive compared to what is normal, because people are playing a little bit more defensive. Falcons is moving on that south side here. They're actually driving up against the road side against Team Liquid, and at the same time, this might actually feed some points the way of Twisted Minds in the middle. The fact that Cerberus is trying to make a bit of a dash on through into the middle next towards T1. I'm scared about the Falcons move, though. How are they going to do this against Team Liquid there?
A bit of America's on America's action here. Snacking off the 13th place team to hopefully keep their run in contention towards the top. How do Falcons make this work? This would open things up nicely for them, but they've got to find an opener. T1 still finding shots. VP also. T1's run looking a little bit more likely as thing goes on towards that podium finish.
Yeah, Falcons heard the drive there on that left side, so they're paying attention to a potential off angle being taken as well. Cowboys shooting across this fight as well at them. But yes, the Gustav is really keeping tabs on the fact that they did reposition down there. They know that this is going to be a hard cross, a hard move into some of this area. It's not easy here for them at all.
Is it a BRDM on Team Liquid that they have there? I think I might have spotted one.
Didn't see.
But that is going to make things pretty hard for the Falcons. Chewy does go down. Baron with a nice long shot over towards him.
Not at all.
14.
See what we can get done here. Tiggleton now doing a bit of damage towards Myth, but not too much at all. Smoke's going to have to fall here, and then a move needs to occur. They're moving up on Petrichor Road. They could actually find a third-party scenario here, but they've got to be so careful about Myth trying to stab on the right.
Yeah, they have ideas where Myth is playing. That's the main thing. Kiss, though, taking shots over towards them. They're just over the lip. Made in Thailand, they don't really want to let this happen. They're looking to push over towards that top side. Gustav looking to roll round. Not the ideal vehicle to make this work. Furia still swinging round the circle on that northern edge. Team Liquid also spotting over towards the Falcons. Not looking to leave them to win this game easily.
It's a bold move by Falcons because they know that there's going to be teams all around them from here. So they're going to have their head on a swivel when they actually do play this out here. They've got Panzerfaust in hand. Surely they've got a lot of nades as well, but they don't want to spend them and expend them on the position that Petrichor Road has. They can't quite see exactly where they need to connect. Digging down here for a moment to try and create a little bit more fortification. This is tense for Falcons. I don't know. They've put themselves in a really difficult spot here, Blank.
Oh no, Lukaruk's down, and the hopes of a big game for VP is suddenly looking a lot worse. God. T1 get the center though, and Falcons yet again have to move, but it's Team Liquid, it's Petrichor Road, it's Myth that they all have to deal with. And I do believe that Falcons might just be in a cage here.
At this rate, this might be being given over to Twisted Minds. They still have a compound in the circle, and they will probably just wait for the East to absolutely obliterate themselves and then clean up whatever scraps may come in. As now Made in Thailand, as well as Falcons here, still kind of at loggerheads with one another, still watching as Furia moves north of them. But you've got to make a move eventually as well, boys.
Yeah, it's the only real option for both the teams chasing here is Made in Thailand, as well as the Falcons also both struggling here to make things work. You see the Falcons start to take more and more damage.
Oh, no.
Nades pouring over the top. Chewy with the double, as well as Halo up high, down low, and it's easy pickings. The Quadra Mortar from the skies, and Falcons is out.
It might have been the quickest team wipe in PGS history. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. I said it was going to be hard, and it was impossible for Falcons in the end. What a ridiculous squad wipe there. As now our attention turns towards Myth, as well as Twisted Minds. That might open up a little bit of an opportunity here now for Myth. They made a move while that was going on. It's the perfect time. Everyone else was distracted. Petrichor Road, Team Liquid also on that side, distracted. Blank, that was... blink and you miss it.
You really would. And I mean, Halo has been disgusting with the mortars this tournament. Say what you want about Team Liquid, but these guys are an explosive team, to say the least, with the bouncer off the side of the fence earlier on over towards Team Vitality from Purdy Curdy to get the qualification, to Halo with that mortar just then over towards Team Falcons. What a sad way to finish things out for Falcons in second place. Both the first place and the second place team leaving the final match of the day without a single point.
I don't think they're going to be staying there much longer here if Myth and Twisted Minds have anything to say about it. At the same time, more mortars rain down. The expendables gone here in this game as DN Supers making a bit of a run for it as well. 6 kills at the moment here for them. And now Invertus Pro trying to greet the Myth position. This is actually very important for Myth. What can they get done here as they're trying to breach on forward? Nixie goes for a spray around the corner here, but he's going to be taking down Jacob. And Baron needs to do a lot here to be able to make this work. Scappy takes down Nixie.
Great backstab coming through from Scappy there, immediately looking for the res off the back of that one. You got Cowboy, Purdy Curdy going down. That's the Furia off on the sidelines. VP got Beamy off in the distance, but Scappy hits another nasty shot at distance. More points to be put on the board here. Twisted Minds trying to keep up at 76 points at the moment. They're on the eastern side. They're just cut out. T1 living the game of their lives.
What a crash by Myth as well. Perfect timing to, well, as soon as Virtus Pro kind of disembarked from that compound here and tried to use it as a kind of backfill position. Now taking down Beanie as well here. Virtus Pro, you're a dunzo, really. Not much Curex is going to be able to do from this. Myth is making brilliant little moves here at just the right time to try and keep their tournament hope alive at the moment. But still, the problem exists of Twisted Minds on that south side with 4 alive. Admittedly, so does Myth, but Batulins is using as an anchor position at the moment, and then eventually that T1 location is going to look quite juicy for some of these teams here.
Yes, it is. And I mean, for Twisted Minds, they're slowly working their way out. Fury is just on the other side of this hill here. Hasn't quite spotted Batulins, creeping his way up on the side, tiptoeing himself into position, giving that anchor point for the rest of the squad to make their way over. Baron loses Jacob on the cross there, and DraftKings absolutely going to clean him up. Myth goes down to 3, which is unideal, but we've seen what Myth can do with just 2, so we can't count them out just yet.
The problem is they've got to move in, and they need a lot of smokes to be able to make it work. Look at the dip, or the plateau that exists beneath them that they're going to have to walk on into. Or drive on into, all things depending. Toolins looks the way of Petrichor Road now. I think they absolutely want to clear everything on the east side. Petrichor Road's going to be a big focus. I-26 down, Ming Ming down as well. Example starts things off strong as he's always an MVP contender. And now Petrichor Road. Oh, wait. The BRTM in the distance. This could be really annoying for Batulins and the boys.
Yeah, I mean, Calmo does go down. That's the 0-4 from Petrichor Road, which is a good opening for Batulins. He's been nasty with the nade so far. That one bounces up top. It will take down Calmo. It's a nice Panzer from Perfectix. What is this?
They're absolutely blowing them to smithereens. This is problematic for Furia, but huge for Twisted Minds. They need to get the reses off quickly, though. Is there any third parties looking to come? It doesn't look like that's the case. These reses can go off. 8 kills. Twisted Minds moves into first place, Blank. Are they doing it? Kiss, he's driving down. No way.
Oh
Kiss.
My God, Kiss is on the way, looking to play spoiler here over towards the squad. He is just going to rock up towards that roadside, but like you say, Twisted Minds now in pole position. He's walking up, no nades in hand, so it has to be fully dry here on the weapon skill. We do have the emergency cover flare being dropped out, but they know that this is the team that they need to deal with if they want to stay towards that top side of the lobby. There's a Panzerfaust opened up here.
This is diabolical because Myth had no other transition path to take. Everything else was too open. This is the one transition path they could take, and it walks them straight into Twisted Minds, the one challenger against them for #1 in this tournament. And now, where is our circle going to go? If this hard shifts west, I'm going to lose my mind.
It does hard shift west over towards DN Supers.
No.
T1 can take the shots over towards the eastern side as these squads go in, but it will force the fight between Myth and Twisted Minds. Baron looking for the biggest boom in history.
It's going to have to be huge. It's going to have to be huge. A 2v4 effectively, because the thing is that where is the last member?
Scappy's in over towards the western side. He's playing on the crates at distance.
Okay, that's actually a really good spot. Like, to be able to try and kind of salvage it if it all goes awry. But now, Twisted Minds, surely their attention has turned to the team down on this position. Ooh, threading through. There's still quite a few nades on the side of Twisted Minds at the moment, and they're destroying their cars. That makes it even more problematic here for Myth if this fight finishes off in their favor, because those transitions need to be important too.
Okay, 3 nades for Baron. Launches the first one upwards. Case, though, opens up onto Lou. It's another good grenade. Does a little bit of damage, but not quite enough here. Lou being down is bad at this stage of the game where the blue starts to push in. More nades sent over towards the top. That was the final one in the back pocket there for Baron. Lou goes back down again. Another shot over towards Batu. It's looking bad. The vehicles are blowing up. They're playing escape on this one, but Scappy's off in the distance. He has sightlines. Baron has the Panzer.
They've got to take the fight. I mean, the thing is that if Twisted Minds wins this fight ahead of them in terms of points, that might just be it. Like, if they actually win this, never mind everything else, the Panzerfaust goes forward here, as now Perfectix is looking for an alternate angle, but T1 is also charging up some nades against the Twisted Minds advancement here. This could be deadly here for Twisted Minds. I don't think they fully realize what's at stake here. There's a nade right on top of it. Twisted Minds Blanks is gone. And Myth might do it. Myth, they might be the champions here. Unless something can go crazy. Myth has just become champions, Blank. Oh my god.
Myth in towards first place with 86 points, but the chase is on as Genji's still in this game with 4 players over towards the western side. We asked, it wasn't enough. Is it enough now?
No. If Myth goes out, Genji cleans up, there's a world, Blank, where when I've counted them out, they might be able to do something. And Myth now taking the fight against T1. EN Stashly takes down Baron. This could be very bad. Kiss, just get as many points as possible, surely. I don't think you're going to win this fight. I think you need to look for whatever you can. Oh my god.
They're down. More shots coming through. Raining. Looking pretty good here.
No way.
But Scappy's position is so important. T1 is struggling to get themselves out of this spot. Genji, he starts to move forward. This guy has been phenomenal on the squad for the team. Kiss as well as Scappy looking for something good here. And Scappy, the namesake, the scrappy wins left, right, and center for Myth might be the thing that gets them into first place.
I think Genji realizes it. I think they understand that the goalpost's moving. If you keep in track of the points, look how separated they are out across this map. I think they are desperate for the kills right now. Desperate to try and hold people out and find any little, even just a steal wherever they can, because there is technically a world with one. It might even just be a point shy, actually, depending on the placement points that Myth gets. This is actually terrifying.
It is looking like it's a little bit too late right now. There might not be enough kills left in the lobby, and Made in Thailand might just be walking away with a PGS win.
You need to get rid of them. You need to get rid of them and kill everything in the lobby at the moment, I think. This is looking nigh on impossible, but what a silly time to be trying to make this happen. Like, there's been moments where Genji has just looked flustered, disjointed. The 2 games that they won at the beginning of all of this was big, but since then, not much has come together.
It's
and
hard.
now, yeah, no, it's over. It's over. With Myth taking that as well against Kurexi. What a performance from Myth. And most of it came at the end of this, in this last day, Blank.
Exactly. Right from the beginning of the day, they started in 10th, they're ending in 1st. It's an incredible win from Made in Thailand. Something completely unexpected here. It has been scrappy, there's been deadly duos, but Made in Thailand, what an incredible tournament for them.
Another nade forwards here against the P90 of Heather as he has to fall off from this nade as well as the Molotov goes forwards. He's holding off so strongly here. Soul looking to backstab Kiss, but Kiss realizes that BRDM has been encroaching on some of his space, his territory. This is Made in Thailand and their championship to walk away with, even though Genji's trying to walk away with what is important, because they could quite easily jump onto the podium here from this if they do actually get the victory here, Blank. Scappy down.
Oh, Scappy's down. Does go out for T1 though, like you say, for South Korea, it has been a phenomenal tournament for them between Genji as well as T1. Soul tries to slam into Kiss. It's a little bit too slow. Kiss is a little bit too resilient.
Can't see him. Can't see him. He's just trying blindly here as somehow Kiss is being able to dodge it, but the nade bounces off the BRDM, takes down Made in Thailand, but 89 points. Should be enough in the end here for them to be able to claim the championship. Heather with 100 kills and 101 now if he confirms on Soul. And a C4.
Type? He's
crazy.
in with a C4. Lets it roll across. It's a little slow. They're going to confirm the flush off the back of this at least. So Genji will be down to 3. Type won't lose his life for it. It is Type and Heather. 2 big heavy hitters on the side of T1 going up against Genji. South Korea battling it out for 6th place.
Yeah, there's still an opportunity here for T1 to be able to do a little bit of a jump up against all of this. How many C4s do we have? What are you guys are absolutely crazy. If they were all forced into that smoke, they don't hear the beeping at that distance. Now they'll see the car coming forward suddenly and then realize we have to scatter.
Goes down, it pushes one forward. Heather finds D. This is big. Into a 2v2 now for T1 versus Genji. At the end of the day, Type's on the sidelines. A stun grenade will blast him off with a lay down. They're open targets. Type finds the first. Crisis quick switch to the second. It's down to Heather with the P90. Stun grenade goes out. He's in the brush. The player's down low.
Heather and Salute, two massive names in the South Korean scene here, and it's going to be T1 second place, and second place for T1 after all is said and done. What a performance by them. But we have got to turn our attention to the champions. They've made memories. They've made gold. They are made in Thailand. Horo, Toffees, come back and listen to what we just witnessed. What a performance after losing out just barely on PGS1. Made in Thailand Toffees able to take the trophy. Wow.
Made in Thailand, founded amongst the forest. Started by Baron, he found Kiss in 2024. They brought Scappy onto the team before that. They transferred to here, and this year they added Jacob to the roster. The final piece to bring them victory. And as they grab that trophy, with this roster, Kiss in front, it all makes sense.
Champions of PGS4 raising the trophy now, of course, as they have been star-studded, made in Thailand PGS4 champions. It was only a matter of time before Kiss, alongside this roster, with the addition of Jacob as well, Poro, was able to find traction, that grit, that fortitude, getting themselves a championship when they were surrounded, Poro, by Titans, Falcons, Twisted Minds. These teams challenging for #1? No, Made in Thailand makes it happen.
It's going to go down as one of the most epic one-day performances and turnarounds by a team ever. But let's listen to Billy at the interview.
A microphone, Scappy. If you can get the microphones on this side as well. One for Baron. Do you mind grabbing the one? Right behind you. Right there. All right. Well, what a way to finish the last match. Well, that was quite a sight to see, and I want to hear about it. Well, first up, hello, Scappy. Hi, congratulations. Well, this is your first interview, I think, between us, and well, let's hear what's on your mind right now securing that championship title.
คุณสแกบี้คิดยังไงบ้างคะที่วันนี้สามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้ค่ะก็รู้สึก ดีใจครับเพราะว่าเพิ่งเคยได้แชมป์ครั้งแรกครับ because it's the first time that we got the victory so I feel very happy.
Yeah, I feel like happy doesn't do it justice, right? And I heard that the Thai casters, they had a bet that if you come in top 3, then they are going to shave their head and bleach their hair. But you guys won the title. What are your thoughts on that?
มันเหมือนกับว่าจะมีการเราไปเบทกันหรือเปล่าคะถ้าว่าทีมไทยได้ติด1 ใน 3จะแบบโกนหัวหรือแบบย้อมผมกันแล้วตอนนี้ได้ที่1แล้วทำยังไงดีคะพี่เฟรมเขาต้องย้อมผมทองแล้วพี่เขาว่าบอกเลยรู้สึกยังไงต้องย้อมผมอะ
Like your hair. Yeah. Oh, Kiss is gonna say it.
ก็พี่บอมก็โดนไปแล้วในลีกบ้านตัวเองครับตอนนี้ก็เป็น Global Series ก็3 คนก็รับไปนะครับทีมงานเตรียมซื้อสีย้อมผมนะครับผม
ก็ because we got the victory so the staff please prepare the bleaching.
Yeah, get ready to dye your hair. Well, Jacob, why are you turning down the interview? You won this. You deserve this. Well, you joined the OG team like the other guys. They worked together, but now you're the newest addition to the team. How has the journey been like for you?
รู้สึกการที่เราได้มาจอยทีมในครั้งนี้ค่ะในฐานะสมาชิกใหม่อ่ะแล้วมันเป็นยังไงบ้างคะในการผจญภัยครั้งนี้การเดินทางมาครั้งนี้ถึงชัยชนะ
เอาจริงก็ย้ายมาทีมใหม่แล้วก็เปลี่ยนตำแหน่งใหม่ด้วยครับผมเป็นอินเกมลีดเดอร์ครั้งแรกครับไม่คิดว่าถ้วย Global จะมาไวขนาดนี้ผมก็รู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับขอบคุณน้องๆที่เชื่อใจครับผมแล้วก็ช่วยกันเล่นครับทำให้เราได้ถ้วยนี้มาขอบคุณครับ
ก็ yes it's such a new journey for himself and he didn't expect the victory gonna come to him this fast so he would like to thanks to all the teammates for believing himself.
All right. Well, who do you think? I feel like I wanted to ask Jacob. Then, what do you think that you brought onto the team then?
แล้วคุณเจคอบคิดว่าตัวเองเนี่ยได้ทำอะไรเพื่อทีมอะคะได้ทำแบบว่ามีมันเรียกว่าอะไรภาษาไทยว่ามีบทบาทยังไงในทีมมีบทบาทยังไงในทีมได้ทำอะไรให้กับทีมบ้าง
ก็เลือกรายการมูฟแล้วก็ตัดสินใจครั้งสุดท้ายแล้วก็คอยเตือนน้องๆว่าอย่าพลาดอะไรง่ายๆอะไรประมาณนี้ครับ
like guiding the team and also like the last movement which is very important yes
Right. Well, we need all of the teammates to put their own pieces in to make a perfect game like the last match. And I love to see Coach Rubik join us here. Well, I wanted to ask you, how has it been this week around? Like, I feel like the team, they've been collecting steady, they've been playing slow and steady, collecting all the kills. What do you have to say about the win for you?
ก็คือสำหรับสัปดาห์นี้ค่ะคุณโค้ชคิดว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างคะสำหรับว่าทางทีมได้สามารถเก็บคิวทีละคิวทำตามแผนได้ตามที่คิดไหมคะ
โอเคครับก็ในวันแรกเนี่ยเราเสียคนค่อนข้างบ่อยนะครับแล้วเราก็ไปปรับแก้กันแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยน้องๆเล่นได้ละเอียดมากๆครับก็ภูมิใจในตัวน้องๆครับแล้วก็พี่พัฒด้วยครับ
like on the first day maybe we have some mistakes so we learn by that and after we have like consider deliberate the lesson we finally got the good result that we want
Yeah, I mean, this is just the first week of the 3 weeks of competitive esports that we have here, right? What do you envision the next 2 weeks for the team to look like?
แล้วอันนี้มันเป็นแค่สัปดาห์แรกใช่ไหมคะแล้วสัปดาห์หน้าเนี่ยคาดหวังยังไงบ้างคะของการเล่น
จริงๆเราไม่ได้คาดหวังอะไรขนาดนั้นครับเราแค่ทำให้ดีที่สุดในทุกๆทัวร์ครับ
we don't expect that much but we gonna do our best in the next week
I wish you the best. Okay, well, now moving on to Kiss. The kiss of death. I finally talked to you in front for the champion title. Well, you definitely put up a good fight the whole the week that we had you here. This is the first international win for the team and for yourself as well. What does this mean to you?
มันรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่แบบถ้วยระดับ global มาถึงมือแล้ว
ก็เรียกว่าประสบการณ์สำเร็จในการเล่นการแข่งขันแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าผมก็พลาดเรียกว่าพลาดแล้วกันแบบว่าเรามีโอกาสลุ้นแชมป์มาได้หลายรายการแล้วแต่ว่าทำไม่ได้สักทีพอได้แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในตัวเองแล้วก็ภูมิใจในทีมมากๆครับ
Okay this victory feel like a great success to him as a esport player because like before this he also like almost got to win in like many competitions but this time he got the victory so he's very proud of himself and the team
yeah in the end you finally seized the title right and I know that you're also a fan favorite too so I feel like it's only right if you give the shout out to the Thai fans that are watching from home
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะที่ไทย
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนครับที่ติดตามเชียร์พวกเราไมเทสทุกคนทั้ง4คนแล้วก็ทั้ง6คนปีโค้ดด้วย2คนครับก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกคนมากครับผมก็เอาถ้วยมาฝากแล้วก็ขอบคุณครับ
Yes so he thanked to the Thai fans not only his fan but all of the team members fans and also the coach yeah Thank you for referring for us.
Yeah, giving credit where it's due. I love that. And last but not least, Baron, I talk to you. I know that alongside with Kiss, we see your name so much on the kill feed, and you were the one that, I guess, you triggered the winning moment for your team. Did you expect your team to win this coming in? Can you tell us about your journey this week?
ก็คือเห็นว่าน้องบาเรนเป็นคนที่แบบว่าคอยช่วยหาจังหวะในการ attack อะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมคะแล้วคุณน้องบาเรนเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไง
ก็รู้สึกว่าพยายามทำเต็มที่ครับเพื่อทีมทุกด้านเลย
ก็ he said that he just did all his best in every way that he can
I wish playing PUBG for me was that easy to do my best and just win a champion title. You say it as if it's so easy. Well, Baron, for this week, who do you want to give a shout out to the team? Like, I feel like this is a very good moment for the team too. What do you have to say to the boys as well?
อยากจะกล่าวอะไรถึงทีมไหมคะแบบชาว
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนครับเพราะว่าเหนื่อยกันมาเยอะใช่
He would like to thank to his teammates because we have been like practice and we have go through a lot so before this.
Yeah, I mean, but fair, giving credit where it's due. Kiss, I want you to wrap this up. So, last but not least, we have 2 more PGSs happening right away, right? What are you confident that you will be collecting more? What's your thought?
มั่นใจไหมคะว่าจะสามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้อีกในอีก2 ครั้งอีก2 สัปดาห์ข้างหน้า
ก็ถ้ามีโอกาสก็จะพาทีมคว้าแชมป์ทุกรายการครับถ้ามีโอกาส
If we got the chance we would like to get the victory yes together
We love a humble king. All right, congratulations to Made in Thailand. Thank you so much for the champion interview. Everyone, this is your PGS4 champions, and I will be back to reward our MVP. Thank you, guys. You wait with me now.
They gained the appreciation of Bella in the Bella. No, we're not doing that. We have got our champions here, Made in Thailand. They have made it happen. What a spectacular showing from them. Wall to wall today, especially Poro. They have just made a miracle happen here for themselves and Thailand.
Unbelievable. A 65-point day after what they produced in the first day. 13 points per game average. Like, absolute insanity from these guys. And this is exactly what you said. It's revisiting the forest that we saw back in the day. Like, this is what we've been waiting for ever since they moved over to this new org. We've known that they're capable of it. We just haven't gotten to see it on paper just yet. And this was just amazing from them on all parts.
Especially exciting, Toffees, that again, they were Forest Natural Gaming and Made in Thailand, a very big name in the early days of PUBG, saw faith in this roster, picked them up, and that first tournament they had with them, a bit of a dud. But as time has gone on, they've been able to find their footing here for a championship.
They gave them the means they needed to get that last player in Jacob. He was the final piece of this puzzle. They got it. Poro said 65 points on a day. My heart goes out to the Thai casters because that was a safe bet. 10th place with 25 points. Sure, I'll shave my head if they win. Between them and the sock-eating blank that we're going to get during the offseason, it was absolutely crazy. They got 65 points. To put that in perspective, it is the highest scoring final this year. There is a world. 17 got 68 points in a survival stage of 5 games. This is against the best of the best on a day when your back's against the wall and there's 4 other teams hunting ahead of you. They pull this off. It is crazy. I feel bad for the Thai casters, but I cannot wait to watch the stream when they live up to it. Because honestly, I would be so excited for what these guys just did that if I was them, I'd probably be okay with that bet. No, I wouldn't. Never.
Yeah, they know they've done it. They know they've done it here. Just amazing stuff all around. And you're right, it would have been a safe bet. In the end, of course, C1 does an amazing job being able to secure that last game that pushes them into second place here, Blank, which I really didn't think was going to be possible, but from the central spot that they had, it was very important for them to hold off 4 a.m. to make this happen.
It really was.
There it is.
They were just taking it to absolutely everyone. 3 points difference between them and Made in Thailand. Just a few more kills they might have had to secure. If maybe they went to try and third party the Twisted Minds fight, it could have been a different story. But it's 2020 at this point in time. Made in Thailand, they take those fights, and it's scrappy to make it work in the end. This team is just someone else.
Yeah, you've enjoyed watching them. I definitely have as well. As of course, this is how the leaderboard all shakes up. And again, you couldn't have predicted it. In terms of how close that is as well, there was plenty of teams that could have won things out. And of course, yes, the man of the match leaderboards here as we update them from PGS to PGS. Akatora is still sitting at number 1. I don't know whether people will be able to challenge him, but hey, Shen Toffee's made a really good run of it in this tournament.
Shen has made a wicked run, and if it wasn't for that last game, he probably could have been up there one more time. The top 3 for the MVP, though, is going to go Kiss, Shen, and Example, and I got a strong feeling, James, about which one takes it home.
Yeah, me too. I don't think anybody's going to be challenging Shen on that left-hand side. But of course, Kiss and Example made a really good run of it. as we take a look across the highlights from those top players here, Poro, as they were able to put up some real magic here throughout the days.
They really were, and you felt like Twisted Minds had something going, right? Like after day one, they were sitting in first place. Like it was starting to feel like one of those Twisted Minds kind of tournaments. And unfortunately for them, Myth, and honestly, there was about 4 other teams that all made this thing all the way to the end. You know what? I cannot believe for the life of me, 4 a.m. first place all the way into the final game. They finished this tournament in 4th. That is how close all of this was. That is absolutely brutal.
As soon as the circle shifted west away from them, right, and they had to make that send, an absolute disaster that turned out to be. So difficult for them to be able to work against their blank, even though they have moments like this where Shen, from the rooftops here, trying to salvage some things. Unfortunately, he kind of losing the heel off, but they had a great tournament at 4am. It's a shame for the boys.
They really did. And I mean, honestly, T1 and 4am going to have to figure out different call times for breakfast at this rate, because it might go down. It might go down.
It may. Let's take a look at some of his final highlights as well. Just wall-to-wall excellence here from Shen, but not enough to be able to secure themselves the championship. A great long-range spray as well. And then finally, some Kiss moments. These moments just securing them the championship here, Toffees, to be able to get them to #1.
It's beautiful to see Kiss on form at PGC. He felt a little bit more like a pet, but here the MVP. Congratulations for this PGS goes to Shen from 4 Angry Men. He was a brutal knockout star this entire event. 19 knockouts, 27 kills, a massive 3.3k damage. Easily deserved domination from Shen.
It's going to feel a little bittersweet, of course, as they don't take the championship, but they do take man of the match. Let's hear from Bella.
PUBG Global Series 4 goes to none other than 4 Angry Men's Shen. Hello, Gongxi Shen, good to see you. I'll be joined by our translator, Eryong, as well. Well, this is a personal statement, right? You were the most valued player throughout this week. What does the title mean to you, Shen? This is your first MVP, right? 쉔 선수 일단 너무 축하드린다고 한번 전달해 주시죠. 네.
就是整这次那个首个 MVP.
네, 이렇게 개인적인 기록을 세운 거에 대해서 선수로서 역량을 인정받은 기록이잖아요. 우선 소감부터 들어보겠습니다.
他说想听一下你的那个感想，就是对这个获得首个 MVP 的感想。
挺好的吧，然后后续比赛再接再厉吧。
너무 좋은 것 같고 더 힘써서 더 열심히 할 거라고 했어요.
It's absolutely amazing that I got to collect my first MVP title, and it motivates me to be a better player. Right? Speaking of, I feel like 4 Angry Men, you guys definitely put up a really good fight, but it fell short just in the last match. What are you thinking right now? What do you want to say to the team moving on to our next journey, the remainder of the journey? 이제 이번 대회는 너무 아쉽게도 우승을 못하게 됐지만 남은 여정이 있잖아요. 쉔 선수 이제 같이 함께한 팀원들에게 어떤 이야기를 해주고 싶은지, 다음 대회에는 어떤 식으로 좀 마음을 다잡을 건지 한번 듣고 싶습니다.
很可惜这次比赛没有拿到第一，但是有没有想对选手，就是剩下的选手想说的话，就是为了下次能得到那个更好的成绩这样。
只能说队里的各4个，下次加油吧。 下次不会再留遗憾了。
다음에 더 힘써서 아쉬움을 남기지 않을 거라고 더 화이팅하자라고 그 선수들한테 전해주고 싶다고 했어요.
Just wants to give a shout out to the team that they put up a good fight, and let's use this as a stepping stone to keep ourselves motivated and encourage us to leave no regrets on the table for the next one. Yeah, sounds about right. An MVP prize pool is $100,000. Shen, I got a chance to talk to you earlier, and you said something that was so surprising to me. I want you to share that with everyone as well. Well, what are your plans to do? What are your plans with the prize money? MVP 상금에 대해서 아까 쉔 선수한테 언급을 했었는데 되게 놀라운 답변을 해줬거든요. 상금 가지고 어떤 계획인지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
想获得到那个 MVP 奖金之后，那个用这个奖金想做什么？回答一下。
跟队友平分了。
멤버들 그 선수들하고 그 나눠서 할 거라고 했어요.
He is planning to share the MVP prize with his teammates. That is a true team mindset that I see. And before I let you go, Shen, I feel like you are receiving a lot of love from the Chinese fans as well. So let's wrap it up with a word of thank you to the fans. I think he got it. I think you know what I'm asking you, no? Well, 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드립니다. 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
对粉丝们也说一句话吧。
谢谢大家的支持吧，然后下次我们会打回来的。
앞으로도 큰 응원 부탁드리고 다음에는 더 좋은 성적을 갖고 오겠다고 하셨어요.
Oh, eyes on the next one already. Well, he said thank you for all the support that you've been sending our way, and we'll do one better next time. All right, congratulations to Shen once again, and thank you, Ayoung, for the translation. And I will let you go. 恭喜 Shen. Thank you.
谢谢。
再见 Shen. Bye. Well.
All right, of course, that is how it all boils down. Congratulations to Shen again, as I say, a little bit bittersweet, right, after you've just been pipped at the post for a championship. And here's how the prize pool overall has looked here for these tournaments. T1 finds themselves in second place here after they make a ginormous leap on forwards after this game. 26 points pushes them up blank here for 58,000 in total across PGS 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, T1 looked really good. I mean, Type was looking fantastic. Heather was looking great. The whole team on T1 really stepping up. I think once they get themselves a central position, it is hard to dislodge T1 out of it. But a lot of the teams also jumping up here with Myth getting 30 grand on this tournament. What a lovely result for them.
And it is clear to say, not even just in this last game, but T1 has cost 4AM this tournament. We were talking about it when it was going down here, Toffees. It was like 6 big engagements between these two teams, and T1 won 5 out of the 6. It was diabolical. Yep.
I think they deserve a lot of props, T1, because they made a huge come up today. 46 points was a huge gain from them. Something that I think, we don't get to talk about because they weren't in first at the end of the day, but it was worth noting how big it was. The problem is Myth did so good. They got as many points in one day as the bottom 9 teams got total. That's how powerful Myth was.
For sure, as we now take a look here across the rest of the points. And Bella, of course, let's check in down
best PUBG teams, PGS4 has finally come to an end. Massive congratulations once again to Made in Thailand that rose above all and seized their title in that amazing last match. But just don't go anywhere because the relentless sprint towards PGC and EWC is only getting started. First up in June, I have to remind everyone that highly anticipated global spectacle, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, will be taking over the Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. So mark your calendars, it's going to be yet another unforgettable event. And the adrenaline doesn't stop here because right around the corner next week, the stakes get even higher as the PUBG Global Series 5 winner stage kicks off. What kind of dramatic storylines will we see? We are about to find out. And well, now it is time to welcome back our stars of the show for the official trophy ceremony. Let's hear it one more time for our PGS4 champions, Made in Thailand. Ninli, Dueka. Welcome, come on up guys, congratulations.
Made in Thailand makes the miracle run on the last day here for final stage, securing themselves the bag, securing themselves the PGS4 trophy as well as they sign their names and etch it in history here for them. What a performance. It's a lovable moment to watch as they try and sign this down here, Poro, but it was a magical run in the end.
They could take turns.
They could.
How does Scabby play with those nails?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
WASD looks difficult.
Damn. We used to call that a party nail. No, congratulations to Mithy. Absolutely huge day for them. And the fact that they had just really pedestrian, below 30 points on the day one, and were able to just shake all that off, come in here on day two, back-to-back wins to start things off, to give themselves hope, and then still find a way to fight themselves through. And they were being aggressive. Like Toffees, we had a little bit of an argument during that final game about whether or not they should be pushing Twisted Minds at the end there, but they did. They wanted to be the aggressor. They took the battle into their own hands, and this is the result, getting this huge win here in PGS4.
I think that sums it up. They never gave up the aggression, James. They always were never stopped fighting.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Made in Thailand once again, raising the trophy. It's a heavy one, but Jacob's able to do it in the end. Fantastic stuff here, and they're such nice guys. It couldn't happen to better guys here for this one. There's Kiss, of course, raising the trophy as well, Blank. It's been a dream to watch all of these teams go head-to-head, Blank, and see how it all finishes off and unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a big mwah to Kiss. What a wonderful tournament from him. He has really come out swinging. And I think that without Kiss, it probably wouldn't have happened. Let's be quite honest about it.
Maybe.
I mean, the other players, the thing is, last day, they all stepped up. But if it wasn't for Kiss, I don't even think they would be here in this final stage. He got them through some real rocky moments, and I'm glad he was steering that ship at the end of it.
No, me too. Me too. What a moment to be able to kind of third-party situations where they felt they had to be able to make the move for it. I mean, rocking up on the south side of Twisted Minds there, Poro, must have been nerve-wracking in the end. Let's get our final thoughts here. Poro, I'll start with you.
Look, you see what it takes to win. You have to be willing to take those high risk, high reward plays, especially when there's only 10 games to play and everybody is so close. What's going to be fortune is going to favor the bold for sure. But I mean, we saw a lot of good things from a lot of teams that we had high expectations from. So the next PGS is right around the corner, and I am expecting to see much of the same.
Toffees?
Listen, the amount of amazing things in life that start with a kiss cannot be counted, and this is just another one. Their run at PGC is going to start here and keep on pushing forward. There could be a world where we get yet another APAC PGC champion. That region is crazy as they continue to put up new rosters every year that are just more powerful.
It shows that every single time we get to these PGSs, man, the litany of championships that go to many regions show how competitive it is at that top level for sure. Blank, final thoughts, your first PGS and watching Made in Thailand take it.
Thanks for having me. It's been great. It's been fun. Again, for South Korea, what a wonderful performance from them. I was kind of rooting for them from the beginning. Obviously, really enjoyed watching Twisted Minds, really enjoyed watching Falcons. But for T1, all I'm saying, in the next tournament, we leave 4am alone. All right? They need their day in the sun, guys. Please, I beg.
Unless, no, we will see. We will see. PGS 5 and PGS 6 coming up. The PUBG never ends. It is constant here in 2026. You guys who are fans out there are spoiled indeed. But of course, our champions for PGS 4, Made in Thailand, as they take the trophy here. That does it for us. We'll see you next time for more PUBG action.
Face. Got us something dope, aren't you mad? I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile A, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you're the same. Repeat again. I don't partake. Bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I'll beg your pardon, cautions. No flavor, I make a nauseous. Rolling this time, my home ain't an option. One of them breaking necks with the take when I dictate, so straight no debate, the pressure elevating, got no time to negotiate. Jeez, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the quick to the grave. 열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 뛰어봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fairying yes I'm a 신사 기상 패기로 팀상 긴장 슈리로 비상 산책하듯이 누려 티 탐이 판에 쏙 보여 내가 나는 피사 Locked and loaded, gun and told it. Take it to the battle, my team, you know it. Skies pitch black till we pull up and blow it. I'm on hit with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go, drama, always with the trauma, diamonds, we serve the heart. They say I paid, making me really want it. Now I gotta pave the way, they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. New fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this thing, my home ain't never auction. One of them break your necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. Got my 5-star take from the cradle to the grave. They wanna see me in the shining flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봤나 나는 놈이 구며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 domino one and I'm fair